Part 1, The Quarry and the Beach. Chapter 1 of Romance by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 1, The Quarry and the Beach, Chapter 1. To Elsie and Jessie. C'est toi qui dors dans l'ombre au sacré souvenir. If we could have remembrance now and see, as in the days to come, we shall what's venturous in these hours. The swift, intangible romance of fields at home, the gleams of sun, the showers, our work-day contentments, or our powers to fare still forward through the uncharted haze of present days. For looking back when years shall flow upon this olden day that's now, we'll see romantic in dimmed hours, these memories of ours. Chapter 1. To yesterday and to today I say my polite, vaya usted con Dios. What are these days to me? But that far-off day of my romance, when from between the blue and white bales in Don Ramon's darkened storeroom at Kingston, I saw the door open before the figure of an old man with a tired, long, white face. That day I am not likely to forget. I remember the chilly smell of the typical West Indian store, the indescribable smell of damp gloom, of locos, of pimento, of olive oil, of new sugar, of new rum, the glassy double sheen of Ramon's great spectacles, the piercing eyes in the mahogany face, while the tap, tap, tap of a cane on the flags went on behind the inner door, the click of the latch, the stream of light. The door petulantly thrust inwards, struck against some barrels. I remember the rattling of the bolts on that door, and the tall figure that appeared there, snuff-box in hand. In that land of white clothes, that precise ancient Castilian in black was something to remember. The black cane that had made the tap, tap, tap dangled by a silken cord from the hand whose delicate blue-veined wrinkled wrist ran back into a foam of lawn ruffles. The other hand paused in the act of conveying a pinch of snuff to the nostrils of the hooked nose that had, on the skin stretched tight over the bridge, the polish of old ivory. The elbow pressing the black cocked hat against the side, the legs, one bent, the other bowing a little back. This was the attitude of Seraphina's father. Having imperiously thrust the door of the inner room open, he remained immovable, with no intention of entering, and called in a harsh, aged voice, "Señor Ramon! Señor Ramon!" And then twice, "Seraphina! Seraphina!" turning his head back. Then, for the first time, I saw Seraphina, looking over her father's shoulder. I remember her face on that day. Her eyes were grey, the grey of black, not of blue. For a moment they looked me straight in the face, reflectively, unconcerned, and then traveled to the spectacles of old Ramon. This glance, remember I was young on that day, had been enough to set me wondering what they were thinking of me, what they could have seen of me. "But there he is, your Señor Ramon," she said to her father. as if she were chiding him for a petulance and calling, "Your sight is not very good, my poor little father. There he is, your Ramon." The warm reflection of the light behind her, gilding the curve of her face from ear to chin, lost itself in the shadows of black lace falling from dark hair that was not quite black. She spoke as if the words clung to her lips, as if she had to put them forth delicately for fear of damaging the frail things. She raised her long hand to a white flower that clung above her ear like the pen of a clerk and disappeared. Ramon hurried with the stiffness of immense respect towards the ancient grandee. The door swung to. I remained alone. The bluebells and the white and the great red oil jars loomed in the dim light filtering through the jalousies out of the blinding sunlight of Jamaica. A moment after, the door opened once more, and a young man came out to me, tall, slim, with very bright, very large black eyes aglow in an absolute pallor of face. That was Carlos Riego. Well, that is my yesterday of romance, for the many things that have passed between those times and now have become dim or have gone out of my mind. And my day before yesterday was the day on which I, at 22, stood looking at myself in the tall glass, the day on which I left my home in Kent and went, as chance willed it, out to sea with Carlos Riego. That day, my cousin Rooksby had become engaged to my sister Veronica, and I had a fit of jealous misery. I was raw-boned, with fair hair. I had a good skin, tanned by the weather, good teeth, and brown eyes. I had not had a very happy life, and I had lived shut in on myself, thinking of the wide world beyond my reach, that seemed to hold out infinite possibilities of romance, of adventure, of love, perhaps, and stores of gold. In the family, my mother counted. My father did not. She was the daughter of a Scottish earl who had ruined himself again and again. He had been an inventor, a projector, and my mother had been a poor beauty, brought up on the farm we still lived on, the last rag of land that had remained to her father. Then she had married a good man in his way, a good enough catch, moderately well off, very amiable, easily influenced, a dilettante, and a bit of a dreamer too. He had taken her into the swim of the Regency, and his purse had not held out. So my mother, asserting herself, had insisted upon a return to our farm, which had been her dowry. The alternative would have been a shabby, ignominious life at Calais, in the shadow of Brummel and such. My father used to sit all day by the fire, inscribing ideas every now and then in a pocket book. I think he was writing an epic poem, and I think he was happy in an ineffectual way. He had thin red hair, untidy for want of a valet, a shining, delicate hooked nose, narrow-lidded blue eyes, and a face with the color and texture of a white-hot cherry. He used to spend his days in a hooded chair. My mother managed everything, leading an out-of-door life which gave her face the color of a wrinkled pippin. It was the face of a Roman mother, tight-lipped, brown-eyed, and fierce. You may understand the kind of woman she was from the hand she employed on the farm. They were smugglers and night malefactors to a man, and she liked that. The decent, slow-witted, gently devious type of rustic could not live under her. The neighbors round declared that the Lady Mary Kemp's farm was a hotbed of disorder. I expect it was, too. 3 of our men were hung up at Canterbury on one day for horse stealing and arson. Anyhow, that was my mother. As for me, I was under her, and since I had my aspirations, I had a rather bitter childhood. And I had others to contrast myself with. First there was Rooksby, a pleasant, well-spoken, amiable young squire of the immediate neighbourhood. Young Sir Ralph, a man popular with all sorts and in love with my sister Veronica from early days. Veronica was very beautiful, and very gentle and very kind. Tall, slim, with sloping white shoulders and long white arms, hair the colour of amber, and startled blue eyes. A good mate for Rooksby. Rooksby had foreign relations too. The uncle from whom he inherited the priory had married a Riego, a Castilian, during the Peninsular War. He had been a prisoner at the time. He had died in Spain, I think. When Ralph made the grand tour, he had made the acquaintance of his Spanish relations. He used to talk about them, the Riegos, and Veronica used to talk of what he said of them until they came to stand for romance, the romance of the outer world to me. One day, a little before Ralph and Veronica became engaged, these Spaniards descended out of the blue. It was romance suddenly dangled right before my eyes. It was romance. You have no idea what it meant to me to talk to Carlos Riego. Rooksby was kind enough. He had me over to the priory, where I made the acquaintance of the two maiden ladies, his second cousins, who kept house for him. Yes, Ralph was kind, but I rather hated him for it, and was a little glad when he too had to suffer some of the pangs of jealousy. Jealousy of Carlos Riego. Carlos was dark, and of a grace to set Ralph as much in the shade as Ralph himself set me. And Carlos had seen a deal more of the world than Ralph. He had a foreign sense of humor that made him forever ready to sacrifice his personal dignity. It made Veronica laugh, and even drew a grim smile from my mother, but it gave Ralph bad moments. How he came into these parts was a little of a mystery. When Ralph was displeased with this Spanish connection, he used to swear that Carlos had cut a throat or taken a purse. At other times he used to say that it was a political matter. In fine, Carlos had the hospitality of the priory and the title of count when he chose to use it. He brought with him a short, pursy, bearded companion, half friend, half servant, who said he had served in Napoleon's Spanish contingent and had a way of striking his breast with a wooden hand. His arm had suffered in a cavalry charge, and exclaiming, "I, Tomas Castro." He was an Andalusian. For myself, the first shock of his strangeness overcome, I adored Carlos, and Veronica liked him and laughed at him, till one day he said goodbye and rode off along the London road, followed by his Tomas Castro. I had an intense longing to go with him out into the great world that brooded all round our foothills. You ought to remember that I knew nothing whatever of that great world. I'd never been further away from our farm than just to Canterbury School, to Hythe Market, to Romney Market. Our farm nestled down under the steep brown downs, just beside the Roman road to Canterbury. Stone Street, the street, we called it. Ralph's land was just on the other side of the street, and the shepherds on the downs used to see of nights a dead and gone Rooksby, Sir Peter that was, ride upon it past the quarry with his head under his arm. I don't think I believed in him, but I believed in the smugglers who shared the highway with that horrible ghost. It is impossible for anyone nowadays to conceive the effect these smugglers had upon life thereabouts and then. They were the power to which everything else deferred. They used to overrun the country in great bands and brooked no interference with their business. Not long before they had defeated regular troops in a pitched battle on the marsh, And on the very day I went away, I remember we couldn't do our carting because the smugglers had given us notice they would need our horses in the evening. They were a power in the land where there was violence enough without them, God knows. Our position on that street put us in the midst of it all. At dusk, we shut our doors, pulled down our blinds, sat round the fire, and knew pretty well what was going on outside. There would be long whistles in the dark, and when we found men lurking in our barns, we feigned not to see them. It was safer so. The smugglers, the free traders they called themselves, were as well organized for helping malefactors out of the country as for running goods in. So it came about that we used to have comers and forgers, murderers and French spies, all sorts of malefactors, hiding in our straw throughout the day. Wait for the whistle to blow from the street at dusk. I, born with my century, was familiar with these things, but my mother forbade my meddling with them. I expect she knew enough herself, all the resident gentry did. But Ralph, though he was to some extent of the new school, and used to boast that, if applied to, he would grant a warrant against any free trader, never did, as a matter of fact, or not for many years. Carlos, then, Rooksby's Spanish kinsman, had come and gone, and I envied him his going, with his air of mystery, to some far-off, lawless adventures, perhaps over there in Spain, where there were war and rebellion. Shortly afterwards, Rooksby proposed for the hand of Veronica and was accepted by my mother. Veronica went about looking happy. That upset me too. It seemed unjust that she should go out into the great world, to Bath, to Brighton, should see the Prince Regent and the great fights on Hounslow Heath, whilst I was to remain forever a farmer's boy. That afternoon I was upstairs looking at the reflection of myself in the tall glass, wondering miserably why I seemed to be such an oaf. The voice of Rooksby hailed me suddenly from downstairs. "Hey, John! John Kemp, come down, I say." I started away from the glass as if I had been taken in an act of folly. Rooksby was flicking his leg with his switch in the doorway at the bottom of a narrow flight of stairs. He wanted to talk to me, he said, and I followed him out through the yard onto the soft road that climbs the hill to westward. The evening was falling slowly and mournfully. It was dark already in the folds of the sombre downs. We passed the corner of the orchard. "I know what you've got to tell me," I said. "You're going to marry Veronica. Well, you've no need of my blessing. Some people have all the luck. Here am I. Look at me." Ralph walked with his head bent down. "Confound it," I said. "I shall run away to sea. I tell you, I'm rotting. There. I say, Ralph, give me Carlos' direction." I caught hold of his arm. "I'll go after him. He'll show me a little life. He said he would." Ralph remained lost in a kind of gloomy abstraction, while I went on worrying him for Carlos' address. "Carlos is the only soul I know outside 5 miles from here. Besides, he's friends in the Indies. That's where I want to go, and he could give me a cast. You remember what Tomas Castro said." Rooksby came to a sudden halt, and began furiously to switch his corded legs. "Curse Carlos, and his Castro too. They'll have me in jail betwixt them. They're both in my red barn if you want their direction." He hurried on suddenly up the hill, leaving me gazing upwards at him. When I caught him up, he was swearing, as one did in those days, and stamping his foot in the middle of the road. "I tell you," he said violently, "it's the most accursed business. That Castro with his Cuba is nothing but a blasted buccaneer. And Carlos is no better. They go to Liverpool for a passage to Jamaica, and see what comes of it." It seems that on Liverpool docks in the owl light, they fell in with an elderly hunks just returned from West Indies who asked the time at the door of a shipping agent. Castro pulls out a watch, and the old fellow jumps on it, vows it's his own, taken from him years before by some picaroons on his outward voyage. Out from the agents comes another, and swears that Castro is one of the self-same crew. He himself purported to be the master of the very ship. Afterwards, in the solitary dusk among the ropes and bales, there had evidently been some play with knives, and it ended with a flight to London, and then down to Rooksby's Red Barn, with the runners in full cry after them. "Think of it," Rooksby said, "and me a justice. And, oh, it drives me wild, this hole and corner work. There's a filthy muddle with the free traders, a whistle to blow after dark at the Quarry. Tonight of all nights, and me a justice, and as good as a married man." I looked at him wonderingly in the dusk. His high coat collar almost hid his face, and his hat was pressed down over his eyes. The thing seemed incredible to me. Here was an adventure, and I was shocked to see that Rooksby was in a pitiable state about it. "But Ralph," I said, "I would help Carlos." "Oh, you," he said fretfully. "You want to run your head into a noose, that's what it comes to. Why, I may have to flee the country. There's the redbreasts poking their noses into every cottage on the Ashford Road." He strode on again. A wisp of mist came stealing down the hill. "I can't give my cousin up. He could be smuggled out right enough, but then I should have to get across salt water too for at least a year. Why—" He seemed ready to tear his hair, and then I put in my say. He needed a little persuasion, though, in spite of Veronica. "I should have to meet Carlos, Riego, and Castro in a little fir wood above the Quarry in half an hour's time. All I had to do was to whistle 3 bars of Lily Bolero as a signal. A connection had been already arranged with the free traders on the road beside the Quarry, and they were coming down that night, as we knew well enough, both of us. They were coming in force from Canterbury way down to the marsh. It had cost Ralph a pretty penny, but once in the hands of the smugglers, his cousin and Castro would be safe enough from the runners. It would have needed a troop of horse to take them. The difficulty was that of late the smugglers themselves had become demoralized. There were ugly rumors of it, and there was a danger that Castro and Carlos, if not looked after, might end their days in some marsh dyke. It was desirable that someone well known in our part should see them to the seashore. A boat there was to take them out into the bay where an outward-bound West Indiaman would pick them up. But for Ralph's fear for his neck, which had increased in value since its devotion to Veronica, he would have squired his cousin. As it was, he fluttered round the idea of letting me take his place. Finally, he settled it, and I embarked on a long adventure. End of Part 1, Chapter 1.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Part 1, The Quarry and the Beach, Chapter 2, of Romance, by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 2, of Romance. Between moonrise and sunset, I was stumbling through the bracken of the little copse, that was like a tuft of hair on the brow of the great white quarry. It was quite dark, in among the trees. I made the circuit of the copse, whistling softly my 3 bars of Lily Bolero. Then I plunged into it. The bracken underfoot rustled and rustled. I came to a halt. A little bar of light lay on the horizon in front of me, almost colourless. It was crossed again and again by the small fir trunks that were little more than wands. A wood pigeon rose with a sudden crash of sound, flapping away against the branches. My pulse was dancing with delight. My heart, too. It was like a game of hide-and-seek, and yet it was life at last. Everything grew silent again, and I began to think I had missed my time. Down below in the plain, a great way off, a dog was barking continuously. I moved forward a few paces and whistled. The glow of adventure began to die away. There was nothing at all, a little mystery of light on the tree trunks. I moved forward again, getting back towards the road. Against the glimmer of dead light, I thought I caught the outlines of a man's hat down among the tossing lines of the bracken. I whispered loudly, "Carlos! Carlos!" There was a moment of hoarse whispering, a sudden gruff sound. A shaft of blazing yellow light darted from the level of the ground into my dazed eyes. A man sprang at me and thrust something cold and knobby into my neckcloth. The light continued to blaze into my eyes. It moved upwards and shone on a red waistcoat dashed with gilt buttons. I was being arrested. In the king's name. It was a most sudden catastrophe. A hand was clutching my windpipe. "Don't so much as squeak, Mr. Castro," a voice whispered in my ear. The lanthorn light suddenly died out, and I heard whispers. "Get him out to the road. I'll tackle the other. Darby's. Mind his knife." I was like a confounded rabbit in their hands. One of them had his fist on my collar and jerked me out upon the hard road. We rolled down the embankment, but he was on top. It seemed an abominable episode, a piece of bad faith on the part of fate. I ought to have been exempt from these sordid haps, but the man's hot leathery hand on my throat was like a foretaste of the other collar. And I was horribly afraid, horribly, of the sort of mysterious potency of the laws that these men represented, and I could think of nothing to do. We stood in a little slanting cutting in the shadow. A watery light before the moon's rising slanted downwards from the hilltop along the opposite bank. We stood in utter silence. "If you stir a hair," my captor said coolly, "I'll squeeze the blood out of your throat like a rotten orange." He had the calmness of one dealing with an everyday incident, yet the incident should have been, tremendous. We stood waiting silently for an eternity, as one waits for a hare to break covert before the beaters. From down the long hill came a small sound of horses' hoofs, a sound like the beating of the heart, intermittent, a muffled thud on turf, and a faint clink of iron. It seemed to die away unheard by the runner beside me. Presently there was a crackling of the short pine branches, a rustle, and a hoarse whisper from above. "Others cleared, Thorns. Got that one safe?" "All serene." The man from above dropped down onto the road, a clumsy, cloaked figure. He turned his lantern upon me in a painful yellow glare. "What? 'Tis the young un," he grunted after a moment. "Read the warrant, Thorns." My captor began to fumble in his pocket, pulled out a paper, and bent down into the light. Suddenly he paused and looked up at me. "This ain't—" "Mr. Lillywhite, I don't believe this ain't a Jack Spaniard. The clinks of bit and stirrup irons came down in a waft again. That be hanged for a tale, Thorns, the man with the lanthorn said sharply. If this here ain't Riego, or the other, I began to come out of my stupor. My name's John Kemp, I said. The other grunted. Hurry up, Thorns. But Mr. Lillywhite, Thorns reasoned, he don't speak like a dago. Split me if he do. And we ain't in a friendly country either, you know that. We can't afford to rile the gentry. I plucked up courage. You'll get your heads broke, I said, if you wait much longer. Hark to that. The approaching horses had turned off the turf onto the hard road. The steps of first one and then another sounded out down the silent hill. I knew it was the free traders from that, for except between banks, they kept to the soft roadsides as if it were an article of faith. The noise of hoofs became that of an army. The runners began to consult. The shadow called Thorns was for bolting across country, but Lillywhite was not built for speed. Besides, he did not know the lie of the land and believed the free traders were mere bogies. They'll never touch us, Lillywhite grumbled. We've a warrant. King's name. He was flashing his lanthorn aimlessly up the hill. Besides, he began again, we've got this Gaddis-bird. If he's not a Spaniard, he knows all about them. I heard him. Kemp he may be, but he spoke Spanish up there. And we've got something for our trouble. He'll swing, I'll lay you. From far above us came a shout. Then a confused noise of voices. The moon began to get up. Above the cutting, the clouds had a fringe of sudden silver. A horseman, cloaked and muffled to the ears, trotted warily towards us. What's up? He hailed from a matter of 10 yards. What are you showing that glim for? Anything wrong below? The runners kept silence. We heard the click of a pistol lock. In the king's name, Lillywhite shouted, get off that nag and lend a hand. We've a prisoner. The horseman gave an incredulous whistle and then began to shout, his voice winding mournfully uphill. Hello! Hello! An echo stole back. Hello! Hello! Then a number of voices. The horse stood, dropping its head, and the man turned in his saddle. Runners, he shouted. Bow Street runners, come along, boys. We'll roast them. Runners, runners. The sound of heavy horses at a jolting trot came to our ears. We're in for it, Lillywhite grunted. Damn this country of Kent. Thorns never loosed his hold of my collar. At the steep of the hill, the men and horses came into sight against the white sky, a confused crowd of ominous things. Turn that lantern off in me, the horseman said. Don't you see you frighten my horse? Now, boys, get round them. The great horses formed in a regular half circle around us. Men descended clumsily like sacks of corn. The lanthorn was seized and flashed upon us. There was a confused hubbub. I caught my own name. Yes, I'm Kemp. John Kemp, I called. I'm true blue. Blue be hanged, a voice shouted back. What be you doing with runners? The riot went on. 40 or 50 voices. The runners were seized. Several hands caught at me. It was impossible to make myself heard. A fist struck me on the cheek. Give it 'em, someone shrieked. They hung my nephew. Give it 'em all the three. Young Kemp's mother's a bad 'un. An informer he is. Up with 'em. I was pulled down on my knees, then thrust forward, and then left to myself while they rushed to bonnet Lillywhite. I stumbled against a great, quiet farm horse. A continuous scuffling went on. An imperious voice cried, Hold your tongues, you fools! Hold your tongues! Someone else called, Here to Jack Ransley! Here to him! There was a silence. I saw a hand light a torch at the lanthorn, and the crowd of faces, the muddle of limbs, the horses' heads, and the quiet trees above flickered into sight. "Don't let them hang me, Jack Rangsley," I sobbed. "You know I'm no spy. Don't let 'em hang me, Jack." He rode his horse up to me and caught me by the collar. "Hold your tongue," he said roughly. He began to make a set speech, anathematizing runners. He moved to tie our feet and hang us by our fingernails over the quarry edge. A hubbub of assent and dissent went up. Then the crowd became unanimous. Rangsley slipped from his horse. "Blindfold 'em, lads," he cried, and turned me sharply round. "Don't straddle," he whispered in my ear. His silk handkerchief came cool across my eyelids. I felt hands fumbling with a knot at the back of my head. "You're all right," he said again. The hubbub of voices ceased suddenly. "Now, lads, bring 'em along." A voice I knew said their watchword, "Snuff and enough," loudly, and then, "What's a gate?" Someone else answered, "It's Rooksby, it's Sir Ralph." The voice interrupted sharply, "No names now, I don't want hanging." The hand left my arm. There was a pause in the motion of the procession. I caught a moment's sound of whispering. Then a new voice cried, "Strip the runners to the shirt! Strip 'em! That's it!" I heard some groans and a cry, "You won't murder us!" Then a nasal drawl, "We will surely." Someone else, Rangsley I think, called, "Bring 'em along, this way now." After a period of turmoil, we seemed to come out of the crowd upon a very rough, descending path. Rangsley had called out, "Now then, the rest of you be off. We've got enough here." And the hoofs of heavy horses sounded again. Then we came to a halt, and Rangsley called sharply from close to me, "Now, you runners, and you, John Kemp, here you be on the brink of eternity, above the old quarry. There's a sheer drop of 100 feet. We'll tie your legs and hang you by your fingers. If you hang long enough, you'll have time to say your prayers. Look alive, lads." The voice of one of the runners began to shout, "You'll swing for this, you." As for me, I was in a dream. "Jack," I said, "Jack, you won't." "Oh, that's all right," the voice said in a whisper. "Mum now, it's all right." It withdrew itself a little from my ear and called, "Now then, ready with them when I say 3. I heard groans and curses and began to shout for help. My voice came back in an echo despairingly. Suddenly I was dragged backward and the bandage pulled from my eyes. "Come along," Rangsley said, leading me gently enough to the road which was 5 steps behind. "It's all a joke," he snarled. "A pretty bad one for those catchpawls. Hear 'em groan. The drop's not 2 feet. We made a few paces down the road. The pitiful voices of the runners crying for help came plainly to my ears. They aren't murdering them?" I asked. No, he answered. "Can't afford to. Wish we could, but they'd make it too hot for us." We began to descend the hill. From the quarry a voice shrieked, "Help! Help! For the love of God! I can't!" There was a grunt and the sound of a fall. Then a precisely similar sequence of sounds. "That'll teach 'em," Rangsley said ferociously. "Come along. They've only rolled down a bank. They weren't over the quarry. It's all right. I swear it is." And as a matter of fact, that was the smugglers' ferocious idea of humor. They would hang any undesirable man like these runners, whom it would make too great a stir to murder outright, over the edge of a low bank, and swear to him that he was clawing the brink of Shakespeare's cliff, or any other 100-foot drop. The wretched creatures suffered all the tortures of death before they let go, and as a rule, they never returned to our parts. End of Part 1, The Beach and the Quarry, Chapter 2. Part 1, The Quarry and the Beach, Chapter 3 of Romance, by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 3 of Romance. The spirit of the age has changed. Everything has changed so utterly that one can hardly believe in the existence of one's earlier self. But I can still remember how, at that moment, I made the acquaintance of my heart, a thing that bounded and leapt within my chest a little sickeningly. The other details I forget. Jack Rangsley was a tall, big-boned, thin man, with something sinister in the lines of his horseman's cloak, and something reckless in the way he set his spurred heel on the ground. He was the son of an old marsh squire. Old Rangsley had been head of the last of the owlers, the aristocracy of export smugglers, and Jack had sunk a little in becoming the head of the old-born tap importers. But he was hard enough, tyrannical enough, and had nerve enough to keep free trading alive in our parts until long after it had become an anachronism. He ended his days on the gallows, of course, but that was long afterwards. "I'd give $1 to know what's going on in those runners' heads," Rangsley said, pointing back with his crop. He laughed gaily. The great white face of the quarry rose up pale in the moonlight. The dusky red fires of the lime kilns glowed at the base, sending up a blood-red dust of sullen smoke. "I'll swear they think they've dropped straight into hell." "You'll have to cut the country, John," he added suddenly. "They'll have got your name uncommon pat. I did my best for you." He had had me tied up like that before the runners' eyes in order to take their suspicions off me. He had made a pretense to murder me with the same idea, but he didn't believe they were taken in. "There'll be warrants out before morning if they ain't too shaken. But what were you doing in the business? The 2 Spaniards were lying in the fern looking on when you come blundering your clumsy nose in. If it hadn't been for Rooksby, you might have— Hello there," he broke off. An answer came from the black shadow of a clump of roadside elms. I made out the forms of 3 or 4 horses standing with their heads together. "Come along," Rangsley said. "Up with you. We'll talk as we go." Someone helped me into a saddle. My legs trembled in the stirrups as if I had ridden 1,000 miles on end already. I imagine I must have fallen into a stupor, for I have only a vague impression of somebody's exculpating himself to me. As a matter of fact, Ralph, after having egged me on in the intention of staying at home, had had qualms of conscience and had come to the quarry. It was he who had cried the watchword "snuff and enough," and who had held the whispered consultation. Carlos and Castro had waited in their hiding place, having been spectators of the arrival of the runners and of my capture. I gathered this long afterwards. At that moment I was conscious only of the motion of the horse beneath me, of intense weariness, and of the voice of Ralph, who was lamenting his own cowardice. "If it had come at any other time," he kept on repeating, "but now, with Veronica to think of— You take me, Johnny, don't you?" My companions rode silently. After we had passed the houses of a little village, a heavy mist fell upon us, white, damp, and clogging. Ralph reined his horse beside mine. "I'm sorry," he began again. "I'm miserably sorry I got you into this scrape. I swear I wouldn't have had it happen, not for £1,000, not for 10. "It doesn't matter," I said cheerfully. "Ah, but," Rooksby said, "you'll have to leave the country for a time, until I can arrange." "I will. You can trust me." "Oh, he'll have to leave the country for sure," Rangsley said jovially, "if he wants to live it down. There's 45 warrants out against me, but they dursn't serve him. But he's not me." "It's a miserable business," Ralph said. He had an air of the profoundest dejection. In the misty light he looked like a man mortally wounded, riding from a battlefield. "Let him come with us," the musical voice of Carlos came through the mist in front of us. "He shall see the world a little." "For God's sake, hold your tongue," Ralph answered him. "There's mischief enough. He shall go to France." "Oh, let the young blade rip around the world for a year or two, squire," Rangsley's voice said from behind us. In the end, Ralph let me go with Carlos, actually across the sea into the West Indies. I begged and implored him. It seemed that now there was a chance for me to find my world of romance. And Ralph, who, though one of the most law-respecting of men, was not for the moment one of the most valorous, was wild to wash his hands of the whole business. He did his best for me. He borrowed a good number of guineas from Rangsley, who travelled with a bag of them at his saddle-bow, ready to pay his men their 7 shillings a head for the run. Ralph remembered too, or I remembered for him, that he had estates and an agent in Jamaica, and he turned into the big inn at the junction of a London road to write a letter to his agent, bidding him house me and employ me as an improver. For fear of compromising him, we waited in the shadow of trees a furlong or two down the road. He came at a trot, gave me the letter, drew me aside, and began upbraiding himself again. The others rode onwards. "Oh, it's all right," I said. "It's fine. It's fine. I'd have given 50 guineas for this chance this morning. And Ralph, I say, you may tell Veronica why I'm going, but keep a shut mouth to my mother. Let her think I've run away. Eh? Don't spoil your chance." He was in such a state of repentance and flutter that he could not let me take a decent farewell. The sound of the others' horses had long died away down the hill when he began to tell me what he ought to have done. "I knew it at once after I'd let you go. I ought to have kept you out of it. You came near being murdered. And to think of it, you, her brother, to be—" "Oh, it's all right," I said gaily. "It's all right. You've to stand by Veronica. I've no one to my back. Good night. Goodbye." I pulled my horse's head round and galloped down the hill. The main body had halted before setting out over the shingle to the shore. Rangsley was waiting to conduct us into the town, where we should find a man to take us 3 fugitives out to the expected ship. We rode clattering aggressively through the silence of the long, narrow main street. Every now and then Carlos Riego coughed lamentably, but Tomas Castro rode in gloomy silence. There was a light here and there in a window, but not a soul stirring abroad. On the blind of an inn, the shadow of a bearded man held the shadow of a rummer to its mouth. "That'll be my uncle," Rangsley said. "He'll be the man to do your errand." He called to one of the men behind. "Here, Joe Pilcher, do you go into the White Hart and drag my Uncle Tom out. Bring him up to me, to the nest." 3 doors further on we came to a halt and got down from our horses. Rangsley knocked on a shutter panel, 2 hard knocks with the crop and 3 with a naked fist. Then a lock clicked Heavy bars rumbled and a chain rattled. Rangsley pushed me through the doorway. A side door opened, and I saw into a lighted room filled with wreaths of smoke. A paunchy man in a bob wig, with a blue coat and Windsor buttons, holding a churchwarden pipe in his right hand and a pewter quart in his left, came towards us. "Hello, Captain," he said. "You'll be too late with the lights, won't you?" He had a deprecatory air. "Your watch is fast, Mr. Mayor," Rangsley answered surlily. "The tide won't serve for half an hour yet." "Ch," the other wheezed. "No offence. We respect you. But still, when one has a stake, one likes to know." "My stake's all I have, and my neck," Rangsley said impatiently. "What's yours? A matter of 50 pund 10? Why don't you make them bring they lanterns?" A couple of dark lanterns were passed to Rangsley, who half uncovered one and lit the way up steep wooden stairs. We climbed up to a tiny cockloft, of which the side towards the sea was all glazed. "Now you sit there on the floor," Rangsley commanded. "Can't leave you below. The runners will be coming to the mayor for new warrants tomorrow, and he'd not like to have spent the night in your company." He threw a casement open. The moon was hidden from us by clouds, but a long way off, over the distant sea, there was an irregular patch of silver light, against which the chimneys of the opposite houses were silhouetted. The church clock began muffledly to chime the quarters behind us. Then the hour struck. 10 strokes. Rangsley set one of his lanterns on the window and twisted the top. He sent beams of yellow light shooting out to seawards. His hands quivered, and he was mumbling to himself under the influence of ungovernable excitement. His stakes were very large, and all depended on the flicker of those lanterns out towards the men on the luggers that were hidden in the black expanse of the sea. Then he waited, and against the light of the window I could see him mopping his forehead with the sleeve of his coat. My heart began to beat softly and insistently, out of sympathy. Suddenly, from the deep shadow of the cloud above the sea, a yellow light flashed silently cut. Very small, very distant, very short-lived. Rangsley heaved a deep sigh and slapped me heavily on the shoulder. "All serene, my buck," he said. "Now let's see after you. I've half an hour. What's the ship?" I was at a loss, but Carlo said out of the darkness, "The ship, the Thames. My friend Senor Ortiz of the Minores said you would know." "Oh, I know, Rangsley said softly. And indeed, he did know all that was to be known about smuggling out of the southern counties of people who could no longer inhabit them. The trade was a survival of the days of Jacobite plots. And it's a hanging job, too, but it's no affair of mine." He stopped and reflected for an instant. I could feel Carlo's eyes upon us, looking out of the thick darkness. A slight rustling came from the corner that hid Castro. "She passes down channel tonight, then," Rangsley said. "With this wind, you'll want to be well out in the bay at 11:15. An abnormal scuffling, intermingled with snatches of jovial remonstrance, made itself heard from the bottom of the ladder. A voice called up through the hatch, "Here's your uncle, Squire Jack," and a husky murmur corroborated. "Be you drunk again, you old sinner?" Rangsley asked. "Listen to me. Here's 3 men to be set aboard the Thames at 11:15. A grunt came in reply. Rangsley repeated slowly. The grunt answered again. "Here's 3 men to be set aboard the Thames at 11:15, Rangsley said again.
"Here's 3 men
to be set aboard Thames at 11:15. A voice hiccuped back to us. Well, see you do it, Rangsley said. He's as drunk as a king, he commented to us. But when you've said a thing 3 times, he remembers. Hark to him. The drunken voice from below kept up a constant babble of 3 men to be set aboard Thames. 3 men to be set. He'll not stop saying that till he has you safe aboard, Rangsley said. He showed a glimmer of light down the ladder. Carlos and Castro descended. I caught sight below me of the silver head and the deep red ears of a drunken uncle of Rangsley. He'd been one of the most redoubtable of the family, a man of immense strength and cunning, but a confirmed habit of consuming 1.5 pints of gin a night had made him disinclined for the more arduous tasks of a trade. He limited his energies to working the underground passage, to the success of which his fox-like cunning and intimate knowledge of the passing shipping were indispensable. I was preparing to follow the others down the ladder when Rangsley touched my arm. I don't like your company, he said close behind my ear. I know who they are. There were bills out for them this morning. I'd blow them and take the reward, but for you and Squire Rooksby. They're handy with their knives too, I fancy. You mind me, and look to yourself with them. There's something unnatural. His words had a certain effect upon me, and his manner perhaps more. A thing that was unnatural to Jack Rangsley, the man of darkness who lived forever as if in the shadow of the gallows, was a thing to be avoided. He was for me nearly as romantic a figure as Carlos himself, but for his forbidding darkness, and he was a person of immense power. The silent flittings of lights that I had just seen, the answering signals from the loggers far out to sea, the enforced sleep of the towns and countryside whilst his plans were working out at night, had impressed me with a sense of awe, and his words sank into my spirit and made me afraid for my future. We followed the others downwards into a ground-floor room that was fitted up as a barber's shop. A rushlight was burning on a table. Rangsley took hold of a piece of wainscoting, part of the frame of a panel. He pulled it towards him, and at the same moment a glazed showcase full of razors and brushes swung noiselessly forward with an effect of the supernatural. A small opening, just big enough to take a man's body, revealed itself. We passed through it and up a sort of tunnel. The door at the other end, which was formed of panels, had a manger and straw crib attached to it on the outside, and led us into a horse's stall. We found ourselves in the stable of the inn. We don't use this passage for ourselves, Rangsley said. Only the most looked up to need to, the justices and such like. But gallus birds like you and your company, it's best for us not to be seen in company with. Follow my uncle now. Good night. We went into the yard under the pillars of the town hall, across the silent street, through a narrow passage and down to the sea. Old Rangsley reeled ahead of us swiftly, muttering, 3 men to be set aboard the Thames. 11:15. 3 men to be set aboard. And in a few minutes we stood upon the shingle beside the idle sea that was nearly at the full. End of Part 1, The Beach and the Quarry, Chapter 3. Part 1, The Beach and the Quarry, Chapter 4 of Romance, by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 4 of Romance. It was, I suppose, what I demanded of fate, to be gently wafted into the position of a hero of romance, without rough hands at my throat. It is what we all ask, I suppose, and we get it sometimes in 10-minute snatches. I didn't know where I was going. It was enough for me to sail in and out of the patches of shadow that fell from the moon right above our heads. We embarked, and as we drew further out, the land turned to a shadow, spotted here and there with little lights. Behind us a cock crowed. The shingle crashed at intervals beneath the feet of a large body of men. I remembered the smugglers, but it was as if I had remembered them only to forget them forever. Old Rangsley, who steered with the sheet in his hand, kept up an unintelligible babble. Carlos and Castro talked under their breaths. Along the gunwale there was a constant ripple and gurgle. Suddenly old Rangsley began to sing. His voice was hoarse and drunken. When Harold war invaded, and falling lost his crown, a Norman William waited. The water murmured without a pause, as if it had a million tiny facts to communicate in very little time. And then old Rangsley hove to wait for the ship, and sat half asleep, lurching over the tiller. He was a very unreliable scoundrel. The boat leaked like a sieve. The wind freshened, and we three began to ask ourselves how it was going to end. There were no lights upon the sea. At last, well out, a blue gleam caught our eyes. But by this time old Rangsley was helpless, and it fell to me to manage the boat. Carlos was of no use. He knew it, and without saying a word busied himself in bailing the water out. But Castro, I was surprised to notice, knew more than I did about a boat, and maimed as he was, made himself useful. To me, it looks as if we should drown, Carlos said at one point, very quietly. I am sorry for you, Juan. And for yourself, too, I answered, feeling very hopeless, and with a dogged grimness. Just now, my young cousin, I feel as if I should not mind dying under the water, he remarked with a sigh, but without ceasing to bail for a moment. Ah, you are sorry to be leaving home, and your friends and Spain and your fine adventures, I answered. The blue flare showed a very little nearer. There was nothing to be done but talk and wait. No, England, he answered in a tone full of meaning. Things in England. People there. One person at least. To me his words and his smile seemed to imply a bitter irony, but they were said very earnestly. Castro had hauled the helpless form of old Rangsley forward. I caught him muttering savagely, I could kill that old man. He did not want to be drowned. Neither assuredly did I. But it was not fear so much as a feeling of dreariness and disappointment that had come over me. The sudden feeling that I was going not to adventure but to death, that here was not romance but an end, a disenchanted surprise that it should soon be all over. We kept a grim silence. Further out in the bay we were caught in a heavy squall. Sitting by the tiller, I got as much out of her as I knew how. We would go as far as we could before the run was over. Carlos bailed unceasingly and without a word of complaint, sticking to his self-appointed task as if in very truth he were careless of life. A feeling came over me that this indeed was the elevated and the romantic. Perhaps he was tired of his life. Perhaps he really regretted what he'd left behind him in England or somewhere else. Some association, some woman. But he, at least, if we went down together, would go gallantly and without complaint. At the end of a life with associations, movements, having lived and regretted, I should disappear ingloriously on the very threshold. Castro, standing up unsteadily, growled, "We may do it yet. Si, senor." The blue gleam was much larger. It flared smokily up towards the sky. I made out ghastly parallelograms of a ship's sails high above us, and at last many faces peering unseeingly over the rail in our direction. We all shouted together. I may say that it was thanks to me that we reached the ship. Our boat went down under us whilst I was tying a rope under Carlos' arms. He was standing up with the bailer still in his hand. On board, the women passengers were screaming, and as I clung desperately to the rope that was thrown me, it struck me oddly that I had never before heard so many women's voices at the same time. Afterwards, when I stood on the deck, they began laughing at old Rangsley, who held forth in a thunderous voice, punctuated by hiccups. "They carried I aboard the lugger, and sinks I in the cold, cold sea." It mortified me excessively that I should be tacked to his tale and exhibited to a number of people, and I had a sudden conviction of my small importance. I had expected something altogether different, an audience sympathetically interested in my desire for a passage to the West Indies, instead of which people laughed while I spoke in panting jerks, and the water dripped out of my clothes. After I had made it clear that I wanted to go with Carlos and could pay for my passage, I was handed down into the steerage, where a tallow candle burnt in a thick blue atmosphere. I was stripped and filled with some fiery liquid and fell asleep. Old Rangsley was sent ashore with the pilot. It was a new and strange life to me, opening there suddenly enough. The Thames was one of the usual West Indiamen, but to me even the very ropes and spars, the sea, and the unbroken dome of the sky had a rich strangeness. Time passed lazily and gliding. I made more fully the acquaintance of my companions, but seemed to know them no better. I lived with Carlos in the cabin, Castro in the half-deck, but we were all three pretty constantly together, and they being the only Spaniards on board, we were more or less isolated from the other passengers. Looking at my companions at times, I had vague misgivings. It was as if these two had fascinated me to the verge of some danger. Sometimes Castro, looking up, uttered vague ejaculations. Carlos pushed his hat back and sighed. They had preoccupations, cares, interests in which they let me have no part. Castro struck me as absolutely ruffianly. His head was knotted in a red, white-spotted handkerchief. His grizzled beard was tangled. He wore a black and rusty cloak, ragged at the edges, and his feet were often bare. At his side would lie his wooden right hand. As a rule, the place of his forearm was taken by a long, thin steel blade that he was forever sharpening. Carlos talked with me, telling me about his former life and his adventures. The other passengers he discountenanced by a certain coldness of manner that made me ashamed of talking to them. I respected him so. He was so wonderful to me then. Castro I detested, but I accepted their relationship without in the least understanding how Carlos, with his fine grain, his high soul, I gave him credit for a high soul, could put up with the squalid ferocity with which I credited Castro. It seemed to hang in the air round the grotesque raggedness of the saturnine brown man. Carlos had made Spain too hot to hold him in those tortuous intrigues of the army of the faith and Bourbon troops and Italian legions. From what I could understand, he must have played fast and loose in an insolent manner. And there was some woman offended. There was a gayness and gallantry in that part of it. He had known the very spirit of romance, and now he was sailing gallantly out to take up his inheritance from an uncle who was a great noble, owning the greater part of one of the intendencias of Cuba. "He is a very old man, I hear," Carlos said, "a little doting and having need of me." There were all the elements of romance about Carlos' story, except the actual discomforts of the ship in which we were sailing. He himself had never been in Cuba or seen his uncle, but he had, as I have indicated, ruined himself in one way or another in Spain, and it had come as a godsend to him when his uncle had sent Tomas Castro to bring him to Cuba, to the town of Rio Medio. "The town belongs to my uncle. He is very rich, a Grand Espagne, everything. But he is now very old and has left Havana to die in his palace in his own town. He has an only daughter, a Donna Serafina, and I suppose that if I find favor in his eyes, I shall marry her and inherit my uncle's great riches. I am the only one that is left of the family to inherit." He waved his hand and smiled a little. "Vaya, a little of that great wealth would be welcome. If I had had a few pence more, there would have been none of this worry, and I should not have been on this dirty ship in these rags." He looked down good-humoredly at his clothes. "But," I said, "how do you come to be in a scrape at all?" He laughed a little proudly. "In a scrape," he said. I am in none. It is Tomas Castro there." He laughed affectionately. "He is as faithful as he is ugly," he said. "But I fear he has been a villain too. What do I know? Over there in my uncle's town there are some villains. You know what I mean. One must not speak too loudly on this ship. There is a man called O'Brien who mismanages my uncle's affairs. What do I know? The good Tomas has been in some villainy that is no affair of mine. He is a good friend and a faithful dependent of my family's. He certainly had that man's watch. The man we met by evil chance at Liverpool, a man who came from Jamaica. He had bought it. Of a bad man, perhaps, I do not ask. It was Castro your police wished to take. But I, bon Dieu, do you think I would take watches?" I certainly did not think he had taken a watch, but I did not relinquish the idea that he, in a glamorous, romantic way, had been a pirate. Rooksby had certainly hinted as much in his irritation. He lost none of his romantic charm in my eyes. The fact that he was sailing in uncomfortable circumstances detracted little, nor did his clothes, which at the worst were better than any I had ever had. And he wore them with an air and a grace. He had probably been in worse circumstances when campaigning with the army of the faith in Spain. And there was certainly the uncle with the romantic title and the great inheritance, and the cousin, the Miss Serafina, whom he would probably marry. I imagined him an aristocratic scapegrace, a corsair. It was the Byronic period then. Sailing out to marry a sort of shimmering princess with hair like Veronica's, bright golden, and a face like that of a certain keeper's daughter. Carlos, however, knew nothing about his cousin. he cared little more as far as I could tell. "What can she be to me since I have seen your—" he said once, and then stopped, looking at me with a certain tender irony. He insisted, though, that his aged uncle was in need of him. As for Castro, he and his rags came out of a life of sturt and strife, and I hoped he might die by treachery. He had undoubtedly been sent by the uncle across the seas to find Carlos and bring him out of Europe. There was something romantic in that mission. He was now a dependent of the Riego family, but there were unfathomable depths in that tubby little man's past. That he had gone to Russia at the tail of the Grande Armée, one could not help believing. He had been most likely in the grand army of sutlers and camp followers. He could talk convincingly of the cold and of the snows in his escape, and from his allusions one could get glimpses of what he had been before and afterwards. Apparently everything that was questionable in a secularly disturbed Europe, no doubt somewhat of a bandit, a guerrillero in the 6s and 7s, with the army of the faith near the French border later on. There had been room and to spare for that sort of pike in the muddy waters during the first years of the century. But the waters were clearing, and now the good Castro had been dodging the gallows in the Antilles or in Mexico. In his heroic moods, he would swear that his arm had been cut off at Somosierra, swear it with a great deal of asseveration, making one see the Polish lancers charging the gunners, being cut down and his own sword arm falling suddenly. Carlos, however, used to declare with affectionate cynicism that the arm had been broken by the cudgel of a Polish peasant while Castro was trying to filch a pig from a stable. "I cut his throat out, though," Castro would grumble darkly. "So like that, and it matters very little. It is even an improvement. See, I put on my blade. See, I transfix you that fly there." See how astounded he was. He did never expect that. He had actually impaled a crawling cockroach. He spent his days cooking extraordinary messes, crouching for hours over a little charcoal brazier that he lit surreptitiously in the back of his bunk, making substitutes for eternal gazpachos. All these things, if they deepened the romance of Carlos' career, enhanced also the mystery. I asked him one day, "But why do you go to Jamaica at all if you are bound for Cuba?" He looked at me, smiling a little mournfully. "Ah, Juan mio," he said, "Spain is not like your England, unchanging and stable. The party who reign today do not love me, and they are masters in Cuba as in Spain. But in his province my uncle rules alone. There I shall be safe." He was condescending to roll some cigarettes for Tomas, whose wooden hand incommoded him, and he tossed a fragment of tobacco to the wind with a laugh. "In Jamaica there is a merchant, a Señor Ramon. I have letters to him, and he shall find me a conveyance to Rio Medio, my uncle's town. He is an afiliado." He laughed again. "It is not easy to enter that place, Juanino." There was certainly some mystery about that town of his uncle's. One night I overheard him say to Castro, "Tell me, oh my Tomas, would it be safe to take this caballero, my cousin, to Rio Medio?" Castro paused, and then murmured gruffly, "Señor, unless that Irishman is consulted beforehand, or the English lord would undertake to join with the picaroons, it is very assuredly not safe." Carlos made a little exclamation of mild astonishment. "Pero? Is it so bad as that in my uncle's own town?" Tomas muttered something that I did not catch, and then, "If the English caballero committed indiscretions, or quarrelled, and all these people quarrel, why, God knows, that Irish devil could hang many persons, even myself, or take vengeance on your worship." Carlos was silent, as if in a reverie. At last he said, "But if affairs are like this, it would be well to have one more with us. The caballero, my cousin, is very strong and of great courage." Castro grunted. "Oh, of a courage. But as the proverb says, if you set an Englishman by a hornet's nest, they shall not remain long within." After that, I avoided any allusion to Cuba, because the thing, think as I would about it, would not grow clear. It was plain that something illegal was going on there, or how could that Irish devil, whoever he was, have power to hang Tomas and be revenged on Carlos? It did not affect my love for Carlos, though. In the weariness of this mystery, the passage seemed to drag a little, and it was obvious enough that Carlos was unwilling or unable to tell anything about what preoccupied him. I had noticed an intimacy spring up between the ship's second mate and Tomas, who was, it seemed to me, forever engaged in long confabulations in the man's cabin. And as much to make talk as for any other reason, I asked Carlos if he had noticed his dependent's familiarity. It was noticeable because Castro held aloof from every other soul on board. Carlos answered me with one of his nervous and angry smiles. "Ah, Juan mine, do not ask too many questions. I wish you could come with me all the way, but I cannot tell you all I know. I do not even myself know all. It seems that the man is going to leave the ship in Jamaica and has letters for that Senor Ramon, the merchant, even as I have. Vaya, more I cannot tell you." This struck me as curious, and a little of the whole mystery seemed from that time to attach to the second mate, who before had been no more to me than a long, sallow Nova Scotian, with a disagreeable intonation and rather offensive manners. I began to watch him desultorily, and was rather startled by something more than a suspicion that he himself was watching me. On one occasion in particular, I seemed to observe this. The second mate was lankily stalking the deck, his hands in his pockets. As he paused in his walk to spit into the sea beside me, Carlos said, "And you, my Juan, what will you do in this Jamaica?" The sense that we were approaching land was already all over the ship. The second mate leered at me enigmatically and moved slowly away. I said that I was going to the Horton Estates, Rooksby's, to learn planting under a Mr. MacDonald, the agent. Carlos shrugged his shoulders. I suppose I had spoken with some animation. "Ah," he said, with his air of great wisdom and varied experience of disillusionment, "it will be much the same as it had been at your home. After the first days, hard work and a great sameness." He began to cough violently. I said bitterly enough, "Yes, it will be always the same with me. I shall never see life. You've seen all that there is to see, so I suppose you do not mind settling down with an old uncle in a palace." He answered suddenly, with a certain darkness of manner, "That is as God wills. Who knows? Perhaps life, even in my uncle's palace, will not be so safe." The second mate was bearing down on us again. I said jocularly, "Why, when I get very tired of life at Horton Pen, I shall come to see you in your uncle's town." Carlos had another of his fits of coughing. "After all, we are kinsmen. I dare say you would give me a bed," I went on. The second mate was quite close to us then. Carlos looked at me with an expression of affection that a little shamed my lightness of tone. "I love you much more than a kinsman, Juan," he said. "I wish you could come with me. I tried to arrange it. Later, perhaps, I may be dead. I am very ill." He was undoubtedly ill. Campaigning in Spain, exposure in England in a rainy time, and then the ducking when we came on board had done him no good. He looked moodily at the sea. I wish you could come. I will try. The mate had paused and was listening quite unaffectedly behind Carlos' back. A moment after Carlos half turned and regarded him with a haughty stare. He whistled and walked away. Carlos muttered something that I did not catch about spies of that pestilent Irishman. Then, I will not selfishly take you into any more dangers, he said, but life on a sugar plantation is not fit for you. I felt glad and flattered that a personage so romantic should deem me a fit companion for himself. He went forward as if with some purpose. Some days afterward, the second mate sent for me to his cabin. He had been on the sick list, and he was lying in his bunk, stripped to the waist, one arm and one leg touching the floor. He raised himself slowly when I came in and spat. He had in a pronounced degree the Nova Scotian peculiarities and accent, and after he had shaved, his face shone like a polished leather. "Hello," he said. "See here, young Kemp. Does your neck just itch to be stretched?" I looked at him with mouth and eyes agape. He spat again and waved a claw towards the forward bulkhead. "They'll do it for you," he said. "You're such a green goose. It makes me sick a bit. You haven't reckoned out the chances, not quite. It's a kind of dead reckoning you haven't had call to make, eh?" "What do you mean?" I asked, bewildered. He looked at me, grinning, half naked, with amused contempt for quite a long time, and at last offered sardonically to open my eyes for me. I said nothing. "Do you know what will happen to you," he asked, "if you don't get quit of that Carlos of yours?" I was surprised into muttering that I didn't know. "I can tell you," he continued, "you will get hanged." By that time I was too amazed to get angry. I simply suspected the blue nose of being drunk. But he glared at me so soberly that next moment I felt frightened. "Hanged by the neck," he repeated, and then added, "Young fella, you scoot. Take a fool's advice and scoot. That Castor was a blamed fool anyhow. You want men for that job. Men, I tell you." He slapped his bony breast. I had no idea that he could look so ferocious. His eyes fascinated me, and he opened his cavernous mouth as if to swallow me. His lantern jaws snapped without a sound. He seemed to change his mind. "I am done with you," he said, with a sort of sinister restraint. He rose to his feet, and turning his back to me, began to shave, squinting into a broken looking-glass. I had not the slightest inkling of his meaning. I only knew that going out of his berth was like escaping from the dark lair of a beast into a sunlit world. There's no denying that his words, and still more his manner, had awakened in me a sense of insecurity that had no precise object, for it was manifestly absurd and impossible to suspect my friend Carlos. Moreover, hanging was a danger so recondite, and an eventuality so extravagant as to make the whole thing ridiculous. And yet I remembered how unhappy I felt, how inexplicably unhappy. Presently the reason was made clear. I was homesick. I gave no further thought to the second mate. I looked at the harbor we were entering and thought of the home I had left so eagerly. After all, I was no more than a boy, and even younger in mind than in body. Queer-looking boats crawled between the shores like tiny water beetles. One headed out towards us, then another. I did not want them to reach us. It was as if I did not wish my solitude to be disturbed, and I was not pleased with the idea of going ashore. A great ship, floating high on the water, black and girt with the two broad yellow streaks of her double tier of guns, glided out slowly from beyond the cluster of shipping in the bay. She passed without a hail, going out under her topsails with a flag at the fore. Her lofty spars overtopped our masts immensely, and I saw the men in her rigging looking down on our decks. The only sounds that came out of her were the piping of boatswain's calls and the tramping of feet. Imagining her to be going home, I felt a great desire to be on board. Ultimately, as it turned out, I went home in that very ship. But then it was too late. I was another man by that time, with much queer knowledge and other desires. Whilst I was looking and longing, I heard Carlo's voice behind me asking one of our sailors what ship it was. "Don't you know a flagship when you see it?" a voice grumbled surlily. "Admiral Rowley's," it continued. Then it rumbled out some remarks about pirates, vermin, coast of Cuba. Carlos came to the side and looked after the man-of-war in the distance. "You could help us," I heard him mutter. End of Part 1, Chapter 4. Part 1, The Quarry and the Beach. Chapter 5 of Romance by Joseph Conrad and Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 5 of Romance. There was a lad called Barnes, a steerage passenger of about my own age, a raw, red-headed Northumbrian yokel, going out as a recruit to one of the West Indian regiments. He was a serious, strenuous youth, and I had talked a little with him at odd moments. In my great loneliness, I went to say goodbye to him after I had definitely parted with Carlos. I had been in our cabin. A great bustle of shore-going, of leave-taking had sprung up all over the ship. Carlos and Castro had entered with a tall, immobile, gold-spectacled Spaniard, dressed all in white, and with a certain air of noticing and attentive deference, bowing a little as he entered the cabin in earnest conference with Tomas Castro. Carlos had preceded them with a certain nonchalance, and the Spaniard, it was the Senor Ramon, the merchant I had heard of, regarded him as if with interested curiosity. With Tomas he seemed already familiar. He stood in the doorway against the strong light, bowing a little. With a certain courtesy, touched with indifference, Carlos made him acquainted with me. Ramon turned his searching, quietly analytic gaze upon me. "But is the caballero going over too?" he asked. Carlos said, "No, I think not now." And at that moment the second mate, shouldering his way through a white-clothed crowd of shore people, made up behind Senor Ramon. He held a letter in his hand. "I'm going over," he said, in his high nasal voice, and with a certain ferocity. Ramon looked round apprehensively. Carlos said, "The Senor, my cousin, wishes for a certain Mr. MacDonald. You know him, Senor?" Ramon made a dry gesture of perfect acquaintance. "I think I have seen him just now," he said. "I will make inquiries." All of them had followed him and became lost in the crowd. It was then, not knowing whether I should ever see Carlos again, and with a desperate, unhappy feeling of loneliness, that I had sought out Barnes in the dim immensity of the steerage. In the square of wan light that came down the scuttle, he was cording his hair trunk. unemotional and very matter-of-fact. He began to talk in an everyday voice about his plans. An uncle was going to meet him and to house him for a day or two before he went to the barracks. "Maybe we'll meet again," he said. "I'll be here many years, I think." He shouldered his trunk and climbed unromantically up the ladder. He said he would look for MacDonald for me. It was absurd to suppose that the strange ravings of the second mate had had an effect on me. Hanged! Pirates! Was Carlos really a pirate, or Castro his humble friend? It was vile of me to suspect Carlos. A couple of men meeting by the scuttle began to talk loudly, every word coming plainly to my ears in the stillness of my misery and the large deserted steerage. One of them, new from home, was asking questions. Another answered. "Oh, I've lost half a screw the last voyage. The old thing." "Haven't they routed out the scoundrels yet?" the other asked. The first man lowered his voice. I caught only that. "The Admiral was an old fool. No good for this job. He's found out the name of the place the pirates come from. Rio. That's the place. Only he can't get in at it with his 3-deckers. You saw his flagship?" Rio Medio was the name of a town to which Carlos was going, which his uncle owned. They moved away from above. What was I to believe? What could this mean? But the second mate's "Scoot, young man," seemed to come to my ears like the blast of a trumpet. I became suddenly intensely anxious to find MacDonald, to see no more of Carlos. From above came suddenly a gruff voice in Spanish. "Senor, it would be a great folly." Tomas Castro was descending the ladder gingerly. He was coming to fetch his bundle. I went hastily into the distance of the vast dim cavern of spare room that served for the steerage. "I want him very much," Carlos said. "I like him. He would be of help to us." "It's as your worship wills," Castro said gruffly. They were both at the bottom of the ladder, but an Englishman there would work great mischief, and this youth— "I will take him, Tomas," Carlos said, laying a hand on his arm. "Those others will think he is a spy. I know them," Castro muttered. "They will hang him, or work some devil's mischief. You do not know that Irish judge, the canaille, the friend of priests." "He is very brave. He will not fear," Carlos said. I came suddenly forward. "I will not go with you," I said, before I had reached them even. Castro started back as if he had been stung, and caught at the wooden hand that sheathed his steel blade. "Ah, it is you, senor," he said, with an air of relief and dislike. Carlos, softly and very affectionately, began inviting me to go to his uncle's town. His uncle, he was sure, would welcome me. Jamaica's and a planter's life were not fit for me. I had not then spoken very loudly, or had not made my meaning very clear. I felt a great desire to find MacDonald, and a simple life that I could understand. "I am not going with you," I said, very loudly this time. He stopped at once. Through the scuttle of the half-deck we heard a hubbub of voices, of people exchanging greetings, of Christian names called out joyously. A tumultuous shuffling of feet went on continuously over our heads. The ship was crowded with people from the shore. Perhaps MacDonald was amongst them, even looking for me. "Ah, amigo mio, but you must now," said Carlos gently. "You must." And looking me straight in the face with a still penetrating glance of his big romantic eyes, "It is a good life," he whispered seductively. "And I like you, John Kemp. You are young, very young yet, but I love you very much for your own sake and for the sake of one I shall never see again. He fascinated me. He was all eyes in the dusk, standing in a languid pose just clear of the shaft of light that fell through the scuttle in a square patch. I lowered my voice too. "What life?" I asked. "Life in my uncle's palace," he said, so sweetly and persuasively that the suggestionness of it caused a thrill in me. His uncle could nominate me to posts of honor fit for a caballero. I seemed to wake up. "Your uncle the pirate!" I cried, and was amazed at my own words. Tomas Castro sprang up and placed his rough, hot hand over my lips. "Be quiet, John Kemp, you fool!" he hissed with sudden energy. He had spruced himself, but I seemed to see the rags still nutter about him. He had combed out his beard, but I could not forget the knots that had been in it. "I told your worship how foolish and wrong-headed these English are," he said sardonically to Carlos. And then to me, "If the senor speaks loudly again, I shall kill him." He was evidently very frightened of something. Carlos, silent as an apparition at the foot of the ladder, put a finger to his lips and glanced upwards. Castro writhed his whole body, and I stepped backwards. "I know what Rio Medio is," I said, not very loudly. "It is a nest of pirates." Castro crept towards me again on the points of his toes. "Senor Don Juan Kemp, child of the devil," he hissed, looking very much frightened. "You must die." I smiled. He was trembling all over. I could hear the talking and laughing that went on under the break of the poop. 2 women were kissing with little cries near the hatchway. I could hear them distinctly. Tomas Castro dropped his ragged cloak with a grandiose gesture. "By my hand," he added with difficulty. He was really very much alarmed. Carlos was gazing up the hatch. I was ready to laugh at the idea of dying by Tomas Castro's hand, while, within 5 feet of me, people were laughing and kissing. I should have laughed had I not suddenly felt his hand on my throat. I kicked his shins hard and fell backwards over a chest. He went back a step or 2, flourished his arm, beat his chest, and turned furiously upon Carlos. "He will get us murdered," he said. "Do you think we are safe here? If these people here heard that name, they wouldn't wait to ask who your worship is. They would tear us to pieces in an instant. I tell you, moi, Tomas Castro, he will ruin us, this white fool." Carlos began to cough, shaken speechless as if by an invisible devil. Castro's eyes ran furtively all round him. Then he looked at me. He made an extraordinary swift motion with his right hand, and I saw that he was facing me with the long steel blade displayed. Carlos continued to cough. The thing seemed odd, laughable still. Castro began to parade round me. It was as if he were a cock performing its saltatory rites before attacking. There was the same tenseness of muscle. He stepped with extraordinary care on the points of his toes and came to a stop about 4 feet from me. I began to wonder what Rooksby would have thought of this sort of thing, to wonder why Castro himself found it necessary to crouch for such a long time. Up above, the hum of many people still laughing, still talking, faded a little out of mind. I understood horribly how possible it would be to die within those few feet of them. Castro's eyes were dusky, yellow, the pupils a great deal inflated, the lines of his mouth very hard and drawn immensely tight. It seemed extraordinary that he should put so much emotion into such a very easy killing. I had my back against the bulkhead. It felt very hard against my shoulder blades. I had no dread, only a sort of shrinking from the actual contact of the point, as one shrinks from being tickled. I opened my mouth. I was going to shriek a last despairing call to the light and laughter of meetings above when Carlos, still shaken, with one white hand pressed very hard upon his chest, started forward and gripped his hand round Castro's steel. He began to whisper in the other's hairy ear. I caught, "You are a fool. He will not make us to be molested. He is my kinsman." Castro made a reluctant gesture towards Barnes's chest that lay between us. "We could cram him into that," he said. "Oh, bloodthirsty fool," Carlos answered, recovering his breath. "Is it always necessary to wash your hands in blood? Are we not in enough danger? Up, up! Go see if the boat is yet there. We must go quickly. Up, up!" He waved his hand towards the scuttle. "But still," Castro said. He was reluctantly fitting his wooden hand upon the blue steel. He sent a baleful yellow glare into my eyes and stooped to pick up his ragged cloak. "Up! Mount!" Carlos commanded. Castro muttered, "Vamos," and began clumsily to climb the ladder, like a bale of rags being hauled from above. Carlos placed his foot on the steps, preparing to follow him. He turned his head round towards me, his hand extended, a smile upon his lips. "Juan," he said, "let us not quarrel. You are very young. You cannot understand these things. You cannot weigh them. You have a foolish idea in your head. I wished you to come with us because I love you, Juan. Do you think I wish you evil? You are true and brave, and our families are united." He sighed suddenly. "I do not want to quarrel," I said. "I don't." I did not want to quarrel. I wanted more to cry. I was very lonely, and he was going away. Romance was going out of my life. He added musically, "You even do not understand. There is someone else who speaks for you to me always. Someone else. But one day you will. I shall come back for you. One day." He looked at me and smiled. It stirred unknown depths of emotion in me. I would have gone with him then had he asked me. "One day," he repeated, with an extraordinary cadence of tone. His hand was grasping mine. It thrilled me like a woman's. He stood shaking it very gently. "One day," he said, "I shall repay what I owe you. I wished you with me because I go into some dangers. I wanted you. Goodbye. Hasta más ver." He leaned over and kissed me lightly on the cheek, then climbed away. I felt that the light of romance was going out of my life. As we reached the top of the ladder, somebody began to call, harshly, startlingly. I heard my own name and the words, "Man you was spearing after." The light was obscured. The voice began clamoring insistently. "John Kemp! Johnny Kemp! No, here's the man you were spearing after. Here's MacDonald." It was the voice of Barnes and the voice of the everyday. I discovered that I had been tremendously upset. The pulses in my temples were throbbing, and I wanted to shut my eyes, to sleep. I was tired. Romance had departed. Barnes and the MacDonald he had found for me represented all the laborious insects of the world, All the ants who were forever hauling immensely heavy and immensely unimportant burdens up weary hillocks, down steep places, getting nowhere and doing nothing. Nevertheless, I hurried up, stumbling at the hatchway against the man who was looking down. He said nothing at all, and I was dazed by the light. Barnes remarked hurriedly, "This'll be your Mr. MacDonald," and turning his back on me, forgot my existence. I felt more alone than ever. The man in front of me held his head low as if he wished to butt me. I began breathlessly to tell him I had a letter from my Rooksby, brother-in-law, Ralph Rooksby. I was panting as if I had run a long way. He said nothing at all. I fumbled for the letter in an inner pocket of my waistcoat and felt very shy. MacDonald maintained a portentous silence. His enormous body was enveloped rather than clothed in a great volume of ill-fitting white stuff. He held in his hand a great umbrella with a vivid green lining. His face was very pale and had the leaden transparency of a boiled artichoke. It was fringed by a red beard streaked with grey, as brown flood water is with foam. I noticed at last that the reason for his presenting his forehead to me was an incredible squint, a squint that gave the idea that he was performing some tortuous and defiant feat with the muscles of his neck. He maintained an air of distrustful inscrutability. The hand which took my letter was very large, very white, and looked as if it would feel horribly flabby. With the other he put on his nose a pair of enormous mother-of-pearl framed spectacles, things exactly like those of a cobra's, and began to read. He had said precisely nothing at all. It was for him and what he represented that I had thrown over Carlos and what he represented. I felt that I deserved to be received with acclamation. I was not. He read the letter very deliberately, swaying, umbrella and all, with the slow movement of a dozing elephant. Once he crossed his eyes at me meditatively above the mother-of-pearl rims. He was so slow, so deliberate, that I own I began to wonder whether Carlos and Castro were still on board. It seemed to be at least half an hour before MacDonald cleared his throat, with a sound resembling the coughing of a defective pump, and a mere trickle of a voice asked, "What evidence have you of identity?" I hadn't any at all, and began to finger my buttonholes, as shamefaced as a pauper before a board. The certitude dawned upon me suddenly that Carlos, even if he would consent to swear to me, would prejudice my chances. I cannot help thinking that I came very near to being cast adrift upon the streets of Kingston. To my asseverations, MacDonald returned nothing but a series of minute humphs. I don't know what overcame his scruples. He had shown no signs of yielding, but suddenly turning on his heel made a motion with one of his flabby white hands. I understood it to mean that I was to follow him aft. The decks were covered with a jabbering turmoil of negroes with muscular arms and brawny shoulders. All their shining black faces seemed to be momentarily gashed open to show rows of white teeth, and were spotted with inlaid eyeballs. The sounds coming from them were a bewildering noise. They were hauling baggage about aimlessly. A large soft bundle of bedding nearly took me off my legs. There wasn't room for emotion. MacDonald laid about him with the handle of the umbrella a few inches from the deck, but the passage that he made for himself closed behind him. Suddenly, in the pushing and hurrying, I came upon a little clear space beside a pile of boxes. Stooping over them was the angular figure of Nichols, the second mate. He looked up at me, screwing his yellow eyes together. Going ashore, he asked, long of that puffing billy. What business is it of yours? I mumbled sulkily. Sudden and intense threatening came into his yellow eyes. Don't you ever come to you know where, he said. I don't want no spies on what I do. There's a man there'll crack your little backbone if he catches you. Don't you come now. Never. End of Part 1, Chapter 5. Part 2, The Girl with the Lizard, Chapter 1, of a Romance, by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 2, Chapter 1 of Romance. Rio Medio, Senor Ramon said to me nearly 2 years afterwards. The caballero is pleased to give me credit for our very great knowledge. What should I know of that town? There are doubtless good men there, and very wicked, as in other towns. Who knows? Your worship must ask the boat's crews that the admiral has sent to burn the town. They will be back very soon now. He looked at me inscrutably and attentively through his gold spectacles. It was on the arcade before his store in Spanish Town. Long sun blinds flapped slightly. Before the next door a large sign proclaimed, Office of the Bucatoro Journal. It was, as I have said, after 2 years. Years which, as Carlos had predicted, I had found to be of hard work and long, hot sameness. I had come down from Horton Pen to Spanish Town, expecting a letter from Veronica, and the stage not being in, had dropped in to chat with Ramon over a consignment of Yankee notions, which he was prepared to sell at an extravagantly cheap price. It was just at the time when Admiral Rowley was understood to be going to make an energetic attempt upon the pirates who still infested the Gulf of Mexico and nearly ruined the Jamaica trade of those days. Naturally enough, we had talked of the mysterious town in which the pirates were supposed to have their headquarters. I know no more than others, Ramon said, save, senor, that I lose much more because my dealings are much greater. But I do not even know whether those who take my goods are pirates, as you English say, or Mexican privateers, as the Havana authorities say. I do not very much care. Basta. What I know is that every week some ship with a letter of marque steals one of my consignments, and I lose many hundreds of dollars. Ramon was indeed one of the most frequented merchants in Jamaica. He had stores in both Kingston and Spanish Town. His cargoes came from all the seas. All the planters and all the official class in the islands had dealings with him. It was most natural that the Hidalgo, your respected cousin, should consult me if he wished to go to any town in Cuba. Whom else should he go to? You yourself, senor, or the excellent Mr. Topnambo, if you desired to know what ships in a month's time are likely to be sailing for Havana, for New Orleans, or any Gulf port, you would ask me. What more natural? It is my business, my trade, to know these things. In that way I make my bread. But as for Rio Medio, I do not know the place. He had a touch of irony in his composed voice. But it is very certain, he went on, that if your government had not recognized the belligerent rights of the rebellious colony of Mexico, there would be now no letters of marque, no accursed Mexican privateers, and I and everyone else in the island should not now be losing thousands of dollars every year. That was the general grievance of every Spaniard in the island, and of not a few of the English and Scotch planters. Spain was still in the throes of losing the Mexican colonies, when Great Britain had acknowledged the existence of a state of war and a Mexican government. Mexican letters of marque had immediately filled the Gulf. No kind of shipping was safe from them, and Spain was quite honestly powerless to prevent their swarming on the coast of Cuba, the ever-faithful island itself. "What can Spain do," said Ramon bitterly, "when even your Admiral Rowley with his great ships cannot rid the sea of them?" He lowered his voice. "I tell you, young senor, that England will lose this island of Jamaica over this business. You yourself are a separationist, are you not?" "No, you live with separationists. How could I tell? Many people say you are." His words gave me a distinctly disagreeable sensation. I hadn't any idea of being a separationist. I was loyal enough, but I understood suddenly, and for the first time, how very much like one I might look. "I myself am nothing," Ramon went on impassively. "I am content that the island should remain English. It will never again be Spanish, nor do I wish that it should. But our little waspish friend there," he lifted one thin brown hand to the sign of the Bucatoro Journal, "his paper is doing much mischief. I think the Admiral or the Governor will commit him to jail. He's going to run away and take his paper to Kingston. I myself have bought his office furniture." I looked at him and wondered, for all his impassivity, what he knew. What in the depths of his inscrutable Spanish brain his dark eyes concealed. He bowed to me a little. "There will come a very great trouble," he said. Jamaica was in those days, and remained for many years after, in the throes of a question. The question was, of course, that of the abolition of slavery. The planters, as a rule, were immensely rich and overbearing. They said, "If the home government tries to abolish our slavery system, we will abolish the home government and go to the United States for protection." That was treason, of course, but there was so much of it that the governor, the Duke of Manchester, had to close his ears and pretend not to hear. The planters had another grievance, the pirates in the Gulf of Mexico. There was one in particular, a certain El Demonio, or Diableto, who practically sealed the Florida passage. It was hardly possible to get a cargo underwritten, and the planters' pockets felt it a good deal. Practically, El Demonio had, during the last 2 years, gutted a ship once a week, as if he wanted to help the Kingston separationist papers. The planters said, "If the home government wishes to meddle with our internal affairs, our slaves, let it first clear our seas. Let it hang El Demonio." The government had sent out one of Nelson's old captains, Admiral Rowley, a good fighting man, but when it came to clearing the Gulf of Mexico, he was about as useless as a prize fighter trying to clear a stable of rats. I don't suppose El Demonio really did more than a tithe of the mischief attributed to him, but in the peculiar circumstances he found himself elevated to the rank of an important factor in colonial politics. The ministerialist papers used to kill him once a month. The separationists made him capture one of old Rowley's sloops 5 times a year. They both lied, of course, but obviously Rowley and his frigates weren't much use against a pirate whom they could not catch at sea, and who lived at the bottom of a bottle-necked creek with tooth rocks all over the entrance. That was the sort of place Rio Medio was reported to be. I didn't much care about either party. I was looking out for romance. But I inclined a little to the separationists because MacDonald, with whom I lived for 2 years at Horton Pen, was himself a separationist in a cool Scotch sort of way. He was an Argyllshire man who had come out to the island as a lad in 1786 and had worked his way up to the position of agent to the Rooksby estate at Horton Pen. He had a little estate of his own too at the mouth of the river Minho, where he grew rice very profitably. He had been the first man to plant it on the island. Horton Pen nestled down at the foot of the tall white scars that end the Vale of St. Thomas, and are not much unlike Dover cliffs, hanging over a sea of squares of the green cane, alternating with masses of pimento foliage. MacDonald's wife was an immensely stout, raven-haired, slow-eyed, talkative body, the most motherly woman I have ever known, I suppose because she was childless. What was anomalous in my position had passed away with the next outward mail. Veronica wrote to me, Ralph to his attorney and the MacDonalds. But by that time Mrs. Mac had darned my socks 10 times. The surrounding gentry, the large resident landowners, of whom there remained a sprinkling in the vale, were at first inclined to make much of me. There was Mrs. Topnambo, a withered, very dried-up personage, who affected pink trimmings. She gave the tone to the countryside as far as tone could be given to a society that rioted with hospitality. She made efforts to draw me out of the MacDonald environment, to make me differentiate myself because I was the grandson of an earl. But the Topnambos were the great loyalists of the place, and the MacDonalds the principal separationists, and I stuck to the MacDonalds. I was searching for romance, you see, and could find none in Mrs. Topnambo's white figure with its dryish grey skin and peaked patches round the neck that lay forever in dark or darkened rooms, and talked querulously of your uncle the Earl, whom I had never seen. I didn't get on with the men any better. They were either very dried up and querulous too, or else very liquorish or boisterous in an incomprehensible way. Their evenings seemed to be a constant succession of shouts of laughter, merging into undignified staggers of white trousers through blue nights, round the corners of ragged huts. I never understood the hidden sources of their humour, and I had not money enough to mix well with their lavishness. I was too proud to be indebted to them, too. They didn't even acknowledge me on the road at last. They called me poor-spirited, a thin-blooded nobleman's cub, a separationist traitor, and left me to superintend niggers and save money. Mrs. Mac, good separationist though she was, as became the wife of her husband, had the word home forever on her lips. She had once visited the Rooksbys at Horton. She had treasured up a host of tiny things, part of my forgotten boyhood, and she talked of them until that past seemed a wholly desirable time and the present a dull thing. Journeying in search of a romance, and that, after all, is our business in this world, is much like trying to catch the horizon. It lies a little distance before us and a little distance behind, about as far as the eye can carry. One discovers that one has passed through it just as one passed what is today our horizon. One looks back and says, why, there it is. One looks forward and says the same. It lies either in the old days when we used to, or in the new days when we shall. I look back upon those days of mine, and little things remain, come back to me. Assume an atmosphere, take significance, go to the making of a Tom Jardy. Probably, when I look back upon what is the dull, arid waste of today, it will be much the same. I could almost wish to take again one of the long, uninteresting night rides from the Vale to Spanish Town, or to listen once more to one of old MacDonald's interminable harangues on the folly of Mr. Canning's policy, or the virtues of Scotch thrift. "Jack, lad," he used to bellow in his curious squeak of a voice, "a gentleman ye may be of guid Scots blood, but ye're a puir body's son for all that." He was set on my making money and turning honest pennies. I think he really liked me. It was with that idea that he introduced me to Ramon. an esteemed Spanish merchant of Kingston and Spanish Town. Ramon had seemed mysterious when I had seen him in company with Carlos and Castro, but reintroduced in the homely atmosphere of the MacDonalds, he had become merely a saturnine, tall, dusky-featured, gold-spectacled Spaniard, and very good company. I learnt nearly all my Spanish from him. The only mystery about him was the extravagantly cheap rate at which he sold his things under the flagstaff in front of Admiral Rowley's house, the King's House as it was called. The Admiral himself was said to have extensive dealings with Ramon. He had at least the reputation of desiring to turn an honest penny like myself. At any rate, everyone, from the proudest planters to the editor of the Bucatoro Journal next door, was glad of a chat with Ramon, whose knowledge of an immense variety of things was as deep as a draw well, and as placid. I used to buy island produce through him, ship it to New Orleans, have it sold, and re-import parcels of notions, making a double profit. He was always ready to help me and as ready to talk, saying that he had an immense respect for my relations, the Riegos. That was how, at the end of my second year in the island, I had come to talking to him. The stage should have brought a letter from Veronica, who was to have presented Rooksby with a son and heir, but it was unaccountably late. I had been twice to the coach office, and was making my way desultorily back to Ramon's. He was talking to the editor of the Bucatoro Journal, the man from next door, and to another who had, whilst I walked lazily across the blazing square, ridden furiously up to the steps of the arcade. The rider was talking to both of them with exaggerated gestures of his arms. He had ridden off spurring, and the editor, a little gleaming-eyed hunchback, had remained in the sunshine, talking excitedly to Ramon. I knew him well, an amusing, queer, warped, satanic member of society, who was a sort of nephew to the MacDonalds, and hand in glove with all the Scotch separationists of the island. He had started an extraordinary, scandalous paper that, to avoid sequestration, changed its name and offices every few issues, and was said by loyalists like the Topnambos to have an extremely bad influence. He subsisted a good deal on the charity of people like the MacDonalds, and I used sometimes to catch sight of him at evenfall listening to Mrs. MacDonald. He would be sitting beside her hammock on the veranda, his head very much down on his breast, very much on one side, and his great hump portending over his little white face and ruffling up his ragged black hair. Mrs. MacDonald clacked all the scandal of the Vale, and the Bucatoro Journal got the benefit of it all, with adornments. For the last month or so, the journal had been more than usually effective, and it was only because Rowley was preparing to confound his traducers by the boat attack on Rio Medio that a warrant had not come against David. When I saw him talking to Ramon, I imagined that the rider must have brought news of a warrant, and that David was preparing for flight. He hopped nimbly from Ramon's steps into the obscurity of his own door. Ramon turned his spectacles softly upon me. "There you have it," he said. The folly, to send only little boats to attack such a nest of villains. It is inconceivable." The horsemen had brought news that the boats of Rowley's squadron had been beaten off with great loss in their attack on Rio Medio. Ramon went on with an air of immense superiority. "And all the while we merchants are losing thousands." His dark eyes searched my face, and it came disagreeably into my head that he was playing some part, that his talk was delusive, his anger feigned, that perhaps he still suspected me of being a separationist. He went on talking about the failure of the boat attack. All Jamaica had been talking of it, speculating about it, congratulating itself on it. British valor was going to tell. 4 boats' crews would do the trick. And now The boats had been beaten off, the crews captured, half the men killed. Already there was panic on the island. I could see men coming together in little knots, talking eagerly. I didn't like to listen to Ramon, to a Spaniard talking in that way about the defeat of my countrymen by his. I walked across the King's Square, and the stage driving up just then, I went to the office and got my correspondence. Veronica's letter came like a faint echo, like the sound of very distant surf heard at night. It seemed impossible that anyone could be as interested as she in the things that were happening over there. She had had a son. One of Ralph's aunts was its godmother. She and Ralph had been to Bath last spring. The country wanted water very badly. Ralph had used his influence, had explained matters to a very great personage, had spent a little money on the injured runners. In the meantime, I had nearly forgotten the whole matter. It seemed to be extraordinary that they should still be interested in it. I was to come back. As soon as it was safe, I was to come back. That was the main tenor of the letter. I read it in a little house of call in a whitewashed room that contained a cardboard cat labeled "The Best" for sole ornament. 4 swarthy fellows, Mexican patriots, were talking noisily about their war of independence and the exploits of a General Trapalaskis, who had been defeating the Spanish troops over there. It was almost impossible to connect them with a world that included Veronica's delicate handwriting, with the pencil lines erased at the base of each line of ink. They seemed to be infinitely more real. Even Veronica's interest in me seemed a little strange. Her desire for my return irritated me. It was as if she had asked me to return to a state of bondage after having found myself. Thinking of it made me suddenly aware that I had become a man, with a man's aims and a disillusionized view of life. It suddenly appeared very wonderful that I could sit calmly there, surveying, for instance, those 4 sinister fellows with daggers, as if they were nothing at all. When I had been at home, the matter would have caused me extraordinary emotions, as many as if I had seen an elephant in a traveling show. As for going back to my old life, it didn't seem to be possible. End of Part 2, Chapter 1. Part 2, The Girl with the Lizard, Chapter 2, of Romance by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 2, Chapter 2, of Romance. One night, I was riding alone towards Horton Pen. The large moon hung itself up above me like an enormous white plate. Finally, the sloping roof of the Ferry Inn, with one dishevelled palm tree drooping over it, rose into the disk. The window lights were reflected like shaken torches in the river. A mass of objects, picked out with white globes, loomed in the high shadow of the inn, standing motionless. They resolved themselves into a barouche, with 4 horses steaming a great deal, and an army of negresses with bandboxes on their heads. A great lady was on the road. Her querulous voice was calling to someone within the open door that let down a soft yellow light from the top of the precipitous steps. A nondescript object with apparently 2 horns and a wheel rested inert at the foot of the signpost. 2 Negroes were wiping their foreheads beside it. That resolved itself into a man slumbering in a wheelbarrow, his white face turned up to the moon. A sort of buzz of voices came from above. Then a man in European clothes was silhouetted against the light in the doorway. He held a full glass very carefully and started to descend. Suddenly he stopped emotionally. Then he turned half right and called back, Sir Charles! Sir Charles! Here's the very man! I protest, the very man! There was an interrogative roar from within. It was like being outside a lion's cage. People appeared and disappeared in front of a lighted door. Windows stood open, with heads craning out all along the inn face. I was hurrying off the back of my horse when the Admiral came out onto the steps. Someone lit a torch, and the Admiral became a dark, solid figure, with the flash of the gold lace on his coat. He stood very high in the leg, had small white whiskers, and a large nose that threw a vast shadow onto his forehead in the upward light. His high collar was open, and a mass of white appeared under his chin. His head was uncovered. A third male face, very white, bobbed up and down beside his shining left shoulder. He kept on saying, What? Hey, what? That man? He appeared to be halfway between supreme content and violent anger. At last he delivered himself. Let's dock him, eh? Let's dock him! He spoke with a sort of benevolent chuckle, then raised his voice and called, Tinsley! Tinsley! Where the deuce is Tinsley? A high nasal sound came from the carriage window. Sir Charles! Sir Charles! Let there be no scene in my presence, I beg! I suddenly saw, halfway up, laboriously ascending the steps, a black figure, indistinguishable at first on account of deformities. It was David MacDonald. Since his last really terrible comments on the failure of the boat attack, he had been lying hidden somewhere. It came upon me in a flash that he was making his way from one hiding place to another. In making his escape from Spanish Town, either to Kingston or the Vale, he had run against the Admiral and his party returning from the Topnambo's ball. It was hardly a coincidence everyone on the road met at the Ferry Inn, but that hardly made the thing more pleasant. Sir Charles continued to clamour for Tinsley, his flag lieutenant, who, as a matter of fact, was the man drunk in the wheelbarrow. When this was explained by the shouts of the negroes, he grunted, "Umph," turned on the man at his side and said, "Here, Oldham, you lend a hand to dock the little toad." It was the sort of thing that the thirsty climate of Jamaica rendered frequent enough. Oldham dropped his glass and protested. MacDonald continued silently and enigmatically to climb the steps. Now he was in for it, he showed plenty of pluck. No doubt he recognized that, if the Admiral made a fool of himself, he would be afraid to issue warrants in soberness. I could not stand by and see them bully the wretched little creature. At the same time, I didn't most decidedly want to identify myself with him. I called out impulsively, "Sir Charles, surely you would not use violence to a cripple?" Then, very suddenly, they all got to action. David MacDonald reaching the top of the steps. Shrieks came from the interior of the carriage and from the waiting negresses. I saw 3 men were falling upon a little thing like a damaged cat. I couldn't stand that, come what might of it. I ran hastily up the steps, hoping to be able to make them recover their senses, a force of purely conventional emotion impelling me. It was no business of mine. I didn't want to interfere, and I felt like a man hastening to separate 6 fighting dogs too large to be pleasant. When I reached the top, there was a sort of undignified scuffle, and in the end I found myself standing above a ghastly white gentleman who, from a sitting posture, was gasping out, "I'll commit you! I swear I'll commit you!" I helped him to his feet rather apologetically, while the Admiral behind me was asking insistently who the deuce I was. The man I had picked up retreated a little and then turned back to look at me. A light was shining on my face, and he began to call out, "I know him. I know him perfectly well. He's John Kemp. I'll commit him at once. The papers are in the barouche." After that he seemed to take it into his head that I was going to assault him again. He bolted out of sight, and I was left facing the Admiral. He stared at me contemptuously. I was streaming with perspiration and upbraiding him for assaulting a cripple. The Admiral said, "Oh, that's what you think? I'll settle with you presently. This is rank mutiny." I looked at Oldham, who was the Admiral's secretary. He was extremely dishevelled about his neck, much as if a monkey had been clawing him thereabouts. Half of his rolled collar flapped on his heaving chest. His stock hung down behind like a queue. I'd seen him kneeling on the ground with his head pinned down by the hunchback. I said loftily, "What did you set him on a little beggar like that for? You were 3-1. What did you expect?" The Admiral swore. Oldham began to mop with a lace handkerchief at a damaged upper lip from which a stream of blood was running. He even seemed to be weeping a little. Finally, he vanished in at the door, very much bent together. The undaunted David hopped in after him coolly. The Admiral said, "I know your kind. You're a treasonous dog, sir. This is mutiny. You shall be made an example of." All the same, he must have been ashamed of himself, for presently he and the two others went down the steps without even looking at me, and their carriage rolled away. Inside the inn, I found a couple of merchant captains, one asleep with his head on the table, and little rings shining in his great red ears, the other very spick and span, of what they called the new school then. His name was Williams, Captain Williams of the Lion, which he part owned, a man of some note for the dinners he gave on board his ship. His eyes sparkled blue and very round in a round rosy face, and he clawed effusively at my arm. "Well done," he bubbled over. "You gave it to them. Strike me, you did. It did me good to see and hear. I wasn't going to poke my nose in, not I, but I admire you, my boy." He was a quite guileless man with a strong dislike for the Admiral's blundering, a dislike that all the seamen shared, and for people of the Topnambo kidney who affected to be above his dinners. He assured me that I had burst upon those gentry roaring, "Like the bull of Bashan! You should have seen!" and he drank my health in a glass of punch. David MacDonald joined us, looming through wreaths of tobacco smoke. He was always very nice in his dress and had washed himself into a state of enviable coolness. "They won't touch me now," he said. "I wanted that assault and battery." He suddenly turned vivid, sarcastic black eyes upon me. "But you," he said, "my dear Kemp, you're in a devil of a scrape. They'll have a warrant out against you under the Black Act. I know the gentry." "Oh, he won't mind," Williams struck in. "I know him. He's a trump, afraid of nothing." David MacDonald made a movement of his head that did duty for an ominous shake. "It's a devil of a mess," he said, "but I'll touch them up." "Why did you hit Topnambo? He's the spitefullest beast in the island. They'll make it out high treason. They're capable of sending you home on this charge." "Oh, never say die," Williams turned to me. "Come and dine with me on board at Kingston tomorrow night. If there's any fuss, I'll see what I can do. Or you can take a trip with me to Havana till it blows over. My old woman's on board." His face fell. "But there, you'll get round her. I'll see you through." They drank some sangaree and became noisy. I wasn't very happy. There was much truth in what David MacDonald had said. Topnambo would certainly do his best to have me in jail, to make an example of me as a separationist, to please the Admiral and the Duke of Manchester. Under the spell of his liquor, Williams became more and more pressing with his offers of help. "It's the devil that my missus should be on board just this trip. But hang it, come and dine with me. I'll get some of the Kingston men, the regular hot men, to stand up for you. They will when they hear the tale." There was a certain amount of sense in what he said. If warrants were out against me, he or some of the Kingston merchants whom he knew, and who had no cause to love the Admiral, might help me a great deal. Accordingly, I did go down to Kingston. It happened to be the day when the 7 pirates were hanged at Port Royal Point. I had never seen a hanging, and a man who hadn't was rare in those days. I wanted to keep out of the way, but it was impossible to get a boatman to row me off to the Lion. They were all dying to see the show, and half curious, half reluctant, I let myself drift with the crowd. The gallows themselves stood high enough to be seen, a long, very stout beam supported by posts at each end. There was a blazing sun, and the crowd pushed and shouted and craned its thousands of heads every time one heard the cry of, "Here they come!" for an hour or so. There was a very limpid sky, a very limpid sea, a scattering of shipping gliding up and down, and the very silent hills a long way away. There was a large flavor of Spaniards among the crowd. I got into the middle of a knot of them, jammed against the wheels of one of the carriages, standing hands down on tiptoe, staring at the long scaffold. There were a great many false alarms, sudden outcries, hushing again rather slowly. In between I could hear someone behind me talk Spanish to the occupants of the carriage. I thought the voice was Ramon's, but I could not turn, and the people in the carriage answered in French, I thought. A man was shouting cool drinks on the other side of them. Finally, there was a roar, an irresistible swaying, a rattle of musket ramrods, a rhythm of marching feet, and the grating of heavy iron-bound wheels. 7 men appeared in sight above the heads, clinging to each other for support and being drawn slowly along. The little worsted balls on the infantry shakos bobbed all round their feet. They were a sorry-looking group, those pirates, very wild-eyed, very ragged, dust-stained, weather-beaten, begrimed till they had the color of unpolished mahogany. Clinging still to each other as they stood beneath the dangling ropes of a long beam, they had the appearance of a group of statuary to forlorn misery. Festoons of chains completed the composition. One was a very old man with long yellow-white hair. One, a Negro whose skin had no luster at all. The rest were very dark-skinned, peak-bearded, and had long hair falling round their necks. A soldier with a hammer and a small anvil climbed into the cart and bent down out of sight. There was a ring of iron on iron, and the man next the very old man raised his arms and began to speak very slowly, very distinctly, and very mournfully. It was quite easy to understand him. He declared his perfect innocence. No one listened to him. His name was Pedro Nones. He ceased speaking, and someone on a horse, the high sheriff, I think, galloped impatiently past the cart and shouted. 2 men got into the cart, one pulled the rope, the other caught the pirate by the elbows. He jerked himself loose and began to cry out. He seemed to be lost in amazement and shrieked, "Adonde está el padre? Adonde está el padre?" No one answered. There wasn't a priest of any denomination. I don't know whether the omission was purposed. The man's face grew convulsed with agony. His eyeballs stared out very white and vivid as he struggled with the 2 men. He began to curse us epileptically for compassing his damnation. A hoarse patter of Spanish imprecations came from the crowd immediately round me. The man with the voice like Ramon's groaned in a lamentable way. Someone else said, "What infamy! What infamy!" An aged voice said tremulously in the carriage, "This shall be a matter of official remonstrance." Another said, "Ah, these English heretics!" There was a forward rush of the crowd which carried me away. Someone in front began to shout orders and the crowd swayed back again. The infantry muskets rattled. The commotion lasted some time. When it ceased, I saw that the man about to die had been kissing the very old man. Tears were streaming down the grey, parchment-coloured cheeks. Pedro Nones had the rope round his neck. It curved upwards loosely towards the beam, growing taut as the cart jolted away. He shouted, "Adios, viejo! Para siempre My whole body seemed to go dead all over. I happened to look downwards at my hands. They were extraordinarily white, with the veins standing out all over them. They felt as if they had been sodden in water, and it was quite a long time before they recovered their natural colour. The rest of the men were hung after that, the cart jolting a little way backwards and forwards and growing less crowded after every journey. One man, who was very large-framed and stout, had to go through it twice because the rope broke. He made a good deal of fuss. My head ached, and after the involuntary straining and craning to miss no details was over, I felt sick and dazed. The people talked a great deal as they streamed back, loosening over the broader stretch of pebbles. They seemed to wish to remind each other of details. I have an idea that one or two, in the sheer largeness of heart that seizes one after occasions of popular emotions, asked me in insulting tones if I had seen the nigger's tongue sticking out. Others thought that there wasn't very much to be exultant over. We had not really captured the pirates. They'd been handed over to the admiral by the Havana authorities. As an international courtesy, I suppose, or else because they were pirates of no account and short in funds, or because the admiral had been making a fuss in front of the Moro. It was even asserted by the anti-admiral faction that the Seventh weren't pirates at all, but merely Cuban mauvais sujets, hawkers of derogatory copias, and known free-thinkers. In any case, excited people cheered the high sheriff and the returning infantry because it was pleasant to hang any kind of Spaniard. I got nearly knocked down by the kettle drummers who came through the scattering crowd at a swinging quick step. As I cannoned off the drums, a hand caught at my arm and someone else began to speak to me. It was old Ramon, who was telling me that he had a special kind of Manchester goods at his store. He explained that they had arrived very lately and that he had come from Spanish Town solely on their account. One made the eighth of a penny a yard more on them than on any other kind. If I would deign to have some of it offered to my inspection, he had his little curricle just off the road. He was drawing me gently towards it all the time, and I had not any idea of resisting. He had been behind in the crowd, he said, beside the carriage of the commissioner and the judge of Marine Court sent by the Havana authorities to deliver the pirates. It was after that in Ramon's dusky store I had my first sight of Serafina and of her father, and then came my meeting with Carlos. I could hardly believe my eyes when I saw him come out with extended hand. It was an extraordinary sensation, that of talking to Carlos again. He seemed to have worn badly. His face had lost its moist bloom, its hardly distinguishable subcutaneous flush. It had grown very, very pale. Dark blue circles took away from the blackness and sparkle of his eyes. And he coughed and coughed. He put his arm affectionately round my shoulders and said, "How splendid to see you again, my Juan." His eyes had affection in them. There was no doubt about that, but I felt vaguely suspicious of him. I remembered how we had parted on board the Thames. "We can talk here," he added. "It is very pleasant. You shall see my uncle, that great man, the star of Cuban law, and my cousin Serafina, your kinsfolk. They love you. I have spoken well of you." He smiled gaily and went on. "This is not a place befitting his greatness, nor my cousin's, nor indeed my own." He smiled again. "But I shall very soon be dead, and to me it matters little." He frowned a little and then laughed. "But you should have seen the faces of your officers when my uncle refused to go to their governor's palace. There was to have been a fiesta, or reception, is it not the word? It will cause a great scandal." He smiled with a good deal of fine malice, and looked as if he expected me to be pleased. I said that I did not quite understand what had offended his uncle. "Oh, it was because there was no priest," Carlos answered, "when those poor devils were hung. They were canaille." "Yes, but one gives that much, even to such." And my uncle was there in his official capacity as a plenipotentiary. He was very much distressed. We were all. You heard, my uncle himself had advised their being surrendered to your English. And when there was no priest, he repented very bitterly. Why, after all, it was an infamy. He paused again and leant back against the counter. When his eyes were upon the ground and his face not animated by talking, there became lamentably insistent his pallor, the deep shadows under his eyes, and infinite sadness in the droop of his features, as if he were preoccupied by an all-pervading and hopeless grief. When he looked at me, he smiled, however. "Well, at worst it is over, and my uncle is here in this dirty place instead of at your palace. We sail back to Cuba this very evening." He looked round him at Ramon's calicos and sugar tubs in the dim light, as if he accepted almost incredulously the fact that they could be in such a place, and the manner of his voice indicated that he thought our governor's palace would have been hardly less barbarous. "But I am sorry," he said suddenly, "because I wanted you and all your countrymen, to make a good impression on him. You must do it yourself alone. And you will. You are not like these others. You are our kinsman, and I have praised you very much. You saved my life." I began to say that I had done nothing at all, but he waved his hand with a little smile. "You are very brave," he said, as if to silence me. "I am not ungrateful." He began again to ask for news from home, from my home. I told him that Veronica had a baby, and he sighed. "She married the excellent Rooksby?" he asked. "Ah, what a waste." He relapsed into silence again. "There was no woman in your land like her. She might have... And to marry that excellent personage, my good cousin. It is a tragedy." "It was a very good match," I answered. He sighed again. "My uncle is asleep in there now," he said, after a pause, pointing at the inner door. "We must not wake him. He is a very old man. You do not mind talking to me? You will wait to see them? Donna Serafina is here too." "You have not married your cousin?" I asked. I wanted very much to see the young girl who had looked at me for a moment, and I certainly should have been distressed if Carlos had said she was married. He answered, "What would you have?" and shrugged his shoulders gently. A smile came into his face. "She is very willful. I did not please her. I do not know why. Perhaps she has seen too many men like me." He told me that when he reached Cuba, after parting with me on the Thames, his uncle, in spite of certain influences, had received him quite naturally as his heir and the future head of the family. But Serafina, whom by the laws of convenience he ought to have married, had quite calmly refused him. I did not impress her. She is romantic. She wanted a very bold man, a Cid, something that is not easy to have. He paused again and looked at me with some sort of challenge in his eyes. "She could have met no one better than you," I said. He waved his hand a little. "Oh, for that," he said deprecatingly. "Besides, I am dying. I have never been well since I went into your cold sea over there after we left your sister. You remember how I coughed on board that miserable ship." I did remember it very well. He went to the inner door, looked in, and then came back to me. Serafina needs a guide, a controller, someone very strong and gentle and kind and brave. My uncle will never ask her to marry against her will. He's too old and has too little will. And for any man who would marry her, except one, there would be great dangers for her and for him. It would need a cool man and a brave man, and a good one too, to hazard perhaps even life for her sake. She will be very rich, all our lands, all our towns, all our gold. There was a suggestion of fabulousness in his dreamy voice. They shall never be mine, he answered. Vaya. He looked at me with his piercing eyes set to an expression that might have been gentle mockery. At any rate, it also contained intense scrutiny and perhaps a little of appeal. I sighed myself. There is a man called O'Brien in there, he said. He does us the honor to pretend to my cousin's hand. I felt singularly angry. Well, he's not a Spaniard, I said. Carlos answered mockingly. Oh, for Spaniard, no. He's a descendant of the Irish kings. He's an adventurer, I said. You ought to be on your guard. You don't know how these bog-trotting fortune hunters are. They're the laughter of Europe, kings and all. Carlos smiled again. He's a very dangerous man for all that, he said. I should not advise anyone to come to Rio Medio, my uncle's town, without making a friend of the Senor O'Brien. He went once more to the inner door, and after a moment's whispering with someone within, returned to me. My uncle still sleeps, he said. I must keep you a little longer. Ah, yes, the Senor O'Brien. He shall marry my cousin, I think, when I am dead. You don't know these fellows, I said. Oh, I know them very well, Carlos smiled. There are many of them at Havana. They came there after what they called the 98, when there was a great rebellion in Ireland and many good Catholics were killed and ruined. Then he's a rebel and ought to be hung, I said. Carlos laughed as of old. It may be, but my good Juan, we Christians do not see eye to eye with you. This man rebelled against your government, but also he suffered for the true faith. He is a good Catholic. He has suffered for it, and in the ever-faithful island, that is a passport. He has climbed very high. He is a judge of the Marine Court at Havana. That is why he is here today, attending my uncle in this affair of delivering up the pirates. My uncle loves him very much. O'Brien was at first my uncle's clerk, and my uncle made him a juez. And he is also the intendant of my uncle's estates, and he has a great influence in my uncle's town of Rio Medio. I tell you, if you come to visit us, it will be as well to be on good terms with the Senor Juez O'Brien. My uncle is a very old man, and if I die before him, this O'Brien, I think, will end by marrying my cousin, because my poor uncle is very much in his hands. There are other pretenders, but they have little chance, because it is so very dangerous to come to my uncle's town of Rio Medio on account of this man's intrigues and of his power with the populace. I looked at Carlos intently. The name of the town had seemed to be familiar to me. Now I suddenly remembered that it was where Nicholas el Demonio, the pirate who was so famous as to be almost mythical, had beaten off Admiral Rowley's boats. Come, you had better see this Irish hidalgo who wants to do us so much honor. He gave an inscrutable glance at me. But do not talk loudly till my uncle wakes. He threw the door open. I followed him into the room where the vision of the ancient Don and the charming apparition of the young girl had retreated only a few moments before. End of Part 2, Chapter 2. Part 2, The Girl and the Lizard. Chapter 3 of Romance, by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 2, Chapter 3 of Romance. The room was very lofty and coldly dim. There were great bars in front of the begrimed windows. It was very bare, containing only a long black table, some packing cases, and half a dozen rocking chairs. Of these, 5 were very new and 1 very old, black and heavy, with a green leather seat and a coat of arms worked on its back cushions. There were little heaps of mahogany sawdust here and there on the dirty tiled floor, and a pile of sacking in one corner. Beneath a window, the flap of an open trap-door half hid a large green damp stain. A deep recess in the wall yawned like a cavern, and had 2 or 3 tubs in the right corner. A man with a blond head, slightly bald as if he had been tonsured, was rocking gently in one of the new chairs. Opposite him, with his aged face towards us, sat the old Don, asleep in the high chair. His delicate white hands lay along the arms, one of them holding a gold vinaigrette. His black, silver-headed cane was between his silk-stockinged legs. The diamond buckles of his shoes shot out little vivid rays even in that gloomy place. The young girl was sitting with her hands to her temples and her elbows on the long table, minutely examining the motionlessness of a baby lizard, a tiny thing with golden eyes, whom fear seemed to have turned into stone. We entered quietly, and after a moment she looked up candidly into my eyes and placed her finger on her lips, motioning her head towards her father. She placed her hand in mine and whispered very clearly, "Be welcome, my English cousin," and then dropped her eyes again to the lizard. She knew all about me from Carlos. The man of whom I had seen only the top of his head turned his chair suddenly and glinted at me with little blue eyes. He was rather small and round, with very firm flesh and very white, plump hands. He was dressed in the black clothes of a Spanish judge. On his round face there was always a smile like that which hangs around the jaws of a pike, only more humorous. He bowed a little exaggeratedly to me and said, "Ah, you're the famous Mr. Kemp." I said that I imagined him the more famous Senor Juez O'Brien. "It's little use saying you aren't famous," he said. His voice had the faint, infinitely sweet tang of certain Irishry, a thing as delicate and intangible as the scent of lime flowers. "Our noble friend," he indicated Carlos with a little flutter of one white hand, "has told me what make of a daredevil gallant ye are, breaking the skulls of half the Bow Street runners for the sake of a friend in distress. Well, I honour ye for it. I've done as much myself." He added, "In the old days," and sighed. "You mean in the 98, I said, a little insolently. O'Brien's eyes twinkled. He had, as a matter of fact, nearly lost his neck in the Irish fiasco, either in Clonmel or Sligo, bolting violently from the English dragoons in the mist to a French man-o'-war's boats in the bay. To him, even though he was now a judge in Cuba, it was an episode of heroism of youth, of romance, in fact, so that probably he did not resent my mention of it. I certainly wanted to resent something that was slighting in his voice and patronizing in his manner. The old Don slumbered placidly, his face turned up to the distant, begrimed ceiling. "Now, I'll make you a fair offer," O'Brien said suddenly, after an intense study of the insolent glance that I gave him. I disliked him because I knew nothing about the sort of man he was. He was, as a matter of fact, more alien to me than Carlos. He gave me this impression that, if perhaps he were not absolutely the better man, he could still make a fool of me, or at least make me look like a fool. "I'm told you're a separationist," he said. "Well, it's like me. I am an Irishman. There's been a price on my head in another island, and there are warrants out against you for assaulting the Admiral. We can work together, and there's nothing low in what I have in mind for you." He had heard frequently from Carlos that I was a desperate and aristocratically lawless young man, who had lived in a district entirely given up to desperate and murderous smugglers. But this was the first I had heard definitely of warrants against me in Jamaica. That, no doubt, he had heard from Ramon, who knew everything. In all this little sardonic Irishman said to me, it seemed the only thing worth attention. It stuck in my mind while, in persuasive tones and with airy fluency, he discoursed of the profits that could be made nowadays in arming privateers under the Mexican flag. He told me I needn't be surprised at their being fitted out in a Spanish colony. "There's more than one aspect to disloyalty like this," said he dispassionately, but with a quick wink contrasting with his tone. Spain resented our recognition of their rebellious colonies, and with the same cool persuasiveness, relieved by humorous smiles, he explained that the loyal Spaniards of the ever-faithful island thought there was no sin in doing harm to the English, even under the Mexican flag, whose legal existence they did not recognize. "Mind you, it's an organized thing. I have something to say in it. It hurts Mr. Canning's government at home, the curse of Cromwell on him and them. They will be dropping some of their own colonies directly. And as you are a separationist, small blame to you, and I'm an Irishman, we shan't cry our eyes out over it. Come, Mr. Kemp, 'tis all for the good of the cause, and there's nothing low. You're a gentleman, and I wouldn't propose anything that was. The very best people in Havana are interested in the matter. Our schooners lie in Rio Medio, but I can't be there all the time myself." Surprise deprived me of speech. I glanced at Carlos. He was watching us inscrutably. The young girl touched the lizard gently, but it was too frightened to move. O'Brien, with shrewd glances, rocked his chair. "What did I want?" he inquired. "To see life?" What he proposed was the life for a fine young fellow like me. Moreover, I was half Scotch. Had I forgotten the wrongs of my own country? Had I forgotten the 45? "You'll have heard of a Scotch Chief Justice whose son spent in Amsterdam the money his father earned on the justice seat in Edinburgh. Money paid for rum and run silks." Of course I had heard of it. Everybody had. But it had been some years before. "We're backwoods hereabouts," O'Brien jeered. "But over there they winked and chuckled at the judge, and they do the same in Havana at us." Suddenly, from behind us, the voice of the young girl said, "Of what do you discourse, my English cousin?" O'Brien interposed deferentially. "Senorita, I asked him to come to Rio," he said. She turned her large dark eyes scrutinizingly upon me, then dropped them again. She was arranging some melon seeds in a rayed circle round the lizard that looked motionlessly at her. "Do not speak very loudly, lest you awaken my father," she warned us. The old Don's face was still turned to the ceiling. Carlos, standing behind his chair, opened his mouth a little in a half-smile. I was really angry with O'Brien by that time, with his air of omniscience, superiority, and self-content, as if he were talking to a child or someone very credulous and weak-minded. What right have you to speak for me, Senor Juez? I said in the best Spanish I could. The young girl looked at me once more, and then again looked down. Oh, I can speak for you, he answered in English, because I know. Your position's this. He sat down in his rocking chair, crossed his legs, and looked at me as if he expected me to show signs of astonishment at his knowing so much. You are in a hole. You must leave this island of Jamaica. Surely it's as distressful as my own dear land, and you can't go home because the runners would be after you. You're wanted here as well as there, and you've nowhere to go. I looked at him, quite startled by this view of my case. He extended one plump hand towards me and still further lowered his voice. Now, I'm offering you a good berth, a snug berth, and 'tis a pretty spot. He got a sort of languorous honey into his voice and drawled out, the senoritas. He took an air of business-like candor. You can help us, and we you. We could do without you better than you without us. Our undertaking, there's big names in it, just as in the free trading you know so well, don't be saying you don't, is worked from Havana. What we need is a man we can trust. We had one, Nichols. You remember the mate of a ship you came over in? He was Nicola El Demonio. He won't be any longer. I can't tell you why. It's too long a story. I did remember very vividly that cadaverous Nova Scotian mate of the Thames, who'd warned me with truculent menaces against showing my face in Rio Medio. I remember his sallow, shiny cheeks and the exaggerated gestures of his claw-like hands. O'Brien smiled. Nichols is alive, right enough, but no more good than if he were dead. And that's the truth. He pretends his nerve's gone. He was a devil among tailors for a time, but he's taken to crying now. It was when your blundering old admiral's boats had to be beaten off that his zeal cooled. He thinks the British government'll rise in its strength. There was a bitter contempt in his voice, but he regained his calm business tone. It'll do nothing of the sort. I've given them those 7 poor devils that had to die today without absolution. So Nichols is done for as far as we are concerned. I've got him put away to keep him from blabbing. You can have his place, and better than his place. He was only a sailor, which you are not. However, you know enough of ships. And what we want is a man with courage, of course, but also a man we can trust. Any of the Creoles would bolt into the bush the moment they'd $5 in their hand. We'll pay you well, a large share of all you take. I laughed outright. You're quite mistaken in your man, I said. You are, really. He shook his head gently and brushed an invisible speck from his plump black knees. You must go somewhere, he said. Why not go with us? I looked at him, puzzled by his tenacity and assurance. Ramon here has told us you battered the Admiral last night, and there's a warrant out already against you for attempted murder. You're hand in glove with the best of the separationists in this island, I know, but they won't save you from being committed, for rebellion perhaps. You know it as well as I do. You were down here to take a passage today, weren't you now? I remembered that the island loyalists said that the pirates and separationists worked together to bother the Admiral and raise discontent. Living in the center of separationist discontent with the MacDonalds, I knew it was not true, but nothing was too bad to say against the planters who clamored for union with the United States. O'Brien leaned forward. His voice had a note of disdain, and then took one of deeper earnestness. It sank into his chest. He extended his hand. His eyebrows twitched. He was a conspirator. I tell you I do it for the sake of Ireland, he said passionately. Every ship we take, every clamour they raise here is a stroke and is disgrace for them over there that have murdered us and ruined my own dear land." His face worked convulsively. I was in the presence of one of the primeval passions. But he grew calm immediately after. "You want separation for reasons of your own. I don't ask what they are. No doubt you and your crony MacDonald and the rest of them will feather your own nests. I don't ask. But help me to be a thorn in their side. Just a little longer. What do I put in your way?" "Just what you want. Have your Jamaica joined to the United States. You'll be able to come back with your pockets full, and I'll be joyful, for the sake of my own dear land." I said suddenly and recklessly, if I had to face one race passion, he had to look at another. We were cat and dog. Celt and Saxon, as it was in the beginning. "I am not a traitor to my country." Then I realized with sudden concern that I had probably awakened the old Don. He stirred uneasily in his chair and lifted one hand. "The moment I go out from here, I'll denounce you," I said very low. "I swear I will. You are here. You can't get away. You'll swing." O'Brien started. His eyes blazed at me. Then he frowned. "I've been misled," he muttered, with a dark glance at Carlos. And recovering his jocular serenity, "You mean it?" he asked. "It's not British heroics?" The old Don stirred again and sighed. The young girl glided swiftly to his side. "Senor O'Brien," she said, "you have so irritated my English cousin that he has awakened my father." O'Brien grinned gently. "'Tis ever the way," he said sardonically. "The English fools do the harm, and the Irish fool gets the kicking." He rose to his feet, quite collected, a spick-and-span little man. "I suppose I've said too much. Well, well, you're going to denounce the senior judge of the Marine Court of Havana as a pirate. I wonder who will believe you." He went behind the old Don's chair with the gliding motion of a Spanish lawyer and slipped down the open trap hatch near the window. It was the disappearance of a shadow. I heard some guttural mutterings coming up through the hatch, a rustling, then silence. If he was afraid of me at all, he carried it off very well. I apologized to the young girl for having awakened her father. Her color was very high, and her eyes sparkled. If she had not been so very beautiful, I should have gone away at once. She said angrily, "He is odious to me, the Senor Juez. Too long my father has suffered his insolence." She was very small, but she had an extraordinary dignity of command. "I could see, Senor, that he was annoying you. Why should you consider such a creature?" Her head drooped. "But my father is very old." I turned upon Carlos, who stood all black in the light of the window. "Why did you make me meet him? He may be a judge of your Marine Court, but he's nothing but a scoundrelly bog-trotter." Carlos said a little haughtily, "You must not denounce him. You should not leave this place if I feared you would try thus to bring dishonor on this grey head and involve this young girl in a public scandal." His manner became soft. "For the honor of the house, you shall say nothing, and you shall come with us. I need you." I was full of mistrust now. If he did countenance this unlawful enterprise, whose headquarters were in Rio Medio, he was not the man for me. Though it was big enough to be made by the papers at home of political importance, it was, after all, neither more nor less than piracy. The idea of my turning a sort of Irish traitor was so extravagantly outrageous that now I could smile at the imbecility of that fellow O'Brien. As to turning into a sea thief for lucre, my blood boiled. No, there was something else there, something deep, something dangerous, some intrigue that I could not conceive even the first notion of. But that Carlos wanted anxiously to make use of me for some purpose was clear. I was mystified to the point of forgetting how heavily I was compromised, even in Jamaica, though it was worth remembering, because at that time an indictment for rebellion under the Black Act was no joking matter. I might be sent home under arrest, and even then there was my affair with the runners. "It is coming to pay a visit," he said persuasively, "while your affair here blows over, my Juan, and making my last hours easy, perhaps." I looked at him. He was worn to a shadow with dark, wistful eyes. "I don't understand you," I faltered. The old man stirred, opened his lids, and put a gold vinaigrette to his nostrils. "Of course I shall not denounce O'Brien," I said. "I too respect the honor of your house. You are even better than I thought you. And if I entreat you for the love of your mother, of your sister, Juan, it is not for myself. It is—" The young girl was pouring some drops from a green phial into a silver goblet. She passed close to us and handed it to her father, who had leant a little forward in his chair. Every movement of hers affected me with an intimate joy. It was as if I had been waiting to see just that carriage of the neck, just that proud glance from the eyes, just that droop of eyelashes upon the cheeks, for years and years. "No, I shall hold my tongue, and that's enough," I said. At that moment the old Don sat up and cleared his throat. Carlos sprang towards him with an infinite grace of tender obsequiousness. He mentioned my name and the relationship, then rehearsed the innumerable titles of his uncle, ending, "and patron of the bishopric of Pinar del Rio." I stood stiffly in front of the old man. He bowed his head at intervals, holding the silver cup carefully whilst his chair rocked a little. When Carlos' mellow voice had finished the rehearsing of the sonorous styles, I mumbled something about transcendent honor. He stopped me with a little deferentially peremptory gesture of one hand and began to speak, smiling with a contraction of the lips and a trembling of the head. His voice was very low and quavered slightly, but every syllable was enunciated with the same beauty of clearness that there was in his features, in his hands, in his ancient gestures. "The honor is to me," he said, "and the pleasure. I behold my kinsman who, with great heroism, I am told, rescued my dearly loved nephew from great dangers. It is an honor to me to be able to give him thanks. My beloved and lamented sister contracted a union with an English hidalgo, through whose house your own very honorable family is allied to my own. It is a pleasure to me to meet, after many years, with one who has seen the places where her later life was passed." He paused and breathed with some difficulty, as if the speech had exhausted him. Afterwards he began to ask me questions about Rooksby's aunt, the lamented sister of his speech. He had loved her greatly, he said. I knew next to nothing about her, and his fine smile and courtly, aged, deferential manners made me very nervous. I felt as if I had been taken to pay a ceremonial visit to a supreme pontiff in his dotage. He spoke about Horton Priory with some animation for a little while, and then faltered and forgot what he was speaking of. Suddenly he said, "But where is O'Brien? Did he write to the governor here? I should like you to know the Senor O'Brien. He is a spiritual man." I forbore to say that I had already seen O'Brien, and the old man sank into complete silence. It was beginning to grow dark, and the noise of suppressed voices came from the open trap-door. Nobody said anything. I felt a sort of uneasiness. I could by no means understand the connection between the old Don and what had gone before, and I did not, in a purely conventional sense, know how long I ought to stop. The sky through the barred windows had grown pallid. The old Don said suddenly, "You must visit my poor town of Rio Medio," but he gave no specific invitation and said nothing more. Afterwards he asked, rather querulously, "But where is O'Brien? He must write those letters for me." The young girl said, "He has preceded us to the ship. He will write there." She had gone back to her seat. Don Balthasar shrugged his shoulders to his ears and moved his hands from his knees. "Without doubt, he knows best," he said. "But he should ask me." It grew darker still. The old Don seemed to have fallen asleep again. Save for the gleam of the silver buckle of his hat, he had disappeared into the gloom of the place. I remembered my engagement to dine with Williams on board the Lion, and I rose to my feet. There did not seem to be any chance of my talking to the young girl. She was once more leaning nonchalantly over the Lizard, and her hair drooped right across her face like clusters of grapes. There was a gleam on a little piece of white forehead, and all around and about her there were shadows deepening. Carlos came concernedly towards me as I looked at the door. "But you must not go yet," he said a little suavely. "I have many things to say. Tell me." His manner heightened my uneasiness to a fear. The expression of his eyes changed, and they became fixed over my shoulder, while on his lips the words, "You must come, trembled, hardly audible. I could only shake my head. At once he stepped back as if resigning. He was giving me up. And it occurred to me that if the danger of his seduction was over, there remained the danger of arrest just outside the door. Someone behind me said peremptorily, "It is time." And there was a flickering diminution of the light. I had a faint, instantaneous view of the old Don dozing with his head back, of the tall windows cut up into squares by the black bars. Something hairily coarse ran harshly down my face. I grew blind. My mouth, my eyes, my nostrils were filled with dust. My breath shot in upon me, became a flood of warm air. I had no time to resist. I kicked my legs convulsively. My elbows were drawn tight against my sides. Someone grunted under my weight, and then I was carried. Down, along, up, down again. My feet were knocking along a wall, and the top of my head rubbed occasionally against what must have been the roof of a low stone passage issuing from under the back room of Ramon's store. Finally, I was dropped upon something that felt like a heap of wood shavings. My surprise, rage, and horror had been so great that after the first stifled cry, I had made no sound. I heard the footsteps of several men going away. End of Part 2, Chapter 3 of Romance. Part 2, The Girl with the Lizard, Chapter 4 of Romance, by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 2, Chapter 4 of Romance. I remained lying there, bound hand and foot, for a long time, for quite long enough to allow me to collect my senses and see that I had been a fool to threaten O'Brien. I had been nobly indignant, and behold, I had a sack thrown over my head for my pains, and was put away safely somewhere or other. It seemed to be a cellar. I was in search of romance, and here were all the elements: Spaniards, a conspirator, and a kidnapping, but I couldn't feel a fool and romantic as well. True romance, I suppose, needs a whirl of emotions to extinguish all the senses except that of sight, which it dims. Except for sight, which I hadn't at all, I had the use of them all, and all reported unpleasant things. I ached and smarted with my head in a sack, with my mouth full of flour that had gone mouldy and offended my nostrils. I had a sense of ignominy, and I was extremely angry. I could see that the old Don was in his dotage, but Carlos I was bitter against. I was not really afraid. I could not suppose that the Riegos would allow me to be murdered or seriously maltreated. But I was incensed against fate or chance or whatever it is, on account of the ignominious details: the coarse sack, the mouldy flour, the stones of the tunnel that had barked my shins, the tightness of the ropes that bound my ankles together and seemed to cut into my wrists behind my back. I waited, and my fury grew in a dead silence. How would it end? With what outrage? I would show my contempt and preserve my dignity by submitting without a struggle. I despised this odious plot. At last there were voices, footsteps. I found it very hard to carry out my resolution and refrain from stifled cries and kicks. I was lifted up and carried like a corpse with many stumbles by men who sometimes growled as they hastened along. From time to time somebody murmured, "Take care." Then I was deposited into a boat. The world seemed to be swaying, splashing, jarring, and it became obvious to me that I was being taken to some ship. The Spanish ship, of course. Suddenly I broke into cold perspiration at the thought that, after all, their purpose might be to drop me quickly overboard. "Carlos!" I called. I felt the point of a knife on my breast. "Silence, senor," said a gruff voice. This fear vanished when we came alongside a ship evidently already under way, but I was handled so roughly and clumsily that I was thoroughly exhausted and out of breath by the time I was got on board. All was still around me. I was left alone on a settee on the main cabin, as I imagined. For a long time I made no movement. Then a door opened and shut. There was a murmured conversation between two voices. This went on in animated whispers for a time. At last I felt as if someone were trying, rather ineffectually, to remove the sack itself. Finally, that actually did rub its way over my head, and something soft and silken began to wipe my eyes with a surprising care and even tenderness. "This was stupidly done," came a discontented remark. "You do not handle a caballero this way." "And how else was it to be done to that kind of caballero?" was the curt retort. By that time I had blinked my eyes into a condition for remaining open for minute stretches. Two men were bending over me, Carlos and O'Brien himself. The latter said, "Believe me, your mistake made this necessary. This young gentleman was about to become singularly inconvenient, and he is in no way harmed." He spoke in a velvety voice and walked away gently through the darkness. Carlos followed with the lanthorn dangling at arm's length. Strangely enough, he had not even looked at me. I suppose he was ashamed, and I was too proud to speak to him with my hands and feet tied fast. The door closed, and I remained sitting in the darkness. Long, small windows grew into light at one end of the place, curved into an outline that suggested a deep recess. The figure of a crowned woman that moved rigidly up and down was silhouetted over my body. Groaning creaks of wood and the faint swish of water made themselves heard continuously. I turned my head to a click. I saw a door open a little way and the small blue flame of a taper floated into the room. Then the door closed with a definite sound of shutting in. The light shone redly through projecting fingers and upwards onto a small face. It came to a halt, and I made out the figure of a girl leaning across a table and looking upwards. There was a click of glass, and then a great blaze of light created a host of shining things, a glitter of gilded carvings, red velvet couches, a shining table, a low ceiling painted white on carved rafters. A large silver lamp she had lighted kept on swinging to the gentle motion of the ship. She stood just in front of me, the girl that I had seen through the door, the girl I had seen play with the melon seeds. She was breathing fast. It agitated me to be alone with her. And she had a little shining dagger in her hand. She cut the rope round my ankles and motioned me imperiously to turn round. "Your hands! Your hands!" I turned my back awkwardly to her and felt the grip of small, cool, very firm fingers upon my wrists. My arms fell apart, numb and perfectly useless. I was half aware of pain in them, but it passed unnoticed among a cloud of other emotions. I didn't feel my fingertips because I had the agitation, the flutter, the tantalization of looking at her. I was all the while conscious of the irregularity of my position, but I felt very little fear. There were the old Don, an ineffectual silver-haired old gentleman who obviously was not a pirate, the sleek O'Brien and Carlos, who seemed to cough on the edge of a grave, and this young girl. There was not any future that I could conceive, and the past seemed to be cut off from me by a narrow, very dark tunnel through which I could see nothing at all. The young girl was, for the moment, what counted most on the whole, the only thing the eye could rest on. She affected me as an apparition familiar, yet absolutely new in her charm. I had seen her grey eyes. I had seen her red lips, her dark hair, her lithe gestures, the carriage of her head, her throat, her hands. I knew her. I seemed to have known her for years. A rush of strange, sweet feeling made me dumb. She was looking at me, her lips set, her eyes wide and still. And suddenly she said, "Ask nothing. The land is not far yet. You can escape. Carlos thought. But no, you would only perish for nothing. Go with God." She pointed imperiously towards the square stern ports of the cabin. Following the direction of her hand, my eyes fell upon the image of a Madonna, rather large, perhaps a third life-size, with a gilt crown, a pink, serious face bent a little forward over a pink, naked child that perched on her left arm and raised one hand. It stood on a bracket against the rudder casing, with fat cherubs' heads carved on the supports. The young girl crossed herself with a swift motion of the hand. The stern ports, glazed in small panes, were black and gleaming in a white framework. "Go, go, go with God," the girl whispered urgently. "There is a boat." I made a motion to rise. I wanted to go. The idea of having my liberty, of its being again a possibility, made her seem of less importance. Other things began to have their share. But I could not stand, though the blood was returning, warm and tingling in my legs and hands. She looked at me with a sharp frown, puckering her brows a little, beat a hasty tattoo with one of her feet, and cast a startled glance towards the forward door that led on deck. Then she walked to the other side of a table and sat looking at me in the glow of the lamp. "Your life hangs on a thread," she murmured. I answered, "You have given it to me. Shall I never?" I was acutely conscious of the imperfection of my language. She looked at me sharply, then lowered her lids. Afterwards she raised them again. "Think of yourself. Every moment is—" "I will be as quick as I can," I said. I was chafing my ankles and looking up at her. I wanted very badly to thank her for taking an interest in me, only I found it very difficult to speak to her. Suddenly she sprang to her feet. "That man thinks he can destroy you. I hate him. I detest him. You have seen how he treats my father." It struck me like a blow that she was merely avenging O'Brien's insolence to her father. I had been kidnapped against Don Balthasar Riego's will. It gave me very well the measure of the old man's powerlessness in face of his intendant, who was obviously confident of afterwards soothing the resentment. I was glad I had not thanked her for taking an interest in me. I was distressed, too, because once more I had missed romance by an inch. Someone kicked at the locked door. A voice cried, I could not help thinking, warningly, "Serafina! Serafina!" And another voice said with excessive softness, "Señorita, voyons, quelle folie!" She sprang at me. Her hand hurt my wrist as she dragged me aft. I scrambled clumsily into the recess of the counter and put my head out. The night air was very chilly and full of brine. A little boat towing by a long painter was sheering about in the phosphorescent wake of the ship. The sea itself was pallid in the light of the moon, invisible to me. A little astern of us, on our port quarter, a vessel under a press of canvas seemed to stand still, looming up like an immense pale ghost. She might have been coming up with us, or else we had just passed her. I couldn't tell. I had no time to find out, and I didn't care. The great thing was to get hold of the painter. The whispers of the girl urged me, but the thing was not easy. The rope, fastened higher up, streamed away out of reach of my hand. At last, by watching the moment when it slacked and throwing myself half out of the stern window, I managed to hook it with my fingertips. Next moment it was nearly jerked away from me, but I didn't lose it, and the boat taking a run just then under the counter, I got a good hold. The sound of another kick at the door made me swing myself out head first without reflection. I got soused to the waist before I had reached the bows of the boat. With a frantic effort, I clambered up and rolled in. When I got on my legs, the jerky motion of tossing had ceased. The boat was floating still, and the light of the stern windows was far away already. The girl had managed to cut the painter. The other vessel was heading straight for me, rather high on the water, broad-beamed, squat, and making her way quietly like a shadow. The land might have been 4 or 5 miles away. I had no means of knowing exactly. It looked like a high black cloud, and purple-grey mists here and there among the peaks hung like scarves. I got an oar over the stern to scull, but I was not fit for much exertion. I stared at the ship I had left. Her stern windows glimmered with a slight up and down motion. Her sails seemed to fall into black confusion against the blaze of the moon. Faint cries came to me out of her, and by the alteration of her shape, I understood that she was being brought to, preparatory to lowering a boat. She might have been half a mile distant when the gleam of her stern windows swung slowly round and went out. I had no mind to be recaptured, and began to scull frantically towards the other vessel. By that time she was quite near, near enough for me to hear the lazy sound of the water at her bows and the occasional flutter of a sail. The land breeze was dying away, and in the wake of the moon I perceived the boat of my pursuers coming over, black and distinct. But the other vessel was nearly upon me. I sheered under her starboard bow and yelled, "Ship ahoy! Ship ahoy!" There was a lot of noise on board, and no one seemed to hear my shouts. Several voices yelled, "That cursed Spanish ship ahead is heaving to afore our horse." The crew and the officers seemed all to be forward, shouting abuse at the lubberly Dago, and it looked as though I were abandoned to my fate. The ship forged ahead in the light air. I failed in my grab at her forechains, and my boat slipped astern, bumping against the side. I missed the main chain too, and yelled all the time with desperation, "For God's sake, ship ahoy! For God's sake, throw me a rope, somebody, before it's too late." I was giving up all hope when a heavy coil, of a brace I suppose, fell upon my head, nearly knocking me over. Half stunned as I was, desperation lent me strength to scramble up her side hand over hand, while the boat floated away from under my feet. I was done up when I got on the poop. A yell came from the forward, "Hard aport!" Then the same voice addressed itself to abusing the Spanish ship, very close to us now. "What do you mean by coming to right across my bows like this?" it yelled in a fury. I stood still in the shadows on the poop. We were drawing slowly past the stern of a Spaniard, and O'Brien's voice answered in English. "We're picking up a boat of ours that's going adrift with a man. Have you seen anything of her?" "No, confound you and your boat." Of course, those forward knew nothing of my being on board. The man who had thrown me the rope, a passenger, a certain Major Cooper, going home with his wife and child, had walked away proudly without deigning as much as to look at me twice, as if to see a man clamber on board a ship 10 miles from the land was the most usual occurrence. He was, I found afterwards, an absurd, pompous person, as stiff as a ramrod, and so full of his own importance that he imagined he had almost demeaned himself by his condescension in throwing down the rope in answer to my despairing cries. On the other hand, the helmsman, the only other person aft, was so astounded as to become quite speechless. I could see in the light of the binnacle thrown upon his face, his staring eyes and his open mouth. The voice forward had subsided by then, and as the stern of the Spanish ship came abreast of the poop, I stepped out of the shadow of the sails, and going close to the rail I said, not very loud, there was no need to shout, but very distinctly, "I am out of your clutches, Mr. O'Brien, after all. I promise you that you shall hear of me yet." Meanwhile, another man had come up from forward on the poop, growling like a bear, a short, rotund little man, the captain of the ship. The Spanish vessel was dropping astern, silent, with her sails all black, hiding the low moon. Suddenly, a hurried hail came out of her. "What ship is this?" "What's that to you, blank your eyes? The breeze, if you want to know." "What are you going to do about it?" the little skipper shouted fiercely. In the light wind, the ships were separating slowly. "Where are you bound to?" hailed O'Brien's voice again. The little skipper laughed with exasperation. "Dash your blanked impudence! To Havana and be hanged with you. Anything more you want to know? And my name's Lumsden, and I'm 60 years old, and if I had you here, I'd put a head on you for getting in my way, you—" He stopped out of breath. Then, addressing himself to his passenger, "That's the Spanish chartered ship that brought these sanguinary pirates that were hanged this morning, Major. She's taking the Spanish commissioner back. I suppose they had no man-o'-war handy for the service in Cuba. Did you ever?" he had caught sight of me for the first time, and positively jumped a foot high with astonishment. "Who on earth's that there?" His astonishment was comprehensible. The Major, without deigning to enlighten him, walked proudly away. He was too dignified a person to explain. It was left to me. Frequenting, as I had been doing, Ramon's store, which was a great gossiping center of the maritime world in Kingston, I knew the faces and the names of most of the merchant captains who used to gather there to drink and swap yarns. I was not myself quite unknown to little Lumsden. I told him all my story, and all the time he kept on scratching his bald head, full of incredulous perplexity. "Oh, Senor Ramon, such a respectable man. And I'd been kidnapped? From his store? If I didn't see you here in my cuddy before my eyes, I wouldn't believe a word you say," he declared absurdly. But he was ready enough to take me to Havana. However, he insisted upon calling down his mate, a gingery fellow, short too, but wizened, and as stupid as himself. "Here's that Kemp, you know, the young fellow that MacDonald of the Horton Pen picked up somewhere 2 years ago. The Spaniards in that ship kidnapped him, so he says. He says they are pirates. But that's a government-chartered ship, and all the pirates that have ever been in her were hanged this morning in Kingston. But here he is, anyhow, and he says that at home he had throttled the Bow Street runner before he went off with the smugglers. Did you ever hear the likes of it, Mercer? I shouldn't think he was telling us a parcel of lies, eh, Mercer?" And the two grotesque little chaps stood nodding their heads at me sagaciously. "He's a desperate character, then," said Mercer at last, cautiously. "This morning, the very last thing I heard ashore as I went to fetch the fresh beef off is that he had been assaulting the Justice of the Peace on the high road and had been trying to knock down the Admiral, who was coming down to town in a chaise with Mr. Topnambo. There's a warrant out against him under the Black Act, sir." Then he brightened up considerably. "So he must have been kidnapped or something after all, sir, or he'd be in the chokey now." It was true, after all. Romance reserved me for another fate, for another sort of captivity, for more than one sort. And my imagination had been captured, enslaved already by the image of that young girl who had called me her English cousin, the girl with the lizard, the girl with the dagger. And with every word she uttered romance itself, if I had only known it, the romance of persecuted lovers, spoke to me through her lips. That night the Spanish ship had the advantage of us in a freshening wind, and overtook the breeze. Before morning dawn she passed us, and before the close of the next day she was gone out of sight ahead, steering, apparently, the same course with ourselves. Her superior sailing had an enormous influence upon my fortunes, and I was more adrift in the world than ever before, more in the dark as to what awaited me than when I was lugged along with my head in a sack. I gave her but little thought. A sort of numbness had come over me. I could think of the girl who had cut me free, and for all my resentment at the indignity of my treatment, I had hardly a thought to spare for the man who had me bound. I was pleased to remember that she hated him, that she had said so herself. For the rest, I had a vague notion of going to the English consul in Havana. After all, I was not a complete nobody. I was John Kemp, a gentleman, well connected. I could prove it. The Bow Street runner had not been dead as I had thought. The last letter from Veronica informed me that the man had given up thief-catching and was keeping now a little inn in the neighborhood. Ralph, my brother-in-law, had helped him to it, no doubt. I could come home safely now. And I had discovered I was no longer anxious to return home. End of Part 2, Chapter 4 of Romance. Part 2, The Girl with the Lizard. Chapter 5 of Romance. By Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 2, Chapter 5 of Romance. There wasn't any weirdness about the ship when I woke in the sunlight. She was old and slow and rather small. She carried Lumsden, master, Mercer, mate, a crew that seemed no better and no worse than any other crew, and the old gentleman who had thrown me the rope the night before, and who seemed to think that he had derogated from his dignity in doing it. He was a Major Cooper, retiring from a West Indian regiment, and had with him his wife and a disagreeable little girl with a yellow pigtail and a bony little chest and arms. On the whole, they weren't the sort of people that one would have chosen for companions on a pleasure trip. Major Cooper's wife lay all day in a deck chair, alternately drawing to her and repulsing the whining little girl. The Major talked to me about the scandals with which the world was filled, and kept a suspicious eye upon his wife. He spent the morning in shaving what part of his face his white whiskers did not cover, the afternoon in enumerating to me the subjects on which he intended to write to the Horse Guards. He had grown entirely amiable, perhaps for the reason that his wife ignored my existence. Meantime, I let the days slip by idly, only wondering how I could manage to remain in Havana and breathe the air of the same island with the girl who had delivered me. Perhaps someday we might meet. Who knows? I was not afraid of that Irishman. It never occurred to me to bother about the course we were taking, till one day we sighted the Cuban coast, and I heard Lumsden and Mercer pronounce the name of Rio Medio. The two ridiculous old chaps talked of Mexican privateers, which seemed to rendezvous off that place. They pointed out to me the headland near the bay. There was no sign of privateer or pirate as far as the eye could reach. In the course of beating up to windward, we closed in with the coast, and then the wind fell. I remained motionless against the rail for half a night, looking at the land. Not a single light was visible. A wistful, dreamy longing, a quiet longing pervaded me, as though I had been drugged. I dreamed, as young men dream, of a girl's face. She was sleeping there within this dim vision of land. Perhaps this was as near as I should ever be able to approach her. I felt a sorrow without much suffering. A great stillness reigned around the ship, over the whole earth. At last I went below and fell asleep. I was awakened by the idea that I had heard an extraordinary row, shouting and stamping. But there was dead silence, to which I was listening with all my ears. Suddenly there was a little pop, as if someone had spat rather vigorously. Then a succession of shouts, then another little pop, and more shouts, and the stamping overhead. A woman began to shriek on the other side of the bulkhead, then another woman somewhere else, then the little girl. I hurried on deck, but it was some minutes before I could make things fit together. I saw Major Cooper on the poop. He was brandishing a little pistol and apostrophizing Lumsden, who was waving ineffectual arms towards the sky. And there was a great deal of shouting forward and overhead. Cooper rushed at me and explained that something was an abominable scandal and that there were women on board. He waved his pistol towards the side. I noticed that the butt was inlaid with mother of pearl. Lumsden rushed at him and clawed at his clothes, imploring him not to be rash. We were so close in with the coast that the surf along the shore gleamed and sparkled in full view. Someone shouted aloft, "Look out! They're firing again!" Then only I noticed, a quarter of a mile astern and between the land and us, a little schooner rather low in the water, curtsying under a cloud of white canvas. A wonderful thing to look at. It was as if I had never seen anything so instinct with life and the joy of it. A snowy streak spattered away from her bows at each plunge. She came at a great speed, and a row of faces looking our way became plain, like a beady decoration above her bulwarks. She swerved a little out of her course, and a sort of mushroom of smoke grew out of her side. There was a little gleam of smouldering light hidden in its heart. The spitting bang followed again, and something skipped along the wave tops beside us, raising little pillars of spray that drifted away on the wind. The schooner came back on her course, heading straight for us. A shout like groaned applause went up from on board us. Lumsden hid his face in his hands. I could hear little Mercer shrieking out orders forward. We were shortening sail. The schooner, luffing a little, ranged abreast. A hail like metal blare came out of her. "If you don't have to, we sink you. We sink you, by God!" Major Cooper was using abominable language beside me. Suddenly he began to call out to someone. Go down, I say!" A woman's face disappeared into the hood of the companion like a rabbit's tail into its burrow. There was a great volley of cracks from the loose sails, and the ship came to. At the same time, the schooner, now on our beam and stripped of her light kites, put in stays and remained on the other tack with her foresheet to windward. Major Cooper said it was a scandal. The country was going to the dogs because merchantmen were not compelled by law to carry guns. He spluttered into my ears that there wasn't so much as a 2-penny signal mortar on board, and no more powder than enough to load one of his dueling pistols. He was going to write to the Horse Guards. A blue and white ensign fluttered up to the main gaff on the schooner. A boat dropped into the water. It all went breathlessly. I hadn't time to think. I saw old Cooper run to the side and aim his pistol overboard. There was an ineffectual click. He made a gesture of disgust and tossed it on deck. His head hung dejectedly down upon his chest. Lumsden said, "Thank God! Oh, thank God!" And the old man turned on him like a snarling dog. "You infernal coward," he said. "Haven't you got a spark of courage?" A moment after, our decks were invaded by men, brown and ragged, leaping down from the bulwarks one after the other. They had come out at break of day. We must have been observed the evening before. A big schooner, full of as ill-favoured, ragged rascals as the most vivid imagination could conceive. Of course, there had been no resistance on our part. We were outsailed, and at the first ferocious hail the halyards had been let go by the run, and all our crew had bolted aloft. A few bronzed bandits posted abreast of each mast kept them there by the menace of bell-mouthed blunderbusses pointed upwards. Lumsden and Mercer had each been tied flat down to a spare spar. They presented an appearance too ridiculous to awaken genuine compassion. Major Cooper was made to sit on a hencoop, and a bearded pirate with a red handkerchief tied round his head and a cutlass in his hand stood guard over him. The Major looked angry and crestfallen. The rest of that infamous crew, without losing a moment, rushed into the cuddy to loot the cabins for wearing apparel, jewellery and money. They squabbled amongst themselves, throwing the things on deck into a great heap of booty. The schooner flying the Mexican flag remained hove to abeam. But in the man in command of the boarding party, I recognized Tomas Castro. He was a pirate. My surmises were correct. He looked the part to the life, in a plumed hat, cloaked to the chin, and standing apart in a saturnine dignity. "Are you going to have us all murdered, Castro?" I asked with indignation. To my surprise, he did not seem to recognize me. Indeed, he pretended not to see me at all. I might have been thin air for any sign he gave of being aware of my presence, but turning his back on me, he addressed himself to the ignobly captive Lumsden, telling him that he, Castro, was the commander of that Mexican schooner, and menacing him with dreadful threats of vengeance for what he called the resistance we had offered to a privateer of the Republic. I suppose he was pleased to qualify with the name of armed resistance the miserable little pop of the Major's pocket pistol. To punish that audacity, he announced that no private property would be respected. "You shall have to give up all the money on board," he yelled at the wretched man lying there like a sheep ready for slaughter. The other could only gasp and blink. Castro's ferocity was so remarkable that for a moment it struck me as put on. There was no necessity for it. We were meek and silent enough. Only poor Major Cooper muttered, "My wife and child." The ragged brown men were pouring on deck from below, their arms full of bundles. Half a dozen of them started to pull off the main hatch tarpaulin. Up aloft, the crew looked down with scared eyes. I began to say excitedly in my indignation, almost into his very ear, "I know you, Tomas Castro! I know you! Tomas Castro!" Even then he seemed not to hear. But at last he looked into my face balefully, as if he wished to convey the plague to me. "Hold your tongue," he said very quickly in Spanish. "This is folly." His little hawk's beak of a nose nestled in his moustache. He waved his arm and declared forcibly, "I don't know you. I am Nicola el Demonio, the Mexican." Poor old Cooper groaned. The reputation of Nicola el Demonio, if rumors were to be trusted, was a horrible thing for a man with women depending on him. 5 or 6 of these bandits were standing about Lumsden, the Major and myself fingering the locks of their guns. Poor old Cooper, breaking away from his guard, was raging up and down the poop, and the big pirate kept him off the companion truculently. The Major wanted to get below. The little girl was screaming in the cuddy, and we could hear her very plainly. It was rather horrible. Castro had gone forward into the crowd of scoundrels round the hatchway. It was only then that I realized that Major Cooper was in a state of delirious apprehension and fury. I seem to remember at last that for a long time he'd been groaning somewhere near me. He kept on saying, "Oh, for God's sake, my poor wife." I understood that he must have been asking me to do something. It came as a shock to me. I had a vague sensation of his fears. Up until then, I hadn't realized that anyone could be much interested in Mrs. Cooper. He caught hold of my arm as if he wanted support and stuttered, Couldn't you speak to?" He nodded in the direction of Tomas Castro, who was bent and shouting down the hatch. "Try to," the old man gasped. "Did you hear the child scream?" His face was pallid and wrinkled like a piece of crumpled paper. His mouth was drawn on one side, and his lips quivered one against the other. I went to Castro and caught him by the arm. He spun round and smiled discreetly. "We shall be using force upon you directly. Please resist, senor, but not too much." "What? His wife? Tell that stupid Inglese with whiskers that she is safe." He whispered with an air of profound intelligence. We shall be ready to go as soon as these foul swine have finished their stealing. I cannot stop them," he added. I could not pause to think what he might mean. The child's shrieks resounding louder and louder, I ran below. There were a couple of men in the cabin with the women. Mrs. Cooper was lying back upon a sofa, her face very white and drawn, her eyes wide open. Her useless hands twitched at her dress. Otherwise she was absolutely motionless, like a frozen woman. The black nurse was panting convulsively in a corner, a palpitating bundle of orange and purple and white clothes. The child was rushing round and round, shrieking. The two men did nothing at all. One of them kept saying in Spanish, "But we only want your rings. But we only want your rings." The other made feeble efforts to catch the child as it rushed past him. He wanted its earrings. They were contraband of war, I suppose. Mrs. Cooper was petrified with terror. Explaining the desires of the two men was like shouting things into the ear of a very deaf woman. She kept on saying, "Will they go away then? Will they go away then?" All the while she was drawing the rings off her thin fingers and handing them to me. I gave them to the ruffians, whose presence seemed to terrify her out of her senses. I had no option. I could do nothing else. Then I asked her whether she wished me to remain with her and the child. She said, "Yes." "No." "Go away." "Yes." "No." "Let me think." Finally, it came into my head that in the captain's cabin she would be able to talk to her husband through the deck ventilator, and after a time the idea filtered through to her brain. She could hardly walk at all. The child and the nurse ran in front of us, and practically I carried her there in my arms. Once in the stateroom, she struggled loose from me and, rushing in, slammed the door violently in my face. She seemed to hate me. End of Part 2, Chapter 5 of Romance. Part 2, The Girl with the Lizard. Chapter 6 of Romance, by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 2, Chapter 6 of Romance. I went on deck again. On the poop, about 20 men had surrounded Major Cooper. His white head was being jerked backwards and forwards above their bending backs. They had got his old uniform coat off and were fighting for the buttons. I had just time to shout to him, "Your wife's down there, she's all right," when very suddenly I became aware that Tomas Castro was swearing horribly at these thieves. He drove them away, and we were left quite alone on the poop, I holding the Major's coat over my arm. Major Cooper stooped down to call through the skylight. I could hear faint answers coming up to him. Meantime, some of the rascals left on board the schooner had filled on her in a light wind, and sailing around our stern had brought their vessel alongside. Ropes were thrown on board and we lay close together, but the schooner with her dirty decks looked to me now very sinister and very sordid. Then I remembered Castro's extraordinary words. They suggested infinite possibilities of a disastrous nature. I could not tell just what. The explanation seemed to be struggling to bring itself to light, like a name that one has had for hours on the tip of a tongue without being able to formulate it. Major Cooper rose stiffly and limped to my side. He looked at me askance, then shifted his eyes away. Afterwards, he took his coat from my arm. I tried to help him, but he refused my aid and jerked himself painfully into it. It was too tight for him. Suddenly he said, "You seem to be deuced intimate with that man, deuced intimate." His tone caused me more misgiving than I should have thought possible. He took a turn on the deserted deck, went to the skylight, called down, "All well still?" Waited, listening with his head on one side, and then came back to me. "You drop into the ship," he said, "out of the clouds. Out of the clouds, I say. You tell us some sort of cock and bull story. I say it looks deuced suspicious." He took another turn and came back. "My wife says you took her rings and gave them to this—" He had an ashamed air. It came into my head that hateful woman had been egging him on to this through the skylight instead of saying her prayers. "Your wife," I said. "Why, she might have been murdered if I hadn't made her give them up. I believe I saved her life." He said suddenly, "Tut, tut," and shrugged his shoulders. He hung his head for a minute, then he added, "Mind, I don't say that it mayn't be as you say. You're a very nice fellow. But what I say is, I am a public man. You ought to clear yourself." He was beginning to recover his military bearing. "Oh, don't be absurd," I said. One of the Spaniards came up to me and whispered, "You must come now. We are going to cast off." At the same time, Tomas Castro prowled to the other side of the ship, within 5 yards of us. I called out, "Tomas Castro! Tomas Castro! I will not go with you." The man beside me said, "Come, senor, vamos." Suddenly, Castro, stretching his arm out at me, cried, "Come, hombres, this is the caballero, seize him." And to me in his broken English he shouted, "You may resist if you like." This was what I meant to do with all my might. The ragged crowd surrounded me. They chattered like monkeys. One man irritated me beyond conception. He looked like an innkeeper in knee breeches, had a broken nose that pointed to the left and a double chin. More of them came running up every minute. I made a sort of blind rush at the fellow with the broken nose. My elbow caught him on the soft folds of flesh and he skipped backwards. The rest scattered in all directions and then stood at a distance, chattering and waving their hands. And beyond them I saw old Cooper gesticulating approval. The man with the double chin drew a knife from his sleeve, crouched instantly and sprang at me. I hadn't fought anybody since I had been at school. Raising my fists was like trying a dubious experiment in an emergency. I caught him rather hard on the end of his broken nose. I felt the contact on my right and a small pain in my left hand. His arms went up to the sky, his face too. But I had started forward to meet him, and 6 of them flung their arms round me from behind. I seemed to have an exaggerated clearness of vision. I saw each brown, dirty paw reach out to clutch some part of me. I was not angry anymore. It wasn't any good being angry, but I made a fight for it. There were dozens of them. They clutched my wrists, my elbows, and in between my wrists and my elbows, and my shoulders. One pair of arms was round my neck, another round my waist, and they kept on trying to catch my legs with ropes. We seemed to stagger all over the deck. I expect they got in each other's way. They would have made a better job of it if they hadn't been such a multitude. I must then have got a crack on the head, for everything grew dark. The night seemed to fall on us as we fought. Afterwards, I found myself lying gasping on my back on the deck of the schooner. 4 or 5 men were holding me down. Castor was putting a pistol into his belt. He stamped his foot violently and then went and shouted in Spanish, "Come you all on board! You've done enough mischief, enough, fools of Lugarenos. Now we go." I saw, as in a dream of stress and violence, some men making ready to cast off the schooner, and then, in a supreme effort, an effort of lusty youth and strength which I remember to this day, I scattered men like chaff and stood free. For the fraction of a second I stood ready to fall myself and looking at prostrate men. It was a flash of vision, and then I made a bolt for the rail. I clambered furiously. I saw the deck of the old bark. I had just one exulting sight of it, and then Major Cooper uprose before my eyes and knocked me back on board the schooner, tumbling after me himself. 20 men flung themselves upon my body. I made no movement. The end had come. I hadn't the strength to shake off a fly. My heart was bursting my ribs. I lay on my back and managed to say, "Give me air." I thought I should die. Castro, draped in his cloak, stood over me, but Major Cooper fell on his knees near my head, almost sobbing. "My papers! My papers! I tell you I shall starve. Make them give me back my papers. They ain't any use to them. My pension, mortgages, not worth a penny piece to you." He crouched over my face, and the Spaniard stood around, wondering. He begged me to intercede, to save him those papers of the greatest importance. Castro preserved his attitude of a conspirator. I was touched by the Major's distress, and at last I condescended to address Castro on his behalf, though it cost me an effort, for I was angry, indignant, and humiliated. What? What do I know of his papers? Let him find them." He waved his hand loftily. The deck was hillocked with heaps of clothing, of bedding, casks of rum, old hats, and tarpaulins. Cooper ran in and out among the plunder like a pointer in a turnip field. He was groaning. Beside one of the pumps was a small pile of shiny cases. Ship's instruments, a chronometer in its case, a medicine chest. Cooper tottered at a black dispatch box. There, he said. "I tell you I shall starve if I don't have it. Ask him. He was clutching me like a drowning man. Castro raised the inevitable arm towards heaven, letting his round black cloak fall into folds like those of an umbrella. Cooper gathered that he might take his Japan dispatch box. He seized the brass handles and rushed towards the side. But at the last moment he had the good impulse to return to me, holding out his hand and spluttering distractedly, "God bless you! God bless you!" After a time he remembered that I had rescued his wife and child, and he asked God to bless me for that too. "If it is ever necessary," he said, "on my honor, if you escape, I will come 1,000 miles to testify. On my honor, remember." He said he was going to live in Clapham. That is as much as I remember. I was held pinned down to the deck, and he disappeared from my sight. Before the ships had separated, I was carried below in the cabin of the schooner. They left me alone there, and I sat with my head on my arms for a long time. I did not think of anything at all. I was too utterly done up with my struggles, and there was nothing to be thought about. I had grown to accept the meanness of things as if I had aged a great deal. I had seen men scratch each other's faces over coat buttons, old shoes, over Mercer's trousers. My own future did not interest me at this stage. I sat up and looked round me. I was in a small, bare cabin, roughly wainscoted and exceedingly filthy. There were the grease marks from the backs of heads all along a bulkhead above a wooden bench. The rough table on which my arms rested was covered with layers of tallow spots. Bright light shone through a porthole. 2 or 3 ill-assorted muskets slanted about around the foot of the mast. A long old piece of a time of Pizarro, all red velvet and silver chasing, on a swiveled stand. 3 English fowling pieces, and a coachman's blunderbuss. A man was rising from a mattress stretched on the floor. He placed a mandolin decorated with red favors on the greasy table. He was shockingly thin, and so tall that his head disturbed the candle soot on the ceiling. He said, I was waiting for the cavalier to awake. He stalked round the end of a table and slid between it and the side, and grasped my arm with rapt earnestness as he settled himself slowly beside me. He wore a red shirt that had become rather black where his long brown ringlets fell on his shoulders. It had tarnished gilt buttons ciphered G.R., stolen, I suppose, from some English ship. I beg the Senor Caballero to listen to what I have to record, he said, with intense gravity. I cannot bear this much longer. No, I cannot bear my sufferings much longer. His face was of a large classical type, a close-featured, rather long face with an immense nose that from the front resembled the section of a bell, eyebrows like horseshoes and very large pupilled eyes that had the purplish-brown lustre of a horse's. His air was mournful in the extreme, and he began to speak resonantly as if his chest were a sounding board. He used immensely long sentences, of which I only understood one half. What then is the difference between me, Manuel de Popolo Isturiz, and this Tomas Castro? The Senor Caballero can tell at once. Look at me. I am the finer man. I would have you ask the ladies of Rio Medio and leave the verdict to them. This Castro is an Andalou, a foreigner. And we, the braves of Rio Medio, will suffer no foreigner to take headway with our ladies. Yet this Andalusian is preferred because he is a humble friend of the great Don, and because he is for a few days given the command. I ask you, senor, what is the radical difference between me, the sailing captain of this vessel, and him, the fighting captain, for a few days? Is it not I that am, as it were, the brains of it, and he only its knife? I ask the Senor Caballero. I didn't in the least know what to answer. His great eyes wistfully explored my face. I expect I looked bewildered. I lay my case at your feet, he continued. You are to be our chief leader, and on account of your illustrious birth and renowned intelligence, will occupy a superior position in the Council of the Notables. Is it not so? Has not the Senor Juez O'Brien so ordained? You will give ear to me, you will alleviate my indignant sufferings? He implored me with his eyes for a long time. Manuel de Popolo, as he called himself, pushed the hair back from his forehead. I had noticed that the love-locks were plaited with black braid, and that he wore large, dirty silk ruffles. The caballero, he continued, marking his words with a long white finger a tap on the table, will represent my views to the notables. My position at present, as I have had the honor to observe, is become unbearable. Consider, too, how your worship and I would work together. What lightness for you and me. You will find Miss Castro unbearably gross. But I assure you I am a man of taste, an improvisador, an artist. My songs are celebrated, and yet... He folded his arms again and waited. Then he said, employing his most impressive voice, I have influence with the men of Rio. I could raise a riot. We Cubans are a jealous people. We do not love that foreigners should take our best from us. We do not love it. We will not suffer it. Let this Castro bethink himself and go in peace, leaving us and our ladies. As the proverb says, it is well to build a bridge for a departing enemy. He began to peer at me more wistfully, and his eyes grew more luminous than ever. This man, in spite of his grotesqueness, was quite in earnest. There was no doubting that. I have a gentle spirit, he began again. A gentle spirit. I am submissive to the legitimate authorities. What the Senor Juez O'Brien asks me to do, I do. I would put a knife into anyone who inconvenienced the Senor O'Brien, who is a good Catholic. We would all do that as is right and fitting. But this Castro, this Andalou, who is nearly as bad as a heretic, when my day comes, I will have his arms flayed and the soles of his feet, and I will rub red pepper into them, and all the men of Rio who do not love foreigners will applaud. And I will stick little thorns under his tongue, and I will cut off his eyelids with little scissors, and set him facing the sun. Caballero, you would love me. I have a gentle spirit. I am a pleasant companion. He rose and squeezed around the table. Listen, his eyes lit up with rapture. You shall hear me. It is divine. Ah, it is very pleasant, you will say. He seized his mandolin, slung it round his neck, and leant against the bulkhead. The bright light from the porthole gilded the outlines of his body as he swayed about and moved his long fingers across the strings. They tinkled metallically. He sang in a nasal voice, Hasten, the young girls say, as they hasten to the barn window. Hasten, surely that is the guitar of Manuel del Popolo, as he glides along the wall in the twilight. It was a very long song. He gesticulated freely with his hand in between the scratching of the strings, which seemed to be a matter of luck. His eyes gazed distantly at the wall above my head. The performance bewildered and impressed me. I wondered if this was what they had carried me off for. It was like being mad. He made a decrescendo tinkling, and his lofty features lapsed into their normal mournfulness. At that moment, Castro put his face round the door, then entered altogether. He sighed in a satisfied manner, and had an air of having finished a laborious undertaking. We have arranged the confusion up above, he said to Manuel del Popolo. You may go and see to the sailing. Hurry, it's growing late. Manuel blazed silently and stalked out of a door as if he had an electric cloud round his head. Tomas Castro turned towards me. You are better? He asked benevolently. You exerted yourself too much. But still, if you liked. He picked up the mandolin and began negligently scratching the strings. I noticed an alteration in him. He had grown softer in the flesh in the past years. There were little threads of grey in the knotted curls of his beard. It was as if he had lived well on the whole. He bent his head over the strings, plucked one, tightened a peg, plucked it again, then set the instrument on the table and dropped onto the mattress. Will you have some rum? He said. You've grown broad and strong, like a bull. You made those men fly, sacre nom d'une pipe. One would have thought you were in earnest. Ah, well. He stretched himself at length on the mattress and closed his eyes. I looked at him to discover traces of irony. There weren't any. He was talking quietly. He even reproved me for having carried the pretense of resistance beyond a joke. You fought too much. You struck many men, and hard. You will have made enemies. The picaros of this dirty little town are as conceited as pigs. You must take care, or you will have a knife in your back. He lay with his hands crossed on his stomach, which was round like a pudding. After a time he opened his eyes and looked at the dancing white reflection of the water on the grimy ceiling. To think of seeing you again after all these years, he said. I did not believe my ears when Don Carlos asked me to fetch you like this. Who would have believed it? But as they say, he added philosophically, The water flows to the sea, and the little stones find their places. He paused to listen to the sounds that came from above. That Manuel is a fool, he said without rancor. He is mad with jealousy, because for this day I have command here. But all the same, they are dangerous pigs, these slaves of the Senor O'Brien. I wish the town were rid of them. One day there will be a riot, a function with their jealousies and madness. I sat and said nothing, and things fitted themselves together. Little patches of information going in here and there, like the pieces of a puzzle map. O'Brien had gone on to Havana in the ship from which I had escaped, to render an account of the pirates that had been hung at Kingston. The Riegos had been landed in boats at Rio Medio, of course. That poor Don Carlos, Castro moaned lamentably. They had the barbarity to take him out in the night in that raw fog. He coughed and coughed. It made me faint to hear him. He could not even speak to me, his Tomas. It was pitiful. He could not speak when we got to the Casa. I could not really understand why I had been a second time kidnapped. Castro said that O'Brien had not been unwilling that I should reach Havana. It was Carlos that had ordered Tomas to take me out of the breeze. He had come down in the raw morning before the schooner had put out from behind the point to impress very elaborate directions upon Tomas Castro. Indeed, it was whilst talking to Tomas that he had burst a blood vessel. He said to me, "Have a care now. Listen, he is my dear friend, that Senor Juan. I love him as if he were my only brother. Be very careful, Tomas Castro. Make it appear that he comes to us much against his will. Let him be dragged on board by many men. You are to understand, Tomas, that he is a youth of noble family, and that you are to be as careful of compromising him as you are of the honor of Our Lady." Tomas Castro looked across at me. "You will be able to report well of me," he said. "I did my best. If you are compromised, it was you who did it by talking to me as if you knew me." I remembered then that Tomas certainly had resented my seeming to recognize him before Cooper and Lumsden. He closed his eyes again. After a time he added, "Vaya, after all, it is foolishness to fear being compromised. You would never believe that His Excellency Don Balthasar had led a riotous life. To look at him with his silver head. It is said he had 3 friars killed once in Seville, a very, very long time ago. It was dangerous in those days to come against our mother, the Church." He paused and undid his shirt, laying bare an incredibly hairy chest, then slowly kicked off his shoes. "One stifles here," he said. "Ah, in the old days." Suddenly he turned to me and said, with an air of indescribable interest, as if he were gloating over an obscene idea, "So they would hang a gentleman like you if they caught you? What savages you English people are! What savages! Like cannibals! You did well to make that comedy of resisting. Quel pays! What a people! I dream of them still. The eyes, the teeth. Ah, well, in an hour we shall be in Rio. I must sleep." End of Part 2, Chapter 6 of Romance. Part 2, The Girl with the Lizard, Chapter 7 of Romance, by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 2, Chapter 7 of Romance. By 2 of the afternoon, we were running into the inlet of Rio Medio. I had come on deck when Tomas Castro had started out of his doze. I wanted to see. We went round violently as I emerged, and clinging to the side I saw in a whirl tall, baked brown hills dropping sheer down to a strip of flat land and a belt of dark green scrub at the water's edge. Little pink squares of house walls dropped here and there, mounting the hillside among palms, like men standing in tall grass, running back, hiding in a steep valley. Silver-grey huts with ragged, dun roofs, like disheveled shocks of hair, a great pink church face, very tall and narrow, pyramidal towards the top, and pierced for 7 bells, but having only 3. It looked as if it had been hidden for centuries in the folds of an ancient land, as it lay there asleep in the blighting sunlight. When we anchored, Tomas, beside me in saturnine silence, grunted and spat into the water. "Look here," I said. "What is the meaning of it all? What is it? What is at the bottom?" He shrugged his shoulders gloomily. "If your worship does not know, who should?" he said. "It is not for me to say why people should wish to come here." "Then take me to Carlos," I said. "I must get this settled." Castro looked at me suspiciously. "You will not excite him," he said. "I have known people die right out when they were like that." "Oh, I won't excite him," I said. As we were rowed ashore, he began to point out the houses of the notables. Rio Medio had been one of the principal ports of the Antilles in the 17th century, but it had failed before the rivalry of Havana because its harbor would not take the large vessels of the modern draft. Now it had no trade, no life, no anything except a bishop and a great monastery, a few retired officials from Havana. A large settlement of ragged thatched huts and clay hovels lay to the west of the cathedral. The Casa Riego was an enormous palace, with windows like loopholes facing the shore. Don Balthasar practically owned the whole town and all the surrounding country and, except for his age and feebleness, might have been an absolute monarch. He had lived in Havana with great splendor, but now, in his failing years, had retired to his palace, from which he had since only twice set foot. This had only been when official ceremonies of extreme importance, such as the international execution of pirates that I had witnessed, demanded the presence of someone of his eminence and luster. Otherwise, he had lived shut up in his palace. There was nowhere in Rio Medio for him to go to. He was said to regard his intendant, O'Brien, as the apple of his eye, and had used his influence to get him made one of the judges of the Marine Court. The old Don himself probably knew nothing about the pirates. The inlet had been used by buccaneers ever since the days of Columbus, but they were below his serious consideration, even if he had ever seen them, which Tomas Castro doubted. There was no doubting the sincerity of his tone. "Oh, you thought I was a pirate," he muttered. "For a day, yes, to oblige Riego, my friend. Yes. Moreover, I hate that familiar of the priests, that soft-spoken juez, intendente, intriguer, that O'Brien, a sufferer for the faith. Que picardia! Have I not too suffered for the faith? I am the trusted, humble friend of the Riegos. But perhaps you think Don Balthasar is himself a pirate. He who has in his veins the blood of the Cid Campeador, whose ancestors have owned half this island since the days of Christopher himself." "Has he nothing whatever to do with it?" I asked. "After all, it all goes on in his own town." "Oh, you English," he muttered, "you are all mad. Would one of your great nobles be a pirate? Perhaps they would. God knows. Alas, alas, he suddenly broke off, when I think that my Carlos shall leave his bones in this ungodly place. I gave up questioning Tomas Castro. He was too much for me. We entered the grim palace by the shore through an imposing archway and mounted a broad staircase. In a lofty room giving off the upper gallery round the central court of the Casa Riego, Carlos lay in a great bed. I stood before him, having pushed aside Tomas Castro, who had been cautiously scratching the great brilliant mahogany panels with a dirty fingernail. "Damnation, Carlos," I said. "This is the third of your treacheries. What do you want with me?" You might well have imagined he was a descendant of the Cid Campeador, only to look at him lying there without a quiver of a feature, his face stainlessly white, a little bluish in extreme lack of blood, with all the nobility of death upon it like an alabaster effigy of an old knight in a cathedral. On the red velvet hangings of the bed was an immense coat of arms, worked in silk and surrounded by a collar, with the golden sheep hanging from the ring. The shield was patched in with an immense number of quarterings, lions rampant, leopards courant, fleur-de-lis, castles, eagles' hands and arms. His eyes opened slowly, and his face assumed an easy, languorous smile of immense pleasure. "Ah, Juan," he said, "se bienvenido, be welcome, be welcome." Castro caught me roughly by the shoulder and gazed at me with blazing yellow eyes. "You should not speak roughly to him," he said. "English beast, he is dying." "No, I won't speak roughly to him," I answered. "I see." I did see. At first I had been suspicious. It might have been put on to mollify me. But one could not put on that blueness of tinge, that extra, nearly final touch of the chisel to the lines round the nose, that air of restfulness that nothing any more could very much disturb. There was no doubt that Carlos was dying. "Treacheries! No, you had to come," he said suddenly. "I need you. I am glad, dear Juan." He waved the thin, long hand a little towards mine. "You shall not long be angry. It had to be done. You must forgive the means." His air was so gay, so uncomplaining, that it was hard to believe it came from him. "You could not have acted worse if you had owed me a grudge, Carlos," I said. "I want an explanation, but I don't want to kill you." Oh no, he said. "In a minute I will tell." He dropped a gold ball into a silver basin that was by the bedside, and it sounded like a great bell. A nun in a sort of coif that took the lines of a buffalo's horns glided to him with a gold cup, from which he drank, raising himself a little. Then the religious went out with Tomas Castro, who gave me a last ferocious glower from his yellow eyes. Carlos smiled. "They tried to make my going easy," he said. "Vamos. The pillow is smooth for him who is well loved." He shut his eyes. Suddenly he said, "Why do you alone hate me, John Kemp? What have I done?" "God knows I don't hate you, Carlos," I answered. "You have always mistrusted me," he said, "and yet I am, perhaps, nearer to you than many of your countrymen, and I have always wished you well, and you have always hated and mistrusted me. From the very first you mistrusted me. Why?" It was useless denying it. He had the extraordinary incredulity of his kind. I remembered how I had idolized him as a boy at home. Your brother-in-law, my cousin Rooksby, was the very first to believe that I was a pirate. I, a vulgar pirate, I, Carlos Riego. Did he not believe it? And you? He glanced a little ironically and lifted a thin white finger towards the great coat of arms. That sort of thing, he said, amigo mio, does not allow one to pick pockets. He suddenly turned a little to one side and fixed me with his clear eyes. My friend, he said, if I told you that Rooksby and your greatest Kent earls carried smugglers' tubs, you would say I was an ignorant fool. Yet they too are magistrates. The only use I have ever made of these ruffians was today to bring you here. It was a necessity. That O'Brien had gone on to take you when you arrived. You would never have come alive out of Havana. I was saving your life. Once there, you could never have escaped from that man. I saw suddenly that this might be the truth. There had been something friendly in Tomas Castro's desire not to compromise me before the people on board the ship. Obviously, he'd been acting a part with a visible contempt for the pilfering that he could not prevent. He had been sent merely to bring me to Rio Medio. I never disliked you, I protested. I do not understand what you mean. All I know is that you have used me ill, outrageously ill. You have saved my life now, you say. That may be true. But why did you ever make me meet with that man O'Brien? And even for that you should not hate me, he said, shaking his head on the silk pillows. I never wished you anything but well, Juan, because you were honest and young, of noble blood, good to look upon. You had done me and my friend good service, to your own peril, when my own cousin had deserted me, and I loved you for the sake of another. I loved your sister. We have a proverb, a man is always good to the eyes in which the sister hath found favour. I looked at him in amazement. You loved Veronica, I said. But Veronica is nothing at all. There was the señorita. He smiled wearily. Ah, the señorita. She is very well. A man could love her too. But we do not command love, my friend. I interrupted him. I want to know why you brought me here. Why did you ask me to come here when we were on board the Thames? He answered sadly, Ah, then, because I loved your sister, and you reminded me always of her. But that is all over now, done with for good. I have to address myself to dying as it becomes one of my race to die. He smiled at me. One must die in peace to die like a Christian. Life has treated me rather scurvily. Only the gentleman must not repine like a poor man of low birth. I would like to do a good turn to the friend who is the brother of his sister, to the girl cousin whom I do not love with love, but whom I understand with affection, to the great inheritance that is not from my wasted hands. I looked out of the open door of the room. There was the absolutely quiet inner court of the palace, a colonnade of tall square pillars. In the center, the little thread of a fountain. Round the fountain were tangled bushes of flowers, enormous geraniums, enormous hollyhocks, a riot of orange marigolds. How like our flowers at home, I said mechanically. I brought the seeds from there, from your sister's garden, he said. I felt horribly hipped. But all these things tell me nothing, I said, with an attempt towards briskness. I have to husband my voice. He closed his eyes. There is no saying that I did not believe him. I did. Every word. I had simply been influenced by Rooksby's suspicions. I had made an ass of myself over that business on board the Thames. The passage of Carlos and his faithful Tomas had been arranged for by some agent of O'Brien in London, who was in communication with Ramon in Rio Medio. The same man had engaged Nichols, that Nova Scotian mate, an unscrupulous sailor, for O'Brien's service. He was to leave the ship in Kingston and report himself to Ramon, who furnished him with the means to go to Cuba. That man, seeing me intimate with two persons going to Rio Medio, had got it into his head that I was going there too. And very naturally, he did not want an Englishman for a witness of his doings. But Rooksby's behavior, his veiled accusations, his innuendos against Carlos had influenced me more than anything else. I remembered 100 little things now that I knew that Carlos loved Veronica. I understood Rooksby's jealous impatience, Veronica's friendly glances at Carlos, the fact that Rooksby had proposed to Veronica on the very day that Carlos had come again into the neighborhood with the runners after him. I saw very well that there was no more connection between the Casa Riego and the rascality of Rio Medio than there was between Ralph himself and old drunken Rangsley on Hythe Beach. There was less, perhaps. "Ah, you have had a sad life, my Carlos," I said, after a long time. He opened his eyes and smiled his brave smile. "Ah, as to that," he said, "one kept on. One has to husband one's voice, though, and not waste it over lamentations. I have to tell you—" "Ah, yes." He paused and fixed his eyes upon me. "Figure to yourself that this house, this town, an immense part of this island, much even yet in Castile itself, much gold, many slaves, a great name, a very great name, are what I shall leave behind me. Now, think that there is a very noble old man, one who has been very great in the world, who shall die very soon. Then all these things shall go to a young girl. That old man is very old, is a little foolish with age. That young girl knows very little of the world and is very passionate, very proud, very helpless. Add now to that a great menace, a very dangerous, crafty, subtle personage who has the ear of that old man, whose aim it is to become the possessor of that young girl and of that vast wealth. The old man is much subject to the other. Old men are like that, especially the very great. They have many things to think of. It is necessary that they rely on somebody. I am, in fact, speaking of my uncle and the man called O'Brien. You have seen him." Carlos spoke in a voice hardly above a whisper, but he stuck to his task with indomitable courage. "If I die and leave him here, he will have my uncle to himself. He is a terrible man. Where would all that great fortune go? for the re-establishing of the true faith in Ireland? Quien sabe? Into the hands of O'Brien at any rate. And the daughter too, a young girl, she would be in the hands of O'Brien too. If I could expect to live, it might be different. That is the greatest distress of all. He swallowed painfully and put his frail hand on the white ruffle at his neck. I was in great trouble to find how to thwart this O'Brien. My uncle went to Kingston because he was persuaded it was his place to see that the execution of those unhappy men was conducted with due humanity. O'Brien came with us as his secretary. I was in the greatest horror of mind. I prayed for guidance. Then my eyes fell upon you, who were pressed against our very carriage wheels. It was like an answer to my prayers. Carlos suddenly reached out and caught my hand. I thought he was wandering, and I was immensely sorry for him. He looked at me so wistfully with his immense eyes. He continued to press my hand. But when I saw you, he went on after a time, it had come into my head. That is the man who is sent in answer to my prayers. I knew it, I say. If you could have my cousin and my lands, I thought, it would be like my having your sister. Not quite, but good enough for a man who is to die in a short while, and leave no trace but a marble tomb. Ah, one desires very much to leave a mark under God's blessed sun, and to be able to know a little how things will go after one is dead. I arranged the matter very quickly in my mind. There was the difficulty of O'Brien. If I had said, here is the man who is to marry my cousin, he would have had you or me murdered. He would stop at nothing. So I said to him very quietly, look here, Senor Secretary, that is the man you have need of to replace your Nichols, a devil to fight. But I think he will not consent without a little persuasion. Decoy him then to Ramon's and do your persuading. O'Brien was very glad, because he thought that at last I was coming to take an interest in his schemes, and because it was bringing humiliation to an Englishman. And Serafina was glad, because I had often spoken of you with enthusiasm, as very fearless and very honorable. Then I made that man Ramon decoy you, thinking that the matter would be left to me. That was what Carlos had expected. But O'Brien, talking with Ramon, had heard me described as an extreme separationist so positively that he had thought it safe to open himself fully. He must have counted also on my youth, my stupidity, or my want of principle. Finding out his mistake, he very soon made up his mind how to act, and Carlos, fearing that worse might befall me, had let him. But when the young girl had helped me to escape, Carlos, who understood fully the very great risks I ran in going to Havana in the ship that picked me up, had made use of O'Brien's own picaroons to save me from him. That was the story. Towards the end his breath came fast and short. There was a flush on his face. His eyes gazed imploringly at me. You will stay here now till I die, and then I want you to protect. He fell back on the pillows. This ends Part 2, Chapter 7 of Romance. Part 3, Casa, Riego, Chapter 1 of Romance, by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 3, Chapter 1 of Romance. All this is in my mind now, softened by distance, by the tenderness of things remembered, the wonderful dawn of life, with all the mystery and promise of the young day breaking amongst heavy thunderclouds. At the time I was overwhelmed. I can't express it otherwise. I felt like a man thrown out to sink or swim, trying to keep his head above water. Of course, I did not suspect Carlos now. I was ashamed of ever having done so. I had long ago forgiven him his methods. In a great need you must, he had said, looking at me anxiously, recur to desperate remedies. And he was going to die. I had made no answer and only hung my head, not in resentment, but in doubt of my strength to bear the burden of the great trust that this man whom I loved for his gaiety, his recklessness and romance, was going to leave in my inexperienced hands. He had talked till, at last exhausted, he sank back gently on the pillows of the enormous bed emblazoned like a monument. I went out, following a grey-headed Negro, and the nun glided in and stood at the foot with her white hands folded patiently. "Senor," I heard her mutter reproachfully to the invalid. "Do not scold a poor sinner, Donna Maria," he addressed her feebly, with valiant jocularity. "The days are not many now." The strangeness and tremendousness of what was happening came over me very strongly whilst, in a large chamber with barred loopholes, I was throwing off the rags in which I had entered this house. The night had come already, and I was putting on some of Carlos' clothes by the many flames of candles burning in a tall bronze candelabrum, whose 3 legs figured the paws of a lion. And never, since I had gone on the road to wait for the smugglers and been choked by the Bow Street runners, had I remembered so well the house in which I was born. It was as if, till then, I had never felt the need to look back. But now, like something romantic and glamorous, there came before me Veronica's sweet, dim face, my mother's severe and resolute countenance. I had need of all her resoluteness now. And I remembered the figure of my father in the big chair by the ingle, powerless and lost in his search for rhymes. He might have understood the romance of my situation. It grew upon me as I thought. Don Balthasar, I understood, was apprised of my arrival. As in a dream, I followed the old Negro, who had returned to the door of my room. It grew upon me in the silence of this colonnaded court. We walked along the upper gallery, his cane tapped before me on the tessellated pavement. Below, the water splashed in the marble basins. Glass lanterns hung glimmering between the pillars, and in wrought silver frames lighted the broad white staircase. Under the inner curve of the vaulted gateway, a black-faced man on guard with a bell-mouthed gun rose from a stool at our passing. I thought I saw Castro's peaked hat and large cloak flit in the gloom into which fell the light from the small doorway of a sort of guard-room near the closed gate. We continued along the arcaded walk. A double curtain was drawn to right and left before me, while my guide stepped aside. In a vast white apartment, 3 black figures stood about a central glitter of crystal and silver. At once, the aged, slightly mechanical voice of Don Balthasar rose thinly, putting himself and his house at my disposition. The formality of movements, of voices, governed and checked the unbounded emotions of my wonder. The 2 ladies sank with a rustle of starch and stiff silks in answer to my profound bow. I had just enough control over myself to accomplish that, but mentally I was out of breath. And when I felt the slight trembling touch of Don Balthasar's hand resting on my inclined head, it was as if I had suddenly become aware for a moment of the earth's motion. The hand was gone, his face was averted, and a corpulent priest, all straight and black below his rosy round face, had stepped forward to say a Latin grace in solemn tones that wheezed a little. As soon as he had done, he withdrew with a circular bow to the ladies, to Don Balthasar, who inclined his silvery head. His lifeless voice propounded, "Our excellent Father Antonio, in his devotion, dines by the bedside of our beloved Carlos." He sighed. The heavy carvings of his chair rose upright at his back. He sat with his head leaning forward over his silver plate. The heavy silence fell. Death hovered over that table, and also, as it were, the breath of past ages. The multitude of lights, the polished floor of costly wood, the bare whiteness of walls wainscoted with marble, the vastness of the room, the imposing forms of furniture carved heavily in ebony, impressed me with a sense of secular and austere magnificence. For centuries there had always been a Riego living in this fortress-like palace, ruling this portion of the new world with the whole majesty of his race. And I thought of the long, loopholed, buttressed walls that this abode of noble adventurers presented foursquare to the night outside, standing there by the seashore like a tomb of warlike glories. They built their houses thus centuries ago, when the bands of buccaneers, indomitable and atrocious, had haunted their conquest with a reminder of mortality and weakness. It was a tremendous thing for me, this dinner. The portly duenna on my left had a round eye and an irritated, parrot-like profile, crowned by a high comb, a head shaded by black lace. I dared hardly lift my eyes to the dark and radiant presence facing me across a table furniture that was like a display of treasure. But I did look. She was the girl of the lizard, the girl of the dagger, and in the solemnity of the silence, she was like a fabulous apparition from a half-forgotten tale. I watched covertly the youthful grace of her features. The curve of her cheek filled me with delight. From time to time, she shook the heavy clusters of her curls, and I was amazed as though I had never before seen a woman's hair. Each parting of her lips was a distinct anticipation of a great felicity. When she said a few words to me, I felt an inward trembling. They were indifferent words. Had she forgotten she was the girl with the dagger? And the old Don, what did that old man know? What did he think? What did he mean by that touch of a blessing on my head? Did he know how I had come to his house? But every turn of her head troubled my thoughts. The movements of her hands made me forget myself. The gravity of her eyes above the smile of her lips suggested ideas of adoration. We were served noiselessly. A battalion of young, lusty Negroes in blue jackets laced with silver walked about barefooted under the command of the old major domo. He alone had white silk stockings and shoes with silver buckles. His wide-skirted maroon velvet coat with gold on the collar and cuffs hung low about his thin shanks. And with a long ebony staff in his hand, he directed the service from behind Don Balthasar's chair. At times, he bent towards his master's ear. Don Balthasar answered with a murmur, and those two faces brought close together, one like a noble ivory carving, the other black with the mute pathos of the African faces, seemed to commune in a fellowship of age, of things far off, remembered, lived through together. There was something mysterious and touching in this violent contrast, toned down by the near approach to the tomb, the brotherhood of master and slave. At a given moment, an enormous iron key was brought in on a silver salver, and, bending over the chair, the grey-headed Negro laid it by Don Balthasar's plate. "Don Carlos's orders," he muttered. The old Don seemed to wake up. A little colour mounted to his cheeks. "There was a time, young caballero, when the gates of Casa Riego stood open night and day to the griefs and poverty of the people, like the doors of a church, and as respected. But now it seems—" He mumbled a little peevishly, but seemed to recollect himself. "The safety of his guest is like the breath of life to a Castilian," he ended, with a benignant but attentive look at me. He rose, and we passed out through the double lines of the servants ranged from table to door. By the splash of the fountain, on a little round table between two chairs, stood a many-branched candlestick. The duenna sat down opposite Don Balthasar. A multitude of stars was suspended over the breathless peace of the court. "Señorita," I began, mustering all my courage and all my Spanish, "I do not know." She was walking by my side with upright carriage and a nonchalant step, and shut her fan smartly. "Don Carlos himself had given me the dagger," she said rapidly. The fan flew open. A touch of the wind fanning her person came faintly upon my cheek with a suggestion of delicate perfume. She noticed my confusion and said, "Let us walk to the end, Señor." The old man and the duenna had cards in their hands now. The intimate tone of her words ravished me into the seventh heaven. "Ah," she said, when we were out of earshot, "I have the spirit of my house, but I am only a weak girl. We have taken this resolution because of your hidalguidad, because you are our kinsman, because you are English. Ay de me, would I had been a man. My father needs a son in his great, great age. Poor father. Poor Don Carlos." There was the catch of a sob in the shadow of the end gallery. We turned back, and the undulation of her walk seemed to throw me into a state of exaltation. "On the word of an Englishman," I began. The fan touched my arm. The eyes of a duenna glittered over the cards. "This woman belongs to that man too," muttered Serafina. "And yet she used to be faithful, almost a mother. Misericordia! Senor, there is no one in this unhappy place that he has not bought, corrupted, frightened, or bent to his will, to his madness of hate against England. Of our poor he has made a rabble. The bishop himself is afraid." Such was the beginning of our first conversation in this court, suggesting the cloistered peace of a convent. We strolled to and fro. She dropped her eyelids, and the agitation of her mind, pictured in the almost fierce swiftness of her utterance, made a wonderful contrast to the leisurely rhythm of her movements, marked by the slow beating of the fan. The retirement of her father from the world after her mother's death had made a great solitude round his declining years. Yes, that sorrow and the base intrigues of that man, a fugitive, a hanger-on of her mother's family, recommended to Don Balthasar's grace by her mother's favour. Yes, he had, before she died, thrown his baneful influence even upon that saintly spirit by the piety of his practices and the sufferings for his faith he always paraded. His faith! Oh, hypocrite! 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 His only faith was hate, the hate of England. He would sacrifice everything to it. He would despoil and ruin his greatest benefactors, this fatal man. "Senor, my cousin," she said picturesquely, "he would, if he could, drop poison into every spring of clear water in your country." "Smile, Don Juan." Her repressed vehemence had held me spellbound, and the silvery little burst of laughter ending her fierce tirade had the bewildering effect of a crash on my mind. The other two looked up from their cards. "I pretend to laugh to deceive that woman," she explained quickly. "I used to love her." She had no one now about her she could trust or love. It was as if the whole world were blind to the nefarious nature of that man. He had possessed himself of her little father's mind. I glanced towards the old Don, who at that moment was brokenly taking a pinch of snuff out of a gold snuff-box, while the duenna, very sallow and upright, waited, frowning loftily at her cards. "It seemed as if nothing could restrain that man," Serafina's voice went on by my side. "Neither fear nor gratitude. He seemed to cast a spell upon people. He was the plenipotentiary of a powerful religious order. No matter. Don Carlos knew these things better than she did. He had the ear of the Captain General through that. Shh! But the intrigues! The intrigues! I saw her little hand clenched on the closed fan. There were no bounds to his audacity. He wasted their wealth. The audacity! He had overawed her father's mind. He claimed descent from his Irish kings. He who... Senor, my English cousin, he even dares aspire to my person. The game of cards was over. Death, rather, she let fall in a whisper of calm resolution. She dropped me a deep curtsy. Servants were ranging themselves in a row, holding upright before their black faces wax lights in tall silver candlesticks inherited from the second Viceroy of Mexico. I bowed profoundly, with indignation on her behalf and horror in my breast, and turning away from me, she sank low, bending her head to receive her father's blessing. The majordomo preceded the cortege. The two women moved away with an ample rustling of silk and with lights carried on each side of their black, stiff figures. Before they had disappeared up the wide staircase, Don Balthasar, who had stood perfectly motionless with his old face over his snuff-box, seemed to wake up and made in the air a hasty sign of the cross after his daughter. They appeared again in the upper gallery between the columns. I saw her head, draped in lace, carried proudly with the white flower in her hair. I raised my eyes. All my being seemed to strive upwards in that glance. Had she turned her face my way just a little? Illusion. And the double door above closed with an echoing sound along the empty galleries. She had disappeared. Don Balthasar took 3 turns in the courtyard. No more. It was evidently a daily custom. When he withdrew his hand from my arm to tap his snuff-box, we stood still till he was ready to slip it in again. This was the strangest part of it, the most touching, the most startling, that he should lean like this on me, as if he had done it for years. Before me there must have been somebody else. Carlos? Carlos, no doubt. And in this placing me in that position, there was apparent the work of death, the work of life, of time, the pathetic realization of an inevitable destiny. He talked a little disjointedly with the uncertain swaying of a shadow on his thoughts, as if the light of his mind had flickered like an expiring lamp. I remember that once he asked me in a sort of senile worry whether I had ever heard of an Irish king called Brian Boru. But he did not seem to attach any importance to my reply, and spoke no more till he said good night at the door of my chamber. He went on to his apartment, surrounded by lights and preceded by his majordomo, who walked as bowed with age as himself, but the African had a firmer step. I watched him go. There was about his progress in state something ghost-like and royal, an old-time decayed majesty. It was as if he had arisen before me after 100 years' sleep in his retreat, that man who, in his wild and passionate youth, had endangered the wealth of the Riegos, had been the idol of the Madrid populace and a source of dismay to his family. He had carried away, vi et armis, a nun from a convent, incurring the enmity of the church and the displeasure of his sovereign. He had sacrificed all his fortune in Europe to the service of his king, and had fought against the French, had a price put upon his head by a special proclamation. He had known passion, power, war, exile, and love. He had been thanked by his returned king, honored for his wisdom, and crushed with sorrow by the death of his young wife, Serafina's mother. What a life! And what was my arm on which he had leaned in his decay? I looked at it with a sort of surprise, dubiously. What was expected of it, I asked myself. Would it have the strength? Ah, let her only lean on it. It seemed to me that I would have the power to shake down heavy pillars of stone, like Samson in her service, to reach up and take the stars one by one to lay at her feet. I heard a sigh. A shadow appeared in the gallery. The door of my room was open. Leaning my back against the balustrade, I saw the black figure of the Father Antonio, muttering over his breviary, enter the space of the light. He crossed himself and stopped with a friendly, "You are taking the air, my son. The night is warm." He was rubicund, and his little eyes looked me over with priestly mansuetude. I said it was warm indeed. I liked him instinctively. He lifted his eyes to the starry sky. "The orbs are shining excessively," he said, then added, "To the greater glory of God, one is never tired of contemplating this sublime spectacle." "How is Don Carlos, your reverence?" I asked. "My beloved penitent sleeps," he answered, peering at me benevolently. "He reposes. Do you know, young caballero, that I have been a prisoner of war in your country and am acquainted with Londres? I was chaplain of the ship San Jose at the Battle of Trafalgar. On my soul, it is indeed a blessed, fertile country, full of beauty and of well-disposed hearts. I have never failed since to say every day an especial prayer for its return to our Holy Mother, the Church, because I love it." I said nothing to this, only bowing, and he laid a short, thick hand on my shoulder. "May your coming amongst us, my son, bring calmness to a Christian soul too much troubled with the affairs of this world." He sighed, nodded to me with a friendly, sad smile, and began to mutter his prayers as he went. End of Part 3, Chapter 1 of Romance. Part 3, Casa Riego, Chapter 2 of Romance, by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 3, Chapter 2 of Romance. Don Balthasar accepted my presence without a question. Perhaps he fancied he had invited me. Of my manner of coming he was ignorant, of course. O'Brien, who had gone on to Havana in the ship which had landed the Riegos in Rio Medio, gave no sign of life. And yet, on the arrival of the breeze, he must have found out I was no longer on board. I forgot the danger suspended over my head. For a fortnight, I lived as if in a dream. "What is the action you want me to take, Carlos?" I asked one day. Propped up with pillows, he looked at me with the big eyes of his emaciation. "I would like best to see you marry my cousin. Once before a woman of our race had married an Englishman. She had been happy. English things last forever. English peace, English power, English fidelity. It is a country of much serenity, of order, of stable affection." His voice was very weak and full of faith. I remained silent, overwhelmed at this secret of my innermost heart voiced by his bloodless lips, as if a dream had come to pass, as if a miracle had taken place. He added, with an indefinable smile of an almost unearthly wistfulness, "I would have married your sister, my Juan." He had on him the glamour of things English, of English power emerging from the dust of wars and revolution, of England stable and undismayed, like a strong man who had kept his feet in the tottering of secular edifices shaken to their foundations by an earthquake. It was as if for him there was something fine, something romantic, just as for me, romance had always seemed to be embodied in his features, in his glance, and to live in the air he breathed. On the other side of the bed, the old Don, lost in a high-backed armchair, remained plunged in that meditation of the old which resembled sleep, as sleep resembles death. The priest, lighted up by the narrow, bright streak of the window, was reading his breviary through a pair of enormous spectacles. The white coif of a nun hovered in distant corners of the room. We were constantly talking of O'Brien. He was the only subject of all our conversations, and when Carlos inveighed against the Intendente, the old Don nodded sadly in his chair. He was dishonoring the name of the Riegos, Carlos would exclaim feebly, turning his head towards his uncle. His uncle's own province, the name of his own town, stood for refuge of the scum of the Antilles. It was a shameful sanctuary. Every ruffian, rascal, murderer, and thief of the West Indies had come to think of this ancient and honourable town as a safe haven. I myself could very well remember the Jamaica household expression, the Rio Medio piracies, and all these paragraphs in the home papers that reached us a month old, headed "The Activity of the So-Called Mexican Privateers," and urging upon our government the necessity of energetic remonstrances in Madrid. "The fact, incredible as it may appear," said the writers, "seeming to be that the nest of these picaroons is actually within the loyal dominions of the Spanish crown." If Spain, our press said, resented our recognition of South American independence, let it do so openly, not by countenancing criminals. It was unworthy of a great nation. "Our West Indian trade is being stabbed in the back," declared the Bristol Mirror. "Where is our fleet?" it asked. "If the Cuban authorities are unable or unwilling, let us take the matter into our own hands." There was a great deal of mystery about this peculiar outbreak of lawlessness that seemed to be directed so pointedly against the British trade. The town of Rio Medio was alluded to as one of the unapproachable towns of the earth, closed like the capital of Prester John to the travellers, or Mecca to the infidels. Nobody I ever met in Jamaica had set eyes on the place. The impression prevailed that no stranger could come out of it alive. Incredible stories were told of it in the island, and indignation at its existence grew at home and in the colonies. Admiral Rowley, an old fighter, grown a bit lazy, no diplomatist. The stories of his being venal, I take it, were simply abominable calumnies. Unable to get anything out of the Cuban authorities but promises and lofty protestations, had made up his mind under direct pressure from home to take matters into his own hands. His boat attack had been a half-and-half affair for all that. He intended, he had said, to go to the bottom of the thing and find out what there was in the place. But he could not believe that anybody would dare offer resistance to the boats of an English squadron. They were sent in as if for an exploration rather than for an armed landing. It ended in a disaster, and a sense of wonder had been added to the mystery of the fabulous Rio Medio organization. The Cuban authorities protested against the warlike operations attempted in a friendly country. At the same time, they had delivered the 7 pirates, the men whom I saw hanged in Kingston, and Rowley was recalled home in disgrace. It was my extraordinary fate to penetrate into this holy city of the last organized piracy the world would ever know. I beheld it with my eyes. I had stood on the point behind the very battery of guns which had swept Rowley's boats out of existence. The narrow entrance faced across the water the great portal of the cathedral. Rio Medio had been a place of some splendor in its time. The ruinous, heavy buildings clung to the hillsides, and my eyes plunged into a broad vista of an empty and magnificent street. Behind many of the imposing and escutcheoned frontages there was nothing but heaps of rubble. The footsteps of rare passers-by woke lonely echoes, and strips of grass outlined in parallelograms the flagstones of the roadway. The Casa Riego raised its buttressed and loopholed bulk near the shore, resembling a defensive outwork. On my other hand, the shallow bay, vast, placid and shining, extended itself behind the strip of coast like an enormous lagoon. The fronds of palm clusters dotted the beach over the glassy shimmer of the far distance. The dark and wooded slopes of the hills closed the view inland on every side. Under the palms, the green masses of vegetation concealed the hovels of the rabble. There were 3 so-called villages at the bottom of the bay, and that good Catholic and terrible man, Senor Juez O'Brien, could with a simple nod send every man in them to the gallows. The respectable population of Rio Medio, leading a cloistered existence in the ruins of old splendor, used to call that thievish rabble lugarenos, villagers. They were sea thieves, but they were dangerous. At night, from these clusters of hovels surrounded by the banana plantations, there issued a villainous noise, the humming of hived scoundrels. Lights twinkled. One could hear the thin twanging of guitars, uproarious songs, all the sounds of their drinking, singing, gambling, quarreling, love-making, squalor. Sometimes the long shriek of a woman rent the air, or shouting tumults rose and subsided, while on the other side of the cathedral, the houses of the past, the houses without life, showed no light and made no sound. There would be no strollers on the beach in the daytime. The masts of the 2 schooners, bought in the United States by O'Brien to make war with on the British Empire, appeared like slender sticks far away up the empty stretch of water, and that gathering of ruffians, thieves, murderers and runaway slaves slept in their noisome dens. Their habits were obscene and nocturnal, cruel without hardihood, and greedy without courage. They were no skull and crossbones pirates of the old kind, that under the black flag neither gave nor expected quarter. Their usual practice was to hang in rowboats round some unfortunate ship becalmed in sight of their coast, like a troop of vultures hopping about the carcass of a dead buffalo on a plain. When they judged the thing was fairly safe, they would attack with a great noise and show of ferocity, do some hasty looting amongst the cargo, break into the cabins for watches, wearing apparel, and so on, perpetrate at times some atrocity, such as singeing the souls of some poor devil of a shipmaster, when they had positive information from such affiliated helpers as Ramon, the storekeeper in Jamaica, that there was coined money concealed on board, and take themselves off to their sordid revels on shore, and to hold auctions of looted property on the beach. These were attended by people from the interior of the province, and now and then even the Havana dealers would come on the quiet to secure a few pieces of silk or a cask or 2 of French wine. Tomas Castro could not mention them without spitting in sign of contempt. And it was with that base crew that O'Brien imagined himself to be making war on the British Empire. In the time of Nichols, it did look as if they were really becoming enterprising. They had actually chased and boarded ships 60 miles out at sea, It seems he had inspired them with audacity by means of kicks, blows, and threats of instant death after the manner of blue-nosed sailors. His long limbs, the cadaverous and menacing aspect, the strange nasal ferocity of tone, something mocking and desperate in his aspect, had persuaded them that this unique sort of heretic was literally in league with the devil. He had been the most efficient of the successive leaders O'Brien had imported to give some sort of effect to his warlike operations. I laugh and wonder as I write these words, but the man did look upon it as a war and nothing else. What he had had the audacity to propose to me had been treason, not thieving. It had a glamour for him which he supposed a separationist, as I had the reputation of being, could not fail to see. He was thinking of enlarging his activity, of getting really in touch with the Mexican junta of rebels. As he had said, he needed a gentleman now. These were Carlos' surmises. Before Nichols there had been a rather bloodthirsty Frenchman, but he got himself stabbed in an aguardiente shop for blaspheming the Virgin. Nichols, as far as I could understand, had really grown scared at O'Brien's success in repulsing Rowley's boats. He had mysteriously disappeared, and neither of the two schooners had been out till the day of my kidnapping, when Castro, by order of Carlos, had taken the command. The freebooters of Rio Medio had returned to their cautious and petty pilfering in boats from such unlucky ships as the chance of the weather had delivered into their hands. I heard also, during my walks with Castro, he attended me wrapped in his cloak and with 2 pistols in his belt, that there were great jealousies and bickerings amongst that base populace. They were divided into 2 parties. For instance, the rascals living in the easternmost village accepted tacitly the leadership of a certain Domingo, a mulatto, keeper of a vile grog shop, who was skilled in the art of throwing a knife to a great distance. Manuel do Popolo, the extraordinary improvisador with the guitar, was an aspirant for power with a certain following of his own. Words could not express Castro's scorn for these fellows. Ladrones, vermin of the earth, scum of the sea, he called them. His position, of course, was exceptional. A dependent of the Riegos, a familiar of the Casa, he was infinitely removed from a Domingo or a Manuel. He lived soberly, like a Spaniard, in some hut in the nearest of the villages, with an old woman who swept the earth floor and cooked his food at an outside fire, his puchero and tortillas, and rolled for him his provision of cigarettes for the day. Every morning he marched up to the Casa like a courtier to attend on his king. I never saw him eat or drink anything there. He leaned a shoulder against the wall or sat on the floor of the gallery with his short legs stretched out near the big mahogany door of Carlos' room, with many cigarettes stuck behind his ears and in the band of his hat. When these were gone, he grubbed for more in the depths of his clothing, somewhere near his skin. Puffs of smoke issued from his pursed lips, and the desolation of his pose, the sorrow of his round, wrinkled face was so great that it seemed were he to cease smoking, he would die of grief. The general effect of the place was of vitality exhausted, of a body calcined, of romance turned into stone. The still air, the hot sunshine, the white beach curving around the deserted sheet of water, the somber green of the hills, had the motionlessness of things petrified, the vividness of things painted, the sadness of things abandoned, desecrated. And as if alone entrusted with the guardianship of life's sacred fire, I was moving amongst them, nursing my love for Serafina. The words of Carlos were like oil upon a flame. It enveloped me from head to foot with a leap. I had the physical sensation of breathing it, of seeing it, of being at the same time driven on and restrained. One moment I strode blindly over the sand. The next I stood still, and Castro, coming up panting, would remark from behind that on such a hot day as this, it was a shame to disturb even a dog sleeping in the shade. I had the feeling of absolute absorption into one idea. I was ravaged by a thought. It was as if I had never before imagined, heard spoken of, or seen a woman. It was true. She was a revelation to my eye and my ear, as much as to my heart and mind. Indeed, I seemed never before to have seen a woman. Whom had I seen? Veronica? We had been too poor, and my mother too proud to keep up a social intercourse with our neighbours. The village girls had been devoid of even the most rustic kind of charm. The people were too poor to be handsome. I had never been tempted to look at a woman's face, and the manner of my going from home is known. In Jamaica, sharing with an exaggerated loyalty the unpopularity of the MacDonalds, I had led a lonely life, for I had no taste for their friends' society, and the others after a time would have nothing to do with me. I had made a sort of hermitage for myself out of a house in a distant plantation, and sometimes I would see no white face for whole weeks together. She was the first woman to me, a strange new being, a marvel as great as Eve herself to Adam's wondering awakening. It may be that a close intimacy stands in the way of love springing up between two young people, but in our case it was different. My passion seemed to spring from our understanding, because the understanding was in the face of danger. We were like two people in a slowly sinking ship. The feeling of the abyss under our feet was our bond, not the real comprehension of each other. Apart from that, she remained to me always unattainable and romantic, unique, with all the unexpressed promises of love such as no world had ever known. And naturally, because for me hitherto the world had held no woman. She was an apparition of dreams, the girl with the lizard, the girl with the dagger, a wonder to stretch out my hands to from afar. And yet I was permitted to whisper intimately to this my dream, to this vision. We had to put our heads close together, talking of the enemy and of the shadow over the house, while under our eyes Carlos waited for death, made cruel by his anxieties, and the old Don walked in the darkness of his accumulated years. As to me, what was I to her? Carlos, in a weak voice and holding her hand with a feeble and tenacious grasp, had told her repeatedly that the English cousin was ready to offer up his life to her happiness in this world. Many a time she would turn her glance upon me, not a grateful glance, but as it were, searching and pensive, a glance of penetrating candor, a young girl's glance that by its very trustfulness seems to look one through and through. And then the sense of my unworthiness made me long for her love as a sinner in his weakness longs for the saving grace. Our English cousin is worthy of his great nation. He is very brave and very chivalrous to a poor girl, she would say softly. One day, I remember, going out of Carlos' room, she had just paused on the threshold for an almost imperceptible moment, the time to murmur with feeling, "May heaven reward you, Don Juan." This sound, faint and enchanting, like a breath of sweet wind, staggered me. Castro, sitting outside as usual, had scrambled to his feet and stood by, hat in hand, his head bent slightly with saturnine deference. She smiled at him. I think she felt kindly towards the tubby little bandit of a fellow. After all, there was something touching and pathetic in his mournful vigil at the door of our radiant Carlos. I could have embraced that figure of grotesque and truculent devotion, had she not smiled upon him. The rest of that memorable day I spent in a state of delightful distraction, as if I had been ravished into the seventh heaven, and feared to be cast out again presently, as my unworthiness deserved. What if it were possible, after all? This, what Carlos wished, what he had said. The heavens shook, the constellations above the court of Casa Riego trembled at the thought. Carlos fought valiantly. There were days when his courage seemed to drive the grim presence out of the chamber, where Father Antonio with his breviary and the white coif of a nun seemed the only reminders of illness and mortality. Sometimes his voice was very strong, and a sort of hopefulness lighted his wasted features. Don Balthasar paid many visits to his nephew in the course of each day. He sat apparently attentive and nodding at the name of O'Brien. Then Carlos would talk against O'Brien from amongst his pillows, as if inspired, till the old man, striking the floor with his gold-headed cane, would exclaim in a quavering voice that he alone had made him, had raised him up from the dust, and could abase him to the dust again. He would instantly go to Havana. Orders would be given to Cesar for the journey this very moment. He would then take a pinch of snuff with shaky energy and lean back in the armchair. Carlos would whisper to me, "He will never leave the Casa again." And an air of solemn, brooding helplessness would fall upon the funereal magnificence of the room. Presently we would hear the old Don muttering dotingly to himself the name of Serafina's mother, the young wife of his old days, so saintly, and snatched away from him in punishment of his early sinfulness. It was impossible that she should have been deceived in Don Patricio. O'Brien's Christian name was Patrick. The Intendente was a man of great intelligence and full of reverence for her memory. Don Balthasar admitted that he himself was growing old, and besides there was that sorrow of his life. He had been fortunate in his affliction to have a man of his worth by his side. There might have been slight irregularities, faults of youth. O'Brien was 45 if a day. The Archbishop himself was edified by the life of the upright judge. All Havana, all the island. The Intendente's great zeal for the house might have led him into an indiscretion or two. So many years now, so many years. A noble himself. Had we heard of an Irish king? A king. He could not recall the name at present. It might be well to hear what a man of such abilities had to say for himself. Carlos and I looked at each other silently. "And his life hangs on a thread," whispered the dying man with something like despair. The crisis of all these years of plotting would come the moment the old Don closed his eyes. Meantime, why was it that O'Brien did not show himself in Rio Medio? What was it that kept him in Havana? "Already I do not count, my Juan," Carlos would say, "and he prepares all things for the day of my uncle's death." The dark ways of that man were inscrutable. He must have known, of course, that I was in Rio Medio. His presence was to be feared, and his absence itself was growing formidable. "But what do you think he will do? How do you think he will act?" I would ask, a little bewildered by my responsibility. Carlos could not tell precisely. It was not till some time after his arrival from Europe, that he became clearly aware of all the extent of that man's ambition. At the same time, he had realized all his power. That man aimed at nothing less than the whole Riego fortune, and of course, through Serafina. I would feel a rage at this, a sort of rage that made my head spin as if the ground had reeled. He would have found means of getting rid of me if he had not seen I was not long for this world, Carlos would say. He had gained an unlimited ascendancy over his uncle's mind. He had made a solitude round this solemn dotage in which ended so much power, a great reputation, a stormy life of romance and passion, so picturesque and excessive even in his old man's love, whose after effect, as though the work of a nemesis resenting so much brilliance, was casting a shadow upon the fate of his daughter. Small, fair, plump, concealing his iris vivacity of intelligence under the taciturn gravity of a Spanish lawyer, and backed by the influence of two noble houses, O'Brien had attained to a remarkable reputation of sagacity and unstained honesty. Hand in glove with the clergy, one of the judges of the Marine Court, procurator to the cathedral chapter, he had known how to make himself so necessary to the highest in the land that everybody but the very highest looked upon him with fear. His occult influence was altogether out of proportion to his official position. His plans were carried out with an unswerving tenacity of purpose. Carlos believed him capable of anything but a vulgar peculation. He had been reduced to observe his action quietly, hampered by the weakness of ill health. As an instance of O'Brien's methods, he related to me the manner in which, faithful to his purpose of making a solitude about the Riegos, he had contrived to prevent overtures for an alliance from the Salazar family. The young man Don Vicente himself was impossible, an evil liver, Carlos said, of dissolute habits. Still, to have even that shadow of a rival out of the way, O'Brien took advantage of a sanguinary affray between that man and one of his boon companions about some famous guitar player girl. The encounter having taken place under the wall of a convent, O'Brien had contrived to keep Don Vicente in prison ever since, not on a charge of murder, which for a young man of that quality would have been a comparatively venial offence, but of sacrilege. The Salazars were a powerful family, but he was strong enough to risk their enmity. "Imagine that, Juan," Carlos would exclaim, closing his eyes. What had caused him the greatest uneasiness was the knowledge that Don Balthasar had been induced lately to write some letter to the Archbishop in Havana. Carlos was afraid it was simply an expression of affection and unbounded trust in his intendente, practically dictated to the old man by O'Brien. "Do you not see, Juan, how such a letter would strengthen his case should he ask the guardians for Serafina's hand?" And perhaps he was appointed one of the guardians himself. It was impossible to know what were the testamentary dispositions. Father Antonio, who had learned many things in the confessional, could tell us nothing, but when the matter was mentioned, only rolled his eyes up to heaven in an alarming manner. It was startling to think of all the unholy forces awakened by the temptation of Serafina's helplessness and her immense fortune. Incorruptible himself, that man knew how to corrupt others. There might have been combined in one dark intrigue the covetousness of religious orders, the avarice of high officials, God knows what conspiracy, to help O'Brien's ambition, his passions. He could make himself necessary, he could bribe, he could frighten. He was able to make use of the highest in the land and of the lowest, from the present Captain General to the Lugarenos. In Havana he had for him the reigning powers, in Rio Medio, the lowest outcasts of the island. This last was the most dangerous aspect of his power for us, and also his weakest point. This was the touch of something fanciful and imaginative, a certain grim childishness in the idea of making war on the British Empire, a certain disregard of risk, a bizarre illusion of his hate for the abhorred Saxon, that he risked his position by his connection with such a nest of scoundrels. There could be no doubt. It was he who had given them such organization as they had, and he stood between them and the law. But whatever might have been suspected of him, he was cautious enough not to go too far. He never appeared personally. His agents directed the action, men who came from Havana rather mysteriously. They were of all sorts. Some of them were friars. But the rabble, who knew him really only as the intendente of the great man, stood in the greatest dread of him. Who was it procured the release of some of them who had got into trouble in Havana? The intendente. Who was it who caused 6 of their comrades, who had been taken up on a matter of street brawling in the capital, to be delivered to the English as pirates? Again the intendente, the terrible man, the juez, who apparently had the power to pardon and condemn. In this way, he was most dangerous to us in Rio Medio. He had that rabble at his beck and call. He could produce a rising of cutthroats by lifting his little finger. He was not very likely to do that, however. He was intriguing in Havana, but how could we unmask him there? He has cut us off from the world, Carlos would say. It is so, my Juan, that if I tried to write, no letter of mine would reach its destination. It would fall into his hands. And if I did manage to make my voice heard, he would appeal to my uncle himself in his defense. Besides, to whom could he write? Who would believe him? O'Brien would deny everything and go on his way. He had been accepted too long, had served too many people, and known so many secrets. It was terrible. And if I went myself to Havana, no one would believe me. But I should disappear. They would never see me again. It was impossible to unmask that man unless by a long and careful action. And for this, he, Carlos, had no time. And I had no standing, no relations, no skill even. But what is my line of conduct, Carlos? I insisted, while Father Antonio, from whom Carlos had, of course, no secrets, stood by the bed, his round, jolly face almost comical in its expression of compassionate concern. Carlos passed his thin, wasted hand over a white brow pearled with the sweat of real anguish. Carlos thought that while Don Balthasar lived, O'Brien would do nothing to compromise his influence over him. Neither could I take any action. I must wait and watch. O'Brien would, no doubt, try to remove me, but as long as I kept within the Casa, he thought I should be safe. He recommended me to try to please his cousin, and even found strength to smile at my transports. Don Balthasar liked me for the sake of his sister, who had been so happy in England. I was his kinsman and his guest. From first to last, England, the idea of my country, of my home, played a great part in my life then. It seemed to rest upon all our thoughts. To me, it was but my boyhood, the farm at the foot of the downs, Rooksby's manor, all within a small nook between the quarry by the side of the Canterbury Road and the shingle beach, whose regular crashing under the feet of a smuggling band was the last sound of my country I had heard. For Carlos, it was the concrete image of stability, with the romantic feeling of its peace, of Veronica's beauty, the unchangeable land where he had loved. To O'Brien's hate it loomed up immense and odious, like the form of a colossal enemy. Father Antonio, in the naive benevolence of his heart, prayed each night for its conversion, as if it were a loved sinner. He believed this event to be not very far off accomplishment, and told me once, with an amazing simplicity of certitude, that there will be a great joy amongst the host of heaven on that day. It is marvelous how that distant land from which I had escaped, as if from a prison to go in search of romance, appeared romantic and perfect in these days. All things to all men. With Serafina I talked of it and its denizens as of a fabulous country. I wondered what idea she had formed of my father, of my mother, my sister. Senora Donna Veronica Rooksby, she called her. Of the landscape, of the life, of the sky. Her eyes turned to me seriously. Once, stooping, she plucked an orange marigold for her hair, and at last we came to talk of our farm as the only perfect refuge for her. End of Part 3, Chapter 2 of Romance. Part 3, Casa Riego, Chapter 3 of Romance by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 3, Chapter 3 of Romance. One evening Carlos, after a silence of distress, had said, "There's nothing else for it. When the crisis comes, you must carry her off from this unhappiness and misery that hangs over her head. You must take her out of Cuba. There is no safety for her here." This took my breath away. "But where are we to go, Carlos?" I asked, bending over him. To England," he whispered. He was utterly worn out that evening by all the perplexities of his deathbed. He made a great effort and murmured a few words more about the Spanish ambassador in London being a near relation of the Riegos. Then he gave it up and lay still under my amazed eyes. The nun was approaching, alarmed, from the shadows. Father Antonio, gazing sadly upon his beloved penitent, signed me to withdraw. Castro had not gone away yet. He greeted me in low tones outside the big door. "Senor," he went on, "I make my report usually to his Senora, Don Carlos. Only I have not been admitted today into his rooms at all. But what I have to say is for your ear also. There has arrived a friar from a Havana convent amongst the Lugarenos of the bay. I have known him come like this before." I remembered that in the morning, while dressing, I had glanced out of the narrow outside window of my room and had seen a brown, mounted figure passing on the sands. Its sandaled feet dangled against the flanks of a powerful mule. Castro shook his head. "Malediction on his green eyes. He baptizes the offspring of this vermin sometimes, and sits for hours in the shade before the door of Domingo's posada, telling his beads as piously as a devil that had turned monk for the greater undoing of us Christians. These women crowd there to kiss his oily paw. What else they... Basta. Only I wanted to tell you, senor, that this evening I just come from taking a pasear that way. There is much talk in the villages of an evil-intentioned heretic that has introduced himself into this our town, of an Inglés hungry for men to hang, of you, in short." The moon, far advanced in its first quarter, threw an ashen bluish light upon one half of the courtyard, and the straight shadow upon the other seemed to lie at the foot of the columns, black as a broad stroke of Indian ink. "And what do you think of it, Castro?" I asked. "I think that Domingo has his orders. Manuel has made a song already, and do you know its burden, senor? Killing is its burden. I would the devil had all these improvisatores. They gape round him while he twangs and screeches, the windbag. And he knows what words to sing to them, too. He has talent. Maladetta." "Well, and what do you advise?" "I advise the senor to keep now within the Casa. No songs can give that vermin the audacity to seek the senor here. The gate remains barred, the firearms are always loaded, and Cesar is a sagacious African. But methinks this moon would fall out of the heaven first before they would dare. Keep to the Casa, I say. I, Tomas Castro." He flung the corner of his cloak over his left shoulder and preceded me to the door of my room. Then, after a "God guard you, senor," continued along the colonnade. Before I had shut my door, it occurred to me that he was going on towards the part of the gallery on which Serafina's apartments opened. Why? What could he want there? I am not so much ashamed of my sudden suspicion of him. One did not know whom to trust. But I am a little ashamed to confess that, kicking off my shoes, I crept out instantly to spy upon him. This part of the house was dark in the inky flood of shadow, and before I had come to a recess in the wall, I heard the discreet scratching of a fingernail on a door. A streak of light darted and disappeared like a signal for the murmurs of two voices. I recognized the woman's at once. It belonged to one of Serafina's maids, a pretty little quadroon, a favorite of hers called La Chica. She had slipped out, and her twitter-like whispering reached me in the still solemnity of the quadrangle. She addressed Castro as his worship at every second word, for the saturnine little man in his unbrushed cloak and battered hat was immensely respected by the household. Had he not been sent to Europe to fetch Don Carlos? He was in the confidence of the masters, their humble friend. This little tire-woman twittered of her mistress. The senorita had been most anxious all day, ever since she had heard the friar had come. Castro muttered, "Tell the Excellency that her orders have been obeyed. The English caballero has been warned. I have been sleepless in my watchfulness over the guest of the house, as the senorita has desired, for the honor of the Riegos. Let her set her mind at ease." The girl then whispered to him with great animation, "Did not his worship think that it was the senorita's heart which was not at ease?" Then the quadrangle became dumb in its immobility. Half sheen, half night with its arcades, the soothing plash of water with its expiring lights, in a suggestion of Castilian severity, enveloped by the exotic softness of the air. "What folly," uttered Castro's somber voice. "You women do not mind how many corpses come into your imaginings of love. The mere whisper of such a thing." She murmured swiftly. He interrupted her. "Thine eyes, La Chica, thine eyes see only the silliness of thine own heart. Think of thine own lovers, Nina. Por Dios." He changed to a tone of severe appreciation. "Thy foolish face looks well by moonlight." I believe he was chucking her gravely under the chin. I heard her soft, gratified cooing in answer to the compliment. The streak of light flashed on the polished shaft of a pillar, and Castro went on, going round to the staircase, evidently so as not to pass again before my open door. I forgot to shut it. I did not stop until I was in the middle of my room, and then I stood still for a long time in a self-forgetful ecstasy, while the many wax candles of the high candelabrum burned without a flicker in a rich cluster of flames, as if lighter to throw the splendor of a celebration upon the pageant of my thoughts. For the honor of the Riegos, I came to myself. Well, it was sweet to be the object of her anxiety and care, even on these terms, on any terms, and I felt a sort of profound, inexpressible, grateful emotion, as though no one ever, on no day, on no occasion, had taken thought of me before. I should not be able to sleep. I went to the window and leaned my forehead on the iron bar. There was no glass. The heavy shutter was thrown open, and under the faint crescent of the moon, I saw a small part of the beach, very white, the long streak of light lying mistily on the bay, and two black shapes, cloaked, moving and stopping all of a piece like pillars, their immensely long shadows running away from their feet, with the points of the hats touching the wall of the Casa Riego. Another, a shorter, thicker shape appeared, walking with dignity. It was Castro. The other two had a movement of recoil, then took off their hats. "Buenas noches, caballeros," his voice said with grim politeness. "You are out late." "So is your worship." "Vaya, señor, con Dios. We are taking the air." They walked away while Castro remained looking after them. But I, from my elevation, noticed that they had suddenly crouched behind some scrubby bushes growing on the edge of the sand. Then Castro, too, passed out of my sight in the opposite direction, muttering angrily. I forgot them all. Everything on earth was still, and I seemed to be looking through a casement out of an enchanted castle standing in the dreamland of romance. I breathed out the name of Serafina into the moonlight in an increasing transport. Serafina, Serafina, Serafina. The repeated beauty of the sound intoxicated me. "Serafina!" I cried aloud, and stopped, astounded at myself. And the moonlight of romance seemed to whisper spitefully from below, "Death to the traitor! Vengeance for our brothers dead on the English gallows! Come away, Manuel. No, I am an artist. It is necessary for my soul. Be quiet." Their hissing ascended along the wall from under the window. The two lugarenos had stolen in unnoticed by me. There was a stifled metallic ringing, as of a guitar carried under a cloak. "Vengeance on the heretic Ingles! Come away. They may suddenly open the gate and fall upon us with sticks. My gentle spirit is roused to the accomplishment of great things. I feel in me a valiance, an inspiration. I am no vulgar seller of aguardiente like Domingo. I was born to be the capataz of the lugarenos. We shall be set upon and beaten, O thou Manuel. Come away." There were no footsteps, only a noiseless flitting of two shadows, and a distant voice crying, "Woe! Woe! Woe to the traitor!" I had not needed Castro's warning to understand the meaning of this. O'Brien was setting his power to work. Only this Manuel's restless vanity had taught me exactly how the thing was to be done. The friar had been exciting the minds of this rabble against me, awakening their suspicions, their hatred, their fears. I remained at the casement, lost in rather somber reflections. I was now a prisoner within the walls of the Casa. After all, it mattered little. I did not want to go away unless I could carry off Serafina with me. What a dream! What an impossible dream! Alone, without friends, with no place to go to, without means of going, without, by heaven, the right of even as much as speaking of it to her. Carlos, Carlos dreamed a dream of his dying hours. England was so far, the enemy so near, and Providence itself seemed to have forgotten me. A sound of panting made me turn my head. Father Antonio was mopping his brow in the doorway. Though a heavy man, he was noiseless of foot. A wheezing would be heard along the dark gallery some time before his black bulk approached you with a gliding motion. He had the outward placidity of corpulent people, a natural artlessness of demeanor which was amusing and attractive, and there was something shrewd in his simplicity. Indeed, he must have displayed much tact and shrewdness to have defeated all O'Brien's efforts to oust him from his position of confessor to the household. What had helped him to hold his ground was that, as he said to me once, "I too, my son, am a legacy of that truly pious and noble lady, the wife of Don Riego. I was made a spiritual director soon after her marriage, and I may say that she showed more discretion in the choice of her confessor than in that of her man of affairs. But what would you have? The best of us, except for divine grace, is liable to err, and poor woman, let us hope that, in her blessed state, she is spared the knowledge of the iniquities going on here below in the Casa." He used to talk to me in that strain, coming in almost every evening on his way from the sick room. He too had his own perplexities, which made him wipe his forehead repeatedly. Afterwards he used to spread his red bandana handkerchief over his knees. He sympathized with Carlos, his beloved penitent, with Serafina, his dear daughter, whom he had baptized and instructed in the mysteries of our holy religion, and he allowed himself often to drop the remark that his illustrious spiritual son, Don Balthasar, after a stormy life of which men knew only too much, had attained to a state of truly childlike and God-fearing innocence, a sign, no doubt, of heaven's forgiveness for those excesses. He ended always by sighing heartily to sit with his gaze on the floor. That night he came in silently, and after shutting the door with care, took his habitual seat, a broad wooden armchair. "How did your reverence leave Don Carlos?" I asked. "Very low," he said. "The disease is making terrible ravages, and my ministrations. I ought to be used to the sight of human misery, but—" He raised his hands. A genuine emotion overpowered him. Then, uncovering his face to stare at me, "He is lost, D'Antoine," he exclaimed. "Indeed, I fear we are about to lose him, your reverence," I said, surprised at this display. It seemed inconceivable that he should have been in doubt up to this very moment. He rolled his eyes painfully. I was forgetting the infinite might of God. Still, nothing short of a miracle. But what had we done to deserve miracles? "Where is the ancient piety of our forefathers which made Spain so great?" he apostrophized the empty air, a little wildly as if in distraction. "No, D'Antoine, even I, a true servant of our faith, am conscious of not having had enough grace for my humble ministrations to poor sailors and soldiers, men naturally inclined to sin, but simple. And now there are two great nobles, the fortune of a great house." I looked at him and wondered, for he was in a manner wringing his hands, as if in immense distress. "We are thinking of that poor child. Masque, D'Antoine, imagine all that wealth devoted to the iniquitous purposes of that man, her happiness sacrificed." "I cannot imagine this. I will not," I interrupted, so violently that he hushed me with both hands uplifted. To these wild enterprises against your own country, he went on vehemently, disregarding my exasperated and contemptuous laugh. And she herself, Benigna, I have baptized her. I have instructed her, and a more noble disposition, more naturally inclined to the virtues and proprieties of her sex. But Don Juan, she has pride, which doubtless is a gift of God too, but it is made a snare of by Satan, the roaring lion, the thief of souls. And what of her feminine rashness? Women are rash, my son, he interjected with unction. And her pride were to lead her into, I am horrified at the thought, into an act of mortal sin from which there is no repentance. Enough, I shouted at him. No repentance, he repeated, rising to his feet excitedly. And I stood before him, my arms down my sides, with my fists clenched. Why did the stupid priest come to talk like this to me, as if I had not enough of my own unbearable thoughts? He sat down and began to flourish his handkerchief. It was depicted on his broad face, depicted simply and even touchingly, the inward conflict of his benevolence and of his doubts. I observe your emotion, my son, he said. I must have been as pale as death. And after a pause he meditated aloud. And after all, you English are a reverent nation. You, a scion of the nobility, have been brought up in deplorable rebellion against the authority of God on this earth. But you are not a scoffer. Not a scoffer. I, a humble priest. But after all, the Holy Father himself, in his inspired wisdom, I have prayed to be enlightened. He spread the square of his damp handkerchief on his knees and bowed his head. I had regained command over myself, but I did not understand in the least. I had passed from my exasperation into a careworn fatigue of mind that was like utter darkness. After all, he said, looking up naively, the business of us priests is to save souls. It is a solemn time when death approaches. The affairs of this world should be cast aside, and yet God surely does not mean us to abandon the living to the mercy of the wicked. A sadness came upon his face. His eyes, all the world seemed asleep. He made an effort. My son, he said with decision, I call you to follow me to the bedside of Don Carlos at this very hour of night. I, a humble priest, the unworthy instrument of God's grace, call upon you to bring him a peace which my ministrations cannot give. His time is near. I rose up, startled by his solemnity, by the hint of hidden significance in these words. Is he dying now? I cried. He ought to detach his thoughts from this earth, and if there is no other way, what way? What am I expected to do? My son, I had observed your emotion. We, the appointed confidants of men's frailties, are quick to discern the signs of their innermost feelings. Let me tell you that my cherished daughter in God, Senorita Donna Serafina Riego, is with Don Carlos, the virtual head of the family, since His Excellency Don Balthasar is in a state of, I may say, infantile innocence. What do you mean, Father? I faltered. She is waiting for you with him, he pronounced, looking up. And as his solemnity seemed to have deprived me of my power to move, he added with his ordinary simplicity, Why, my son, she is, I may say, not wholly indifferent to your person. I could not have dropped more suddenly into the chair had the good padre discharged a pistol into my breast. He went away, and when I leapt up, I saw a young man in black velvet and white ruffles staring at me out of a large mirror set frameless into the wall, like the apparition of a Spanish ghost with my own English face. When I ran out, the moon had sunk below the ridge of the roof. The whole quadrangle of the Casa had turned black under the stars, with only a yellow glimmer of light falling into the well of the court from a lamp under the vaulted gateway. The form of the priest had gone out of sight, and a far-away knocking, mingling with my footfalls, seemed to be part of a tumult within my heart. Below, a voice at the gate challenged, "Who goes there?" I ran on. 2 tiny flames burned before Carlos' door at the end of the long vista, and 2 of Serafina's maids shrank away from the great mahogany panels at my approach. The candlesticks trembled askew in their hands, the wax guttered down, and the taller of the 2 girls, with an uncovered long neck, gazed at me out of big sleepy eyes in a sort of dumb wonder. The teeth of the plump little one, La Chica, rattled violently like castanets. She moved aside with a hysterical little laugh and glanced upwards at me. I stopped as if I had intruded. Of all the persons in the sick room, not one turned a head. The stillness of the lights, of things, of the air seemed to have passed into Serafina's face. She stood with a stiff carriage under the heavy hangings of the bed, looking very Spanish and romantic in her short black skirt, a black lace shawl enveloping her head, her shoulders, her arms as low as the waist. Her bare feet, thrust into high-heeled slippers, lent to her presence an air of flight, as if she had run into that room in distress or fear. Carlos, sitting up amongst the snowy pillows of eiderdown at his back, was not speaking to her. He had done, and the flush on his cheek, the eager luster of his eyes gave him an appearance of animation, almost of joy, a sort of consuming, flame-like brilliance. They were waiting for me. With all his eagerness and air of life, all he could do was to lift his white hand an inch or 2 off the silk coverlet that spread over his limbs smoothly like a vast crimson pall. There was something joyous and cruel in the shimmer of this piece of color, contrasted with the dead white of the linen, the duskiness of the wasted face, the dark head with no visible body, symbolically motionless. The confused shadows and the tarnished splendor of emblazoned draperies, looped up high under the ceiling, fell in heavy and unstirring folds right down to the polished floor that reflected the lights like a sheet of water, or rather like ice. I felt it slippery under my feet. I alone had to move in this great chamber, with its festive patches of color amongst the funereal shadows, with the expectant still figures of priest and nun, servants of passionless eternity, as if immobilized and made mute by hostile wonder before the perishable triumph of life and love, and only the impatient tapping of the sick man's hand on the stiff silk of the coverlet was heard. It called to me. Serafina's unstirring head was lighted strongly by a 2-branched sconce on the wall, and when I stood by her side, not even the shadow of the eyelashes on her cheek trembled. Carlos' lips moved. His voice was almost extinct, but for all his emaciation, the profundity of his eyes, the sunken cheeks, the hollow temples, he remained attractive, with the charm of his gallant and romantic temper worn away to an almost unearthly fineness. He was going to have his desire because, on the threshold of his spiritual inheritance, he refused, or was unable, to turn his gaze away from this world. Father Antonio's business was to save this soul, and with a sort of simple and sacerdotal shrewdness, in which there was much love for his most noble penitent, he would try to appease its trouble by a romantic satisfaction. His voice, very grave and profound, addressed me. "Approach, my son. Nearer. We trust the natural feelings of pity which are implanted in every human breast, the nobility of your extraction, the honor of your hidalguidad, and that inextinguishable courage which, as by the unwearied mercy of God, distinguishes the sons of your fortunate and unhappy nation." His bass voice, deepened in solemn utterance, vibrated huskily. There was a rustic dignity in his uncouth form, in his broad face, in the gesture of the raised hand. "You shall promise to respect the dictates of our conscience, guided by the authority of our faith, to defer to our scruples and to the procedure of our church in matters which we believe touch the welfare of our souls. You promise?" He waited. Carlos' eyes burned darkly on my face. What were they asking of me? This was nothing. Of course I would respect her scruples. Her scruples, if my heart should break. I felt her living intensely by my side. She could be brought no nearer to me by anything they could do or I could promise. She had already all the devotion of my love and youth, the unreasoning and potent devotion, without a thought or hope of reward. I was almost ashamed to pronounce the two words they expected. I promise. And suddenly, the meaning pervading this scene, something that was in my mind already and that I had hardly dared to look at till now, became clear to me in its awful futility against the dangers, in all its remote consequences. It was a betrothal. The priest, Carlos too, must have known that it had no binding power. To Carlos it was symbolic of his wishes. Father Antonio was thinking of the papal dispensation. I was a heretic. What if it were refused? But what was that risk to me who had never dared to hope? Moreover, they had brought her there, had persuaded her. She had been influenced by her fears, impressed by Carlos. What could she care for me? And I repeated, I promise. I promise, even at the cost of suffering and unhappiness, never to demand anything from her against her conscience. Carlos' voice sounded weak. I answer for him, good father. Then he seemed to wander in a whisper, which we too caught faintly. He resembles his sister, oh divine. And on this ghostly sigh, on this breath, with the feeble click of beads in the nun's hands, a silence fell upon the room, vast as the stillness of a world of unknown faiths, loves, beliefs, of silent illusions, of unexpressed passions and secret motives that live in our unfathomable hearts. Serafina had given me a quick glance, the first glance which I had rather felt than seen. Carlos made an effort, and raising himself, put her hand in mine. Father Antonio, trying to pronounce a short allocution, broke down, naive in his emotion, as he had been in his dignity. I could at first catch only the words, beloved child, holy father, poor priest. He had taken this upon himself, and he would attest the purity of our intentions, the necessity of the case, the assent of the head of the family, my excellent disposition. All the Englishmen had excellent dispositions. He would personally go to the foot of the Holy See, on his knees if necessary. Meantime, a document, He should at once prepare a justificative document. The Archbishop, it is true, did not like him on account of the calumnies of that man O'Brien. But there was beyond the seas the supreme authority of the Church, unerring and inaccessible to calumnies. All that time Seraphina's hand was lying passive in my palm, warm, soft, living. All the life, all the world, all the happiness, the only desire. And I dared not close my grasp, afraid of the vanity of my hopes, shrinking from the intense felicity in the audacious act that Father Antonio, I must say the word, blubbered. He was now only a tender-hearted, simple old man, nothing more. Before God now, Don Juan, I am only a poor priest, but invested with a sacred office and enormous power. Tremble, Signor. It is a young girl. I have loved her like my own, for indeed I have in baptism given her the spiritual life. You owe her a protection. It is for that before God, Signor. It was as if Carlos had swooned. His eyes were closed, his face like a carving. But gradually the suggestion of a tender and ironic smile appeared on his lips. With a slow effort he raised his arm and his eyelids in an appeal of all his weariness for my ear. I made a movement to stoop over him, and the floor, the great bed, the whole room seemed to heave and sway. I felt a fleeting pressure of Seraphina's hand before it slipped out of mine. I thought in the beating rush of blood to my temples that I was going mad. He had thrown his arm over my neck. There was the calming austerity of death on his lips that had just touched my ear and departed, together with the faraway sound of the words, losing themselves in the remoteness of another world. Like an Englishman, Juan. On my honor, Carlos. His arm, releasing my neck, fell stretched out on the coverlet. Father Antonio had mastered his emotion. With the trail of undried tears on his face, he had become a priest again, exalted above the reach of his earthly sorrow by the august concern of his sacerdocy. Don Carlos, my son, is your mind at ease now? Carlos closed his eyes slowly. Then turn all your thoughts to heaven. Father Antonio's bass voice rose aloud with an extraordinary authority. You have done with the earth. The arm of the nun touched the cords of the curtains, and the massive fold shook and fell expanded, hiding from us the priest and the penitent. End of Part 3, Chapter 3 of Romance. Part 3, Casa Riego, Chapter 4 of Romance, by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 3, Chapter 4 of Romance. Seraphina and I moved towards the door sadly, as if under the oppression of a memory, as people go back from the side of a grave to the cares of life. No exultation possessed me. Nothing had happened. It had been a sick man's whim. Senorita, I said low, with my hand on the wrought bronze of a door handle, Don Carlos might have died in the full trust of my devotion to you, without this. I know it, she answered, hanging her head. It was his wish, I said, and I deferred. It was his wish, she repeated. Remember, he had asked you for no promise. Yes, it is you only he had asked. You have remembered it well, Senor, and you ask for nothing. No, I said, neither from your heart nor from your conscience, nor from your gratitude. Gratitude from you, as if it were not I that owe you gratitude for having condescended to stand with your hand in mine, if only for a moment, if only to bring peace to a dying man, for giving me the felicity, the illusion of this wonderful instant that all my life I shall remember as those who are suddenly stricken blind remember the great glory of the sun. I shall live with it. I shall cherish it in my heart to my dying day, and I promise never to mention it to you again. Her lips were slightly parted. Her eyes remained downcast. Her head drooped as if in extreme attention. I asked for no promise, she murmured coldly. My heart was heavy. Thank you for that proof of your confidence, I said. I am yours without any promises, wholly yours. But what can I offer? What help? What refuge? What protection? What can I do? I can only die for you. But this was cruel of Carlos when he knew that I had nothing else but my poor life to give. I accept that, she said unexpectedly. Senorita, it is generous of you to accept so worthless a gift, a life I value not at all save for one unique memory which I owe to you. I knew she was looking at me while I swung open the door with a low bow. I did not trust myself to look at her. An unreasonable disenchantment, like the awakening from a happy dream, oppressed me. I felt an almost angry desire to seize her in my arms, to go back to my dream. If I had looked at her then, I believe I could not have controlled myself. She passed out, and when I looked up, there was O'Brien, booted and spurred, but otherwise in his lawyer's black, inclining his dapper figure profoundly before her in the dim gallery. She had stopped short. The two maids huddled together behind her stared with terrified eyes. The flames of their candles vacillated very much. I closed the door quietly. Carlos was done with the earth. This had become my affair, and the necessity of coming to an immediate decision almost deprived me of my power of thinking. The necessity had arisen too swiftly. The arrival of that man acted like the sudden apparition of a phantom. It had been expected, however, only from the moment we had turned away from Carlos' bedside. We had thought of nothing but ourselves. We had dwelt alone in our emotions as if there had been no inhabitant of flesh and blood on the earth but we two. Our danger had been present, no doubt, in our minds, because we drew it in with every breath. It was the indispensable condition of our contact, of our words, of our thoughts. It was the atmosphere of our feelings, of something as all-pervading and impalpable as the air we drew into our lungs. And suddenly, this danger, this breath of our life, had taken this material form. It was material and expected, and yet it had the effect of an evil spectre, inasmuch as one did not know where and how it was vulnerable, what precisely it would do, how one should defend oneself. His bow was courtly. His gravity was all in his bearing, which was quiet and confident, the manner of a capable man, the sort of man the great of this earth find invaluable and are inclined to trust. His full-shaven face had a good-natured, almost a good-humoured expression, which I have come to think must have depended on the cast of his features, on the setting of his eyes, on some peculiarity not under his control, or else he could not have preserved it so well. On certain occasions, as this one, for instance, it affected me as a refinement of cynicism, and generally it was startling, like the assumption of a mask inappropriate to the action and the speeches of the part. He had journeyed in his customary manner overland from Havana, arriving unexpectedly at night, as he had often done before. Only this time he had found the little door, cut out in one of the sides of the big gate, bolted fast. It was his knocking I had heard as I hurried after the priest. The major domo who had been called up to let him in told me afterwards that the Senor Intendente had put no question whatever to him after this, and had gone on as usual towards his own room. Nobody knew what was going on in Carlos' chamber, but of course he came upon the two girls at the door. He said nothing to them either, only just stopped there and waited, leaning with one elbow on the balustrade with his good-tempered grey eyes fixed on the door. He had fully expected to see Serafina come out presently, but I think he did not count on seeing me as well. When he straightened himself up after the bow, we two were standing side by side. I had stepped quickly towards her, asking myself what he would do. He did not seem to be armed, neither had I any weapon about me. Would he fly at my throat? I was the bigger and the younger man. I wished he would, but he found a way of making me feel all his other advantages. He did not recognize my existence. He appeared not to see me at all. He seemed not to be aware of Serafina's startled immobility, of my firm attitude, but turning his good-humored face towards the two girls, who appeared ready to sink through the floor beneath his gaze, he shook his forefinger at them slightly. This was all. He was not menacing. He was almost playful, and this gesture, marvelous in its economy of effort, disclosed all the might and insolence of his power. It had the unerring efficacy of an act of instinct. It was instinct. He could not know how he dismayed us by that shake of the finger. The tall girl dropped her candlestick with a clatter and fled along the gallery like a shadow. La Chica cowered under the wall. The light of her candle just touched dimly the form of a Negro boy, waiting passively in the background with O'Brien's saddlebags over his shoulder. "You see," said Serafina to me in a swift, desolate murmur, "they are all like this. All. Without a change of countenance, without emphasis, he said to her in French, "Votre père dort sans doute, señorita." And she intrepidly replied, "You know very well, Senor Intendente, that nothing can make him open his eyes." "So it seems," he muttered between his teeth, stooping to pick up the dropped candlestick. It was lying at my feet. I could have taken him at a disadvantage then. I could have felled him with one blow, thrown myself upon his back. Thus may an athletic prisoner set upon a jailer coming into his cell. If there were not the prison, the locks, the bars, the heavy gates, the walls, all the apparatus of captivity, and the superior weight of the idea chaining down the will, if not the courage. It might have been his knowledge of this, or his absolute disdain of me. The unconcerned manner in which he busied himself, his head within striking distance of my fist, in lighting the extinguished candle from the trembling Chicas, humiliated me beyond expression. He had some difficulty with that, till he said to her, just audibly, "Calm thyself, Nina, and she became rigid in her appearance of excessive terror. He turned then towards Serafina, candlestick in hand, courteously saying in Spanish, "May I be allowed to help light you to your door, since that silly Juanita," I think it was Juanita, "had taken leave of her senses? She's not fit to remain in your service, any more than this one here." With a gasp of desolation, La Chica began to sob limply against the wall. I made one step forward, and holding the candle well up as though for the purpose of examining my face carefully, he never looked my way while he and Serafina were exchanging a few phrases in French which I did not understand well enough to follow. He was politely interrogatory, it seemed to me. The natural, good-humored expression never left his face, as though he had a fund of inexhaustible patience for dealing with the unaccountable trifles of a woman's conduct. Serafina's shawl had slipped off her head. La Chica sidled towards her, sobbing a deep sob now and then, without any sign of tears, and with their scattered hair, their bare arms, the disorder of their attire, they looked like two women discovered in a secret flight for life. Only the mistress stood her ground firmly. Her voice was decided. There was resolution in the way one little white hand clutched the black lace on her bosom. Only once she seemed to hesitate in her replies. Then, after a pause he gave her for reflection, he appeared to repeat his question. She glanced at me apprehensively, as I thought, before she confirmed the previous answer by a slow inclination of her head. Had he allowed himself to make a provoking movement, a dubious gesture of any sort, I would have flung myself upon him at once. But the nonchalant manner in which he looked away, while he extended to me his hand with the candlestick, amazed me. I simply took it from him. He stepped back with a ceremonious bow for Serafina. La Chica ran up close to her elbow. I heard her voice saying sadly, "You need fear nothing for yourself, child," and they moved away slowly. I remained facing O'Brien with a vague notion of protecting their retreat. This time it was I who was holding the light before his face. It was calm and colorless. His eyes were fixed on the ground reflectively with the appearance of profound and quiet absorption. But suddenly I perceived the convulsive clutch of his hand on the skirt of his coat. It was as if accidentally I had looked inside the man, upon the strength of his illusions, on his desire, on his passion. Now he will fly at me, I thought, with a tremendously convincing certitude. Now, all my muscles stiffening, answered the appeal of that thought of battle. He said, "Won't you give me that light?" And I understood he demanded a surrender. "I would see you die first where you stand," was my answer. This object in my hand had become endowed with moral meaning, significant like a symbol, only to be torn from me with my life. He lifted his head, the light twinkled in his eyes. "Oh, I won't die," he said, with that bizarre suggestion of humor in his face, in his subdued voice. "But it is a small thing, and you are young. It may be yet worth your while to try and please me, this time." Before I could answer, Serafina from some little distance called out hurriedly, "Don Juan, your arm." Her voice, sounding a little unsteady, made me forget O'Brien, and turning my back on him, I ran up to her. She needed my support, and before us, La Chica tottered and stumbled along with the lights, moaning, "Madre de Dios, what will become of us now? Oh, what will become of us now?" "You know what he had asked me to let him do," Serafina talked rapidly. I made answer. No, give the light to my cousin. Then he said, do you really wish it, senorita? I am the older friend. I repeated, give the light to my cousin, senor. He then cruelly, for the young man's own sake, reflect, senorita. And he waited before he asked me again, shall I surrender it to him? I felt death upon my heart, and all my fear for you. There. She touched her beautiful throat with a swift movement of a hand that disappeared at once under the lace. And because I could not speak, Don Juan, you have just offered me your life. Misericordia. What else was possible? I made with my head the sign, yes. In the stress, hurry, and rapture encompassing my immense gratitude, I pressed her hand to my side familiarly, as if we had been two lovers walking in a lane on a serene evening. If you had not made that sign, it would have been worse than death. In my heart, I said. He had allied me too to renounce my trust, my light. We walked on slowly, accompanied in our sudden silence by the plash of the fountain at the bottom of the great square of darkness on our left, and by the piteous moans of La Chica. This is what he meant, said the enchanted voice by my side. And you refused. That is your valor. From no selfish motives, I said, troubled as if all the great incertitude of my mind had been awakened by the sound that brought so much delight to my heart. My valor is nothing. It has given me a new courage, she said. You did not want more, I said earnestly. I was very much alone. It is difficult to... She hesitated. To live alone, I finished. More so, to die, she whispered, with a new note of timidity. It is frightful. Be cautious, Don Juan, for the love of God, because I could not. We stopped. La Chica, silent, as if exhausted, drooped lamentably, with her shoulder against the wall by Serafina's door, and the pure crystalline sound of the fountain below enveloping the parting pause seemed to wind its coldness round my heart. Poor Don Carlos, she said. I had a great affection for him. I was afraid they would want me to marry him. He loved your sister. He never told her, I murmured. I wonder if she ever guessed. He was poor, homeless, ill already, in a foreign land. We all loved him at home, I said. He never asked her, she breathed out. And perhaps... But he never asked her. I have no more force, sighed La Chica suddenly, and sank down at the foot of the wall, putting the candlesticks on the floor. You have been very good to him, I said, only he need not have demanded this from you. Of course, I understood perfectly. I hope you understand, too, that I... Senor, my cousin, she flashed out suddenly, do you think that I would have consented only from my affection for him? Senorita, I cried, I am poor, homeless, in a foreign land. How can I believe? How can I dare to dream unless your own voice... Then you are permitted to ask. Ask, Don Juan. I dropped on one knee, and suddenly extending her arm, she pressed her hand to my lips. Lighted up from below, the picturesque aspect of her figure took on something of a transcendental grace. The unusual upward shadows invested her beauty with a new mystery of fascination. A minute passed. I could hear her rapid breathing above, and I stood up before her, holding both her hands. "How very few days have we been together," she whispered. "Juan, I am ashamed." "I did not count the days. I have known you always. I have dreamed of you since I can remember, for days, for months, a year, all my life." The crash of a heavy door flung to exploded, filling the galleries all round the patio with the sonorous reminder of our peril. "Ah, we had forgotten." I heard her voice and felt her form in my arms. Her lips at my ear pronounced, "Remember, Juan, 2 lives, but 1 death only." She was gone so quickly that it was as though she had passed through the wood of the massive panels. La Chica crouched on her knees. The lights on the floor burned before her empty stare, and with her bare shoulders, the tone of old ivory emerging from the white linen, with wisps of raven hair hanging down her cheeks, the abandonment of her whole person embodied every outward mark and line of desolation. "What do you fear from him?" I asked. She looked up, moved nearer to me on her knees. "I have a lover outside." She seized her hair wildly, drew it across her face, tried to stuff handfuls of it into her mouth as if to stop herself from shrieking. "He shook his finger at me," she moaned. Her terror, as incomprehensible as the emotion of an animal, was gaining upon me. I said sternly, "What can he do then?" "I don't know." She did not know. She was like me. She feared for her love, like myself. Was there anything in the way of our undoing which it was not in his power to achieve? "Try to be faithful to your mistress," I said, "and all may be well yet." She made no answer, but staggered to her feet and went away blindly through the door, which opened just wide enough to let her through. There were clouds on the sky. The patio in its blackness was like the rectangular mouth of a bottomless pit. I picked up the candlesticks and lighted myself to my room, walking upon air, upon tempestuous air, in a feeling of insecurity and exultation. The lights of my candelabrum had gone out. I stood with 2 candlesticks on a table, and the shadows of the room, uplifted above the 2 flames as high as the ceiling, filled the corners heavily like gathered draperies, descended to the foot of the 4 walls in the shape of a military tent, in which warlike objects vaguely gleamed, a trophy of ancient arquebuses and conquering swords, arranged with bows, spears, the stick and stone weapons of an extinct race, a war collar of shells or pebbles, a round wickerwork shield and a halo of arrows, with a matchlock piece on each side, of the sort that had to be served by 2 men. I had left the door of my room open on purpose, so that he should know I was back there and ready for him. I took down a long straight blade, like a rapier with a basket hilt. It was a cumbrous weapon, and with a blunt edge. Still, it had a point, and I was ready to thrust and parry against the world. I called upon my foes. No enemy appeared, and by the light of 2 candles, with a sword in my hand, I lost myself in the foreshadowings of the future. It was positive and uncertain. I wandered in it like a soul outside the gates of paradise, with an anticipation of bliss and the pain of my exclusion. There was only one man in the way. I was certain he'd been watching us across the blackness of the patio. He must have seen the dimly lit dumb show of our parting at Serafina's door. I hoped he had understood, and that my shadow, bearing the 2 lights, had struck him as triumphant and undismayed, walking upon air. I strained my ears. I had heard somebody was coming towards me along the silent galleries. It was he. I knew it. He was coming nearer and nearer. In the profound tomb-like stillness of the great house, I had heard the sound of his footsteps on the tessellated pavement from afar. Now he had turned the corner, and the calm, strolling pace of his approach was enough to strike awe into an adversary's heart. It never hesitated, not once, never hurried, never slowed till it stopped. He stood in the doorway. I suppose in that big room, by the light of 2 candles, I must have presented an impressive picture of a menacing youth all in black, with a tense face and holding a naked, long rapier in his hand. At any rate, he stood still, eyeing me from the doorway, the picture of a dapper Spanish lawyer in a lofty frame, all in black also, with a fair head and a well-turned leg advanced in a black silk stocking. He had taken off his riding boots. For the rest, I had never seen him dressed otherwise. There was no weapon in his hand or at his side. I lowered the point, and seeing he remained on the doorstep, as if not willing to trust himself within, I said disdainfully, "You don't suppose I would murder a defenseless man?" "Am I defenseless?" He had a slight lift of the eyebrows. "That is news indeed. It's you who are supposing. I have been a very certain man for this many a year." "How can you know how an English gentleman would feel and act? I am neither a murderer nor yet an intriguer." He walked right in rapidly, and getting round to the other side of the table, drew a small pistol out of his breeches pocket. "You see, I am not trusting too much to your English generosity." He laid the pistol negligently on the table. I had turned about on my heels. As we stood, by lunging between the 2 candlesticks, I should have been able to run him through the body before he could cry out. I laid the sword on the table. "Would you trust a damned Irish rebel?" he asked. "You are wrong in your surmise. I would have nothing to do with the rebel, even in my thoughts and suppositions. I think that the intendente of Don Balthasar Riego would look twice before murdering in a bedroom the guest of a house, a relation, a friend of the family." "That's sensible," he said, with that unalterable air of good nature which sometimes was like the most cruel mockery of humor. "And do you think that even a relation of the Riegos would escape the scaffold for killing Don Patricio O'Brien, one of the royal judges of Marine Court, member of the council, procurator to the chapter, intendente of the Casa," I threw in. "That's my gratitude," he said gravely. "So, you see—" "Supreme chief of thieves and picaroons," I suggested again. He answered this by a gesture of disdainful superiority. "I wonder if any of you English would have the courage to risk your all, ambition, pride, position, wealth, peace of mind, your dearest hope, your self-respect, like this, for an idea." His tone, that revealed something exalted and sad behind everything that was sordid and base in the acts of that man's villainous tools, struck me with astonishment. I beheld as an inseparable whole the contemptible result, the childishness of his imagination, the danger of his recklessness, and something like loftiness in his pitiful illusion. "Nothing's too hot, too dirty, too heavy. Any way to get at you English, any means, to strike, that's the thing. I would die happy if I knew I had helped to detach from you one island, one little island of all the earth you have filched away, stolen, taken by force, got by lying. Don't taunt me with your taunts of thieves. What weapons better worthy of you could I use? Oh, I am modest. This is a little thing, this Jamaica. What do I care for the separationist bladderskite more than for the loyal fools? You're all English to me. If I had my way, your empire would die of pinpricks all over its big, overgrown body. Let only one bit drop off. If robbing your ships may help it, then, as you see me standing here, I'm ready to go myself in a leaky boat. I tell you, Jamaica's gone, and that may be the beginning of the end. He lifted his arm not at me, but at England, if I may judge from his burning stare. It was not to me he was speaking. There we were, Irish and English, face to face, as it had been ever since we had met in the narrow way of the world that had never been big enough for the tribes, the nations, the races of man. Now, Mr. O'Brien, I don't know what you may do to me, but I won't listen to any of this, I said, very red in the face. Who wants you to listen? He muttered absently, and went away from the table to look out of the loophole, leaving me there with the sword and the pistol. Whatever he might have said of the scaffold, this was very imprudent of him. It was characteristic of the man, of that impulsiveness which existed in him side by side with his sagacity, with his coolness and intrigue, with his unmerciful and revengeful temper. By my own feelings I understood what an imprudence it was. But he was turning his back on me, and how could I? His imprudence was so complete that it made for security. He did not, I am sure, remember my existence. I would just as soon have jumped with a dagger upon a man in the dark. He was really stirred to his depths, to the depths of his hate and of his love. By seeing me, an insignificant youth, I was no more, surge up suddenly in his path. He turned where he stood at last and contemplated me with a sort of thoughtful surprise, as though he had tried to account to himself for my existence. No, he said, to himself really. I wonder when I look at you, how did you manage to get that pretty reputation over there? Ramon's a fool. He shall know it to his cost, but the craftiness of that Carlos. Or is it only my confounded willingness to believe? He was putting his finger nearly on the very spot. I said nothing. Why, he exclaimed, when it's all boiled down, you're only an English beggar boy. I have come to a man's estate since we met last, I said meaningly. He seemed to meditate over this. His face never changed, except perhaps to an even more amused benignity of expression. You've lived very fast by that account, he remarked artlessly. Is it possible now? Well, life, as you know, can't last forever. And indeed, taking a better look at you in this poor light, you do seem to be very near death. I did not flinch, and with a very dry mouth I uttered defiantly, such talk means nothing. Bravely said. But this is not talk. You've gone too fast. I'm giving you a chance to turn back. Not an inch, I said fiercely, neither in thought, in deed, not even in semblance. He seemed as though he wanted to swallow a bone in his throat. Believe me, there's more in life than you think. There is at your age more than... He had a strange contortion of the body, as though in a sudden access of internal pain, that humorous smile that abode in the form of his lips changed into a ghastly forced grin. Than one love in a life, more than one woman. I believe he tried to leer at me because his voice was absolutely dying in his throat. My indignation was boundless. I cried out with the fire of deathless conviction, "It is not true! You know it is not true!" He was speechless for a time. Then, shaking and stammering with that inward rage that seemed to heave like molten lava in his breast, without ever coming to the surface of his face, "What? Is it I then who have to go back? For you, a boy, come from devil knows where, an English beggarly, for a girl's whim. I, a man." He calmed down. "No, you are mad. You're dreaming. You don't know. You can't. You don't know what a man is. You with your calf love a day old. How dare you look at me who have breathed for years in the very air? You fool, you little wretched fool. For years sleeping and waking and working and intriguing I broke in, and plotting and deceiving for years." This calmed him altogether. "I am a man. You are but a boy, or else I would not have to tell you that your love," he choked at the word, "is to mine like. His eyes fell on a cut glass water ewer, and with a convulsive sweep of his arm, he sent it flying far away from the table. It fell heavily, shattering itself with the unringing thud of a piece of ice. "Like this." He remained for some time with his eyes fixed on the table, and when he looked up at me it was with a sort of amused incredulity. His tone was not resentful. He spoke in a business-like manner, a little contemptuously. I had only Don Carlos to thank for the position in which I found myself. What the poor devil over there expected from me, he, O'Brien, would not inquire. It was a ridiculous boy and girl affair. If those two, meaning Carlos and Serafina, had not been so mighty clever, I should have been safe now in Jamaica jail on a charge of treasonable practices. He seemed to find the idea funny. Well, anyhow, he had meant no worse by me than my own dear countrymen. When he, O'Brien, had found how absurdly he had been hoodwinked by Don Carlos, the poor devil, and misled by Ramon, he would make him smart for it yet. All he had intended to do was to lodge me in Havana jail. On his word of honor. "Me in jail," I cried angrily. You would dare. On what charge? You could not. You don't know what Pat O'Brien can do in Cuba." The little country solicitor came out in a flash from under the Spanish lawyer. Then he frowned slightly at me. "You being an Englishman, I would have had you taken up on a charge of stealing." Blood rushed to my face. I lost control over myself. "Mr. O'Brien," I said, "I dare say you could have trumped up anything against me. You are a very great scoundrel." "Why? Because I don't lie about my motives as you all do? I would wish you to know that I would scorn to lie either to myself or to you." I touched the haft of the sword on the table. It was lying with the point his way. "I had been thinking," said I, in great heat, "to propose to you that we should fight it out between us two, man to man, rebel and traitor as you have been." "The devil you have," he muttered. "But really you are too much of a picaroon. I think the gallows should be your end." I gave rein to my exasperation, because I felt myself hopelessly in his power. What was he driving at? I could not tell. I had an intolerable sense of being as much at his mercy as though I'd been lying bound hand and foot on the floor. It gave me pleasure to tell him what I thought, and perhaps I was not quite candid either. Suppose I provoked him enough to fire his pistol at me. He had been fingering the butt absently as we talked. He might have missed me and then... or he might have shot me dead. But surely there was some justice in Cuba. It was clear enough that he did not wish to kill me himself. Well, this was a desperate strait, to force him to do something he did not wish to do, even at the cost of my own life, was the only step left open to me to thwart his purpose. The only thing I could do just then for the furtherance of my mission to save Serafina from his intrigues. I was oppressed by the misery of it all. As to killing him as he stood, if I could do it by being very quick with the old rapier, my bringing up, my ideas, my very being recoiled from it. I had never taken a life. I was very young. I was not used to scenes of violence, and to begin like this in cold blood. Not only my conscience, but my very courage faltered. Truth to tell, I was afraid. Not for myself. I had the courage to die. But I was afraid of the act. It was the unknown for me, for my nerve, for my conscience. And then the Spanish gallows, that too revolted me. To kill him and then kill myself. No, I must live. 2 lives, 1 death, she had said. For a second or two my brain reeled with horror. I was certainly losing my self-possession. His voice broke upon that nightmare. It may be your lot yet, it said. I burst into a nervous laugh. For a moment I could not stop myself. I won't murder you, I cried. To this he said astonishingly, Will you go to Mexico? It sounded like a joke. He was very serious. I shall send one of the schooners there on a little affair of mine. I can make use of you. I give you this chance. It was as though he had thrown a bucketful of water over me. I had an inward shiver and became quite cool. It was his turn now to let himself go. It was a matter of delivering certain papers to the Spanish commandant in Tamaulipas. There would be some employment found for me with the royal troops. I was a relation of the Riegos, and there came upon his voice a strange ardor, a swiftness into his utterance. He walked away from the table, came back, and gazed into my face in a marked, expectant manner. He was not prompted by any love for me, he said, and gave an uncertain laugh. My wits had returned to me wholly, and as he repeated, No love for you, no love for you, I had the intuition that what influenced him was his love for Serafina. I saw it. I read it in the workings of his face. His eyes retained his good-humored twinkle. He did not attach any importance to a boy and girl affair. Not at all. Pah! The lady, naturally young, warm-hearted, full of kindness. I mustn't think. Ha ha! A man of his age, of course. Understood. No importance at all. He walked away from the table, trying to snap his fingers, and suddenly he reeled. He reeled as though he had been overcome by the poison of his jealousy, as though a thought had stabbed him to the heart. There was an instant when the sight of that man moved me more than anything I had seen of passionate suffering before, and that was nothing, or since. He longed to kill me. I felt it in the very air of the room, and he loved her too much to dare. He laughed at me across the table. I had ridiculously misunderstood a very proper and natural kindness of a girl with not much worldly experience. He had known her from the earliest childhood. Take my word for it, he stammered. It seemed to me that there were tears in his eyes. A stiff smile was parting his lips. He took up the pistol and, evidently not knowing anything about it, looked with an air of curiosity into the barrel. It was time to think of making my career. That's what I ought to be thinking of at my age. At your age, he repeated aimlessly. I was an Englishman. He hated me, and it was easy to believe this, though he neither glared nor grimaced. He smiled. He smiled continuously and rather pitifully. But his devotion to a person his devotion was great enough to overcome even that. Did I understand? I owed it to the lady's regard, which, for the rest, I had misunderstood. Stupidly misunderstood. Well, at your age it's excusable, he mumbled. A career that... I see, I said slowly. Young as I was, it was impossible to mistake his motives. Only a man of mature years and really possessed by a great passion, by a passion that had grown slowly till it was exactly as big as his soul, could have acted like this, with that profound simplicity, with such resignation, with such horrible moderation. But I wanted to find out more. And when would you want me to go, I asked, with a dissimulation of which I would not have suspected myself capable a moment before. I was maturing in the fire of love, of danger, in the lurid light of life piercing through my youthful innocence. Ah, he said, banging the pistol on the table hurriedly. At once. Tonight. Now. Without seeing anybody. Without seeing... Oh, of course. In your own interest. He was very quiet now. I thought you looked intelligent enough, he said, appearing suddenly very tired. I am glad you see your position. You shall go far in the royal service, on the faith of Pat O'Brien, English as ye are. I will make it my own business for the sake of the Riego family. There is only one little condition. He pulled out of his pocket a piece of paper, a pen, a travelling inkstand. He looked the lawyer to the life, the Spanish family lawyer grafted on an Irish attorney. You can't see anybody, but you ought to write. Donna Serafina naturally would be interested. A cousin, and I shall explain to Don Balthasar, of course. I will dictate. Out of regard for your future and the desire for active life of your own will, you accept eagerly Senor O'Brien's proposition. She'll understand. Oh, yes, she'll understand, I said. Yes, and that you will write of your safe arrival in Tamaulipas. You must promise to write. Your word. By heavens, Senor O'Brien, I burst out with inexpressible scorn. I thought you meant your villains to cut my throat on the passage. I should have deserved no better fate. He started. I shook with rage. A change had come upon both of us, as sudden as if we had been awakened by a violent noise. For a time we did not speak a word. One look at me was enough for him. He passed his hand over his forehead. What devil's in you, boy? He said. I seem to be making nothing but mistakes. He went to the loophole window and, advancing his head, cried out, The schooner does not sail tonight. He had some of his cutthroats posted under the window. I could not make out the reply he got, but after a while he said distinctly, so as to be heard below, I give up that spy to you. Then he came back, put the pistol in his pocket, and said to me, Fool, I'll make you long for death yet. You've given yourself away pretty well, I said. Some day I shall unmask you. It will be my revenge on you for daring to propose to me. What? He interrupted over his shoulder. You? Not you. And I'll tell you why. It's because dead men tell no tales. He passed through the door, a back view of a dapper Spanish lawyer, all in black in a lofty frame. The calm, strolling footsteps went away along the gallery. He turned the corner. A tapping of his heels echoed in the patio, into whose blackness filtered the first suggestion of the dawn. End of Part 3, Chapter 4 of Romance. Part 3, Casa Riego, Chapter 5 of Romance, by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 3, Chapter 5 of Romance. I remember walking about the room and thinking to myself, "This is bad. This is very bad. What shall I do now?" A sort of mad meditation that in this meaningless way became so tense as positively to frighten me. Then it occurred to me that I could do nothing whatever at present. I was soothed by this sense of powerlessness, which one would think ought to have driven me to distraction. I went to sleep ultimately, just as a man sentenced to death goes to sleep, lulled in a sort of ghastly way by the finality of his doom. Even when I awoke, it kept me steady, in a way. I washed, dressed, walked, ate, said "Good morning, Cesar" to the old major domo I met in the gallery, exchanged grins with the Negro boys under the gateway, and watched the mules being ridden out barebacked by the other nearly naked Negro boys into the sea, with great splashing of water and a noise of voices. A small knot of men, unmistakably Lugareños, stood on the beach, also watching the mules, and exchanging loud jocular shouts with the blacks. Rio Medio, the dead, forsaken, and desecrated city, was lying as bare as a skeleton on the sands. They were yellow. The bay was very blue, the wooded hills very green. After the mules had been ridden uproariously back to the stables, wet and capering, and shaking their long ears, all the life of the land seemed to take refuge in this vivid coloring. As I looked at it from the outer balcony above the great gate, the small group of Lugareños turned about to look at the Casa Riego. They recognized me, no doubt, and one of them flourished threateningly an arm from under his cloak. I retreated indoors. This was the only menacing sign, absolutely the only sign that marked this day. It was a day of pause. Serafina did not leave her apartments. Don Balthasar did not show himself. Father Antonio, hurrying towards the sick room, greeted me with only a wave of the hand. I was not admitted to see Carlos. The nun came to the door, shook her head at me, and closed it gently in my face. Castro, sitting on the floor not very far away, seemed unaware of me in so marked a manner that it inspired me with the idea of not taking the slightest notice of him. Now and then the figure of a maid in white linen and bright petticoat flitted in the upper gallery, and once I fancied I saw the black, rigid carriage of the duenna disappearing behind a pillar. Senor O'Brien, old Cesar whispered, without looking at me, was extremely occupied in the Canceleria. His midday meal was served him there. I had mine all alone, and then the sunny, heat-laden stillness of siesta time fell upon the Castilian dignity of the house. I sank into a kind of reposeful belief in the work of accident. Something would happen. I did not know how soon and how atrociously my belief was to be justified. I exercised my ingenuity in the most approved lover fashion, in devising means how to get secret speech with Seraphina. The confounded silly maids fled from my most distant appearance as though I had the pest. I was wondering whether I should not go simply and audaciously and knock at her door, when I fancied I heard a scratching at mine. It was a very stealthy sound, quite capable of awakening my dormant emotions. I went to the door and listened. Then, opening it the merest crack, I saw the inexplicable emptiness of the gallery. Castro, on his hands and knees, startled me by whispering at my feet, "Stand aside, senor." He entered my room on all fours and waited till I got the door closed before he stood up. "Even he may sleep sometimes," he said, "and the balustrade has hidden me." To see this little saturnine bandit, who generally stalked about haughtily as if the whole Casa belonged to him by right of fidelity, crawled into my room like this was inexpressibly startling. He shook the folds of his cloak and dropped his hat on the floor. "Still, it is better so. The very women of the house are not safe," he said. "Senor, I have no mind to be delivered to the English for hanging. But I have not been admitted to see Don Carlos, and therefore I must make my report to you. These are Don Carlos' orders. Serve him, Castro, when I am dead, as if my soul had passed into his body." He nodded sadly. "See, but Don Carlos is a friend to me and you. You." He shook his head and drew me away from the door. "Two Lugareños," he said. "Manuel and another one did go last night, as directed by the friar," he supposed, "to meet the juez in the bush outside Rio Medio." I had guessed that much and told him of Manuel's behavior under my window. How did they know my chamber? "Bad, bad," muttered Castro. "That chica told her lover, no doubt." He hissed and stamped his foot. She was pretty, but flighty. The lover was a silly boy of decent Christian parents, who was always hanging about in the low villages. No matter. What he could not understand was why some boat should have been held in readiness till nearly the morning to tow a schooner outside. Manuel came along at dawn and dismissed the crews. They had separated, making a great noise on the beach and yelling, "Death to the Inglés." I cleared up that point for him. He told me that O'Brien had the duenna called to his room that morning. Nothing had been heard outside, but the woman came out staggering with her hand on the wall. He had terrified her. God knows what he had said to her. The widow, as Castro called her, had a son, an escrivano in one of the courts of justice. No doubt it was that. "There it is, senor," murmured Castro, scowling all round, as if every wall of the room was an enemy. "He holds all the people in his hand in some way. Even I must be cautious, though I am a humble, trusted friend of the Casa." "What harm could he do you?" I asked. "He is civil to me. Amigo Castro here and amigo Castro there. Bah, the devil alone is his friend. He could deliver me to justice and get my life sworn away. He could... Quien sabe? What need he care what he does? A man that can get absolution from the Archbishop himself if he likes." He meditated. "No, there is only one remedy for him." He tiptoed to my ear. "The knife." He made a pass in the air with his blade, and I remembered vividly the cockroach he had impaled with such accuracy on board the Thames. His baneful glance reminded me of his murderous capering in the steerage, when he had thought that the only remedy for me was the knife. He went to the loophole and passed the steel thoughtfully on the stone edge. I had not moved. The knife. But what would you have? Before, when I talked of this to Don Carlos, he only laughed at me. That was his way in matters of importance. Now they will not let me come into him. He is too near God. And the senorita, why, she is too near the saints for all the great nobility of her spirit. But que diableria! When I, in my devotion, opened my mouth to her, I saw some of that spirit in her eyes. There was a slight irony in his voice. No, me, Castro, to be told that an English senora would have dismissed me forever from her presence for such a hint. Your Excellency, I said, deign then to find it good that I should avoid giving offence to that man. It is not my desire to run my neck into the iron collar. He looked at me fixedly, as if expecting me to make a sign, then shrugged his shoulder. Bueno, you see this? Then look to it yourself, senor. You are to me even as Don Carlos, all except for the love. No English body is big enough to receive his soul. No friend will be left that would risk his very honor of a noble for a man like Tomas Castro. Let me warn you not to leave the Casa, even if a shining angel stood outside the gate and called you by name. The gate is barred now, night and day. I have dropped a hint to Cesar, and that old African knows more than the senor would suppose. I cannot tell you how soon I may have the opportunity to talk to you again. He peeped through the crack of the door, then slipped out, suddenly falling at once on his hands and knees, so as to be hidden by the stone balustrade from anybody in the patio. He too did not think himself safe. Early in the evening I descended into the court, and Father Antonio, walking up and down the patio with his eyes on his breviary, muttered to me, "Sit on this chair," and went on without stopping. I took a chair near the marble rim of the basin with its border of English flowers, its splashing thread of water. The goldfishes that had been lying motionless with their heads pointing different ways glided into a bunch to the fall of my shadow, waiting for crumbs of bread. Father Antonio, his head down, and the open breviary under his nose, brushed my foot with the skirt of his cassock. "Have you any plan?" When he came back, walking very slowly, I said, "None." At this next turn I pronounced rapidly, "I should like to see Carlos." He frowned over the edge of the book. I understood that he refused to let me in. And after all, why should I disturb that dying man? The news about him was that he felt stronger that day. But he was preparing for eternity. Father Antonio's business was to save souls. I felt horribly crushed and alone. The priest asked, hardly moving his lips, "What do you trust to?" I had the time to meditate my reply. "Tell Carlos I think of escape by sea." He made a little sign of assent, turned off towards the staircase and went back to the sick room. The folly of it, I thought. How could I think of it? Escape where? I dared not even show myself outside the casa. My safety within depended on old Cesar more than on anybody else. He had the key of the gate, and the gate was practically the only thing between me and a miserable death at the hands of the first ruffian I met outside. And with the thought I seemed to stifle in that patio open to the sky. That gate seemed to cut off the breath of life from me. I was there as if in a trap. Should I asked myself, try to enlighten Don Balthasar? Why not? He would understand me. I would tell him that in his own town, as he always called Rio Medio, there lurked assassination for his guest. That would move him if anything could. He was then walking with O'Brien after dinner, as he had walked with me on the day of my arrival. Only Serafina had not appeared, and we three men had sat out the silent meal alone. They stopped as I approached, and Don Balthasar listened to me benignantly. "Ah, yes, times have changed." But there was no reason for alarm. There were some undesirable persons. Had they not arrived lately? He turned to O'Brien, who stood by in readiness to resume the walk, and answered, "Yes, quite lately. Very undesirable," in a matter-of-fact tone. The excellent Don Patricio would take measures to have them removed, the old man soothed me. But it was not really dangerous for anyone to go out. Again he addressed O'Brien, who only smiled gently, as much as to say, "What an absurdity." "I must not forget," continued the old man, "the veneration for the very name of Riego that still, thank heaven, survived in these godless and revolutionary times in the Riego's own town." He straightened his back a little, looking at me with dignity, and then glanced at the other, who inclined his head affirmatively. The utter and complete hopelessness of the position appalled me for a moment. The old man had not put foot outside his door for years, not even to go to church. Father Antonio said Mass for him every day in the little chapel next the dining room. When O'Brien, for his own purposes, and the better to conceal his own connection with the Rio Medio piracies, had persuaded him to go to Jamaica officially, he had been rowed in state to the ship waiting outside. For many years now it had been impossible to enlighten him as to the true condition of affairs. He listened to people's talk as though it had been children's prattle. I have related how he received Carlos' denunciations. If one insisted, he would draw himself up in displeasure. But in his decay he had preserved a great dignity, a grave firmness that intimidated me a little. I did not, of course, insist that evening, and after giving me my dismissal in a gesture of blessing, he resumed his engrossing conversation with O'Brien. It related to the services commemorating his wife's death, those services that once every 12 months draped in black all the churches in Havana. 100 masses, no less, had to be said that day. A distribution of alms had to be made. O'Brien was charged with all the arrangements, and I caught, as they crept past me and up and down the patio, snatches of phrases relating to this mournful function, when all the capital was invited to pray for the soul of the illustrious lady. The priest of the Church of San Antonio had said this and that. The Grand Vicar of the diocese had made difficulties about something. However, by the Archbishop's special grace, no less than 3 altars would be draped in the cathedral. I saw Don Balthasar smile with an ineffable satisfaction. He thanked O'Brien for his zeal and seemed to lean more familiarly on his arm. His voice trembled with eagerness. "And now, my excellent Don Patricio, as to the number of candles." I stood for a while as if rooted to the spot, overwhelmed by my insignificance. O'Brien never once looked my way. Then, hanging my head, I went slowly up the white staircase towards my room. Cesar, going his rounds along the gallery, shuffled his silk-clad shanks smartly between 2 young negroes balancing lanterns suspended on the shafts of their halberds. That little group had a medieval and outlandish aspect. Cesar carried a bunch of keys in one hand, his staff at office in the other. He stood aside in his maroon velvet and gold lace, holding the three-cornered hat under his arm, bowing his grey, woolly head, the most venerable and deferential of major-domos. His attendants, backing against the wall, grounded their halberds heavily at my approach. He stepped out to intercept me, and with great discretion, "Senor, a word," he said in his subdued voice. "A moment ago I have been called within the door of our senorita's apartments. She has given me this for your worship, together with many compliments. It is a seal. The senor will understand." I took it. It was a tiny seal with her monogram on it. "Yes," I said. "And Senorita Donna Serafina has charged me to repeat." He made a stealthy sign as if to counteract an evil influence. "The words, 2 lives, 1 death. The senor will understand." "Yes," I said, looking away with a pang at my heart. He touched my elbow. "And to trust Cesar." "Senor, I dandled her when she was quite little. Let me most earnestly urge upon your worship not to go near the windows, especially if there is light in your worship's room. Evil men are gazing upon the house, and I have seen myself the glint of a musket at the end of the street. The moon grows fast, too. The senorita begs you to trust Cesar." "Are there many men?" I asked. "Not many in sight. I have seen only one, but by signs, open to a man of my experience, I suspect many more to be about." Then, as I looked down on the ground, he added parenthetically, "They are poor shots, one and all, lacking the very firmness of manhood necessary to discharge a piece with a good aim. Still, senor, I am ordered to entreat you to be cautious. Strange it is that tonight, from the great revelry at the Aldea Bajo, one might think they had just visited an English ship outside." A ship of any sort. But how to get out of the Casa? Murder forbade me even as much as to look out of the windows. Was there a ship outside? Cesar was positive there was not since I had arrived. Besides, the empty sea itself was unattainable, it seemed. I pressed the seal to my lips. "Tell the senorita how I received her gift," I said. And the old Negro inclined his head lower still. "Tell her that as the letters of her name are graved on this, so are all the words she has spoken graven on my heart." They went away busily, the lanthorns swinging about the axe heads of the halberds, Cesar's staff tapping the stones. I shut my door and buried my face in the pillows of the state bed. My mental anguish was excessive. Action alone could relieve it. I had been battling with my thoughts like a man fighting with shadows. I could see no issue to such a struggle, and I prayed for something tangible to encounter, something that one could overcome or go under to. I must have fallen suddenly asleep, because there was a lion in front of me. It lashed its tail, and beyond the instinct agitation of the brute, I saw Serafina. I tried to shout to her. No voice came out of my throat. And the lion produced a strange noise. He opened his jaws like a door. I sat up. It was like a change of dream. A glare filled my eyes. In the wide doorway of my room, in a group of attendants, I saw a figure in a short black cloak standing, hat on head, and an arm outstretched. It was Don Balthasar. He held himself more erect than I had ever seen him before. Stifled sounds of weeping, a vast confused rumor of lamentations, running feet, and the slamming doors came from behind him. His aged, dry voice, much firmer and very distinct, was speaking to me. You are summoned to attend the bedside of Don Carlos Riego at the hour of death, to help his soul struggling on the threshold of eternity with your prayers, as a kinsman and a friend. A great draught swayed the lights about that black and courtly figure. All the windows and doors of the palace had been flung open for the departure of the struggling soul. Don Balthasar turned. The group of attendants was gone in a moment, with a tramp of feet and jostling of lights in the long gallery. I ran out after them. A wavering glare came from under the arch, and through the open gate I saw the bulky shape of the bishop's coach waiting outside in the moonlight. A strip of cloth fell from step to step down the middle of the broad white stairs. The staircase was brilliantly lighted and quite empty. The household was crowding the upper galleries. The sobbing murmurs of their voices fell into the deserted patio. The strip of crimson cloth laid for the bishop ran across it from the arch of the stairway to the entrance. The door of Carlos' room stood wide open. I saw the many candles on a table covered with white linen, the side of the big bed, surpliced figures moving within the room. There was the ringing of small bells and sighing groans from the kneeling forms in the gallery through which I was making my way slowly. Castro appeared at my side suddenly. "Senor," he began, with saturnine stoicism, "he is dead. I have seen battlefields." His voice broke. I saw through the large portal of the death chamber Don Balthasar and Serafina standing at the foot of the bed, the bowed heads of two priests, the bishop, a tiny old man in his vestments, and Father Antonio, burly and motionless, with his chin in his hand, as if left behind after leading that soul to the very gate of eternity. All about me, women and men were crossing themselves, and Castro, who for a moment had covered his eyes with his hand, touched my elbow. "And you live," he said, with somber emphasis. Then, warningly, "You are in great danger now." I looked around as if expecting to see an uplifted knife. I saw only a lot of people, household Negroes and the women, rising from their knees. Below, the patio was empty. "The house is defenseless," Castro continued. We heard tumultuous voices under the gate. O'Brien appeared in the doorway of Carlos' room with an attentive and dismayed expression on his face. I do not really think he had anything to do with what then took place. He meant to have me killed outside, but the rabble, excited by Manuel's inflammatory speeches, had that night started from the villages below with the intention of clamoring for my life. Many of their women were with them. Some of the Lugareños carried torches. Others had pikes. Most of them, however, had nothing but their long knives. They came in a disorderly, shouting mob along the beach, intending this not for an attack, but as a simple demonstration. The sight of the open gate struck them with wonder. The bishop's coach blocked the entrance, and for a time they hesitated, awed by the mystery of the house and by the rites going on in there. Then 2 or 3 bolder spirits stole closer. The bishop's people, of course, did not think of offering any resistance. The very defenselessness of the house restrained the mob for a while. A few more men from outside ran in. Several women began to clamor scoldingly to them to bring the Inglés out. Then the men, encouraging each other in their audacity, advanced further under the arch. A solitary black, the only guard left at the gate, shouted at them, "Aria, go back!" It had no effect. More of them crowded in, though of course the greater part of that mob remained outside. The black rolled big eyes. He could not stop them. He did not like to leave his post. He dared not fire. Go back, he repeated. Not without the Inglés, they answered. The tumult we had heard arose when the Lugareños suddenly fell upon the sentry and wrenched his musket from him. This man, when disarmed, ran away. I saw him running across the patio on the crimson pathway to the foot of the staircase. His shouting, "The Lugareños have risen!" broke upon the hush of morning. Father Antonio made a brusque movement, and Serafina sent a startled glance in my direction. The cloistered court with its marble basin and a jet of water in the center remained empty for a moment after the Negro had run across. A growing clamor penetrated into it. In the midst of it I heard O'Brien's voice saying, "Why don't they shut the gate?" Immediately afterwards a woman in the gallery cried out in surprise, and I saw the Lugareños pour into the patio. For a time that motley group of bandits stood in the light, as if intimidated by the great dignity of the house, by the mysterious prestige of the Casa whose interior probably none of them had ever seen before. They gazed about silently, as if surprised to find themselves there. It looked as if they would have retired if they had not caught sight of me. A murmur of "the Inglés" arose at once. By that time the household Negroes had occupied the staircase with what weapons they could find upstairs. Father Antonio pushed past O'Brien out of the room and shook his arms over the balustrade. "Impious men," he cried, "begone from this house of death." His eyes flashed at the ruffians, who stared stupidly from below. "Give us the Inglés," they growled. Serafina from within cried, "Juan!" I was then near the door, but not within the room. "The Inglés, the heretic, the traitor," came in sullen, subdued mutter. A hoarse, reckless voice shouted, "Give him to us, and we shall go." "You're putting in danger all the lives in this house," O'Brien hissed at me. "Senorita, pray do not." He stood in the way of Serafina, who wished to come out. "It is you," she cried. "It is you. It is your voice. It is your hand. It is your iniquity." He was confounded by her vehemence. "Who brought him here?" he stammered. "Am I to find one of that accursed brood forever in my way? I take him to witness that for your sake." A formidable roar, "Throw us down the Inglés!" filled the patio. They were gaining assurance down there, and the ferocious clamoring of the mob outside came faintly upon our ears. O'Brien barred the way. Don Balthasar leaned on his daughter's arm. She was very straight, with tears still on her face and indignation in her eye. He bowed, and with his immovable fine features set in the calmness of age. Behind that group there were two priests, one with a scared white face, another black-browed with an exalted and fanatical aspect. The light of the candles from the improvised altar fell on the bishop's small, bald head, emerging with a patient droop from the wide spread of his cope, as though he had been enclosed in a portable gold shrine. He was ready to go. Don Balthasar, who seemed to have heard nothing, as if suddenly waking up to his duty, left his daughter and muttering to O'Brien, "Let me precede the bishop," came out, bareheaded, into the gallery. Father Antonio had turned away, and his heavy hand fell on O'Brien's shoulder. "Have you no heart, no reverence, no decency?" he said. "In the name of everything you respect, I call upon you to stop this sacrilegious outbreak." O'Brien shook off the priestly hand and fixed his eyes upon Serafina. I happened to be looking at his face. He seemed to be ready to go out of his mind. His jealousy, the awful torment of soul and body, made him motionless and speechless. Seeing Don Balthasar appear by the balustrade, the ruffians below had become silent for a while. His aged, mechanical voice was heard asking distinctly, "What do these people want?" Serafina from within the room said aloud, "They are clamoring for the life of our guest." She looked at O'Brien contemptuously. "They are doing this to please you. Before God, I have nothing to do with this." It was true enough. He had nothing to do with this outbreak, and I believe he would have interfered, but in his dismay at having lost himself in the eyes of Serafina, in his rage against myself, he did not know how to act. No doubt he had been deceiving himself as to his position with Serafina. He was a man who lived on illusions, and was inclined to put implicit faith in his wishes. His desire of vengeance on me, the downfall of his hopes. He could no longer deceive himself. A desperate striving of thought for their regaining, his impulse towards the impossible, all these emotions paralyzed his will. Don Balthasar beckoned to me. "Don't go near him," said O'Brien in a thick, mumbling voice. "I must." I put him aside. Don Balthasar took my arm. "Misguided populace," he whispered. "They have been a source of sorrow to me lately. But this wicked folly is incredible. I shall call upon them to come to their senses. My voice." The court below was strongly lighted, so that I saw the bearded, bronzed, wild faces of the Lugareños looking up. We also were strongly shown by the light of a doorway behind us, and by the torches burning in the gallery. That morning, in my helplessness, I had come to put my trust in accident. In some accident, I hardly knew of what nature, my own death perhaps, that would find a solution for my responsibilities, put an end to my tormenting thoughts. And now the accident came with a terrible swiftness at which I shudder to this day. We were looking down into the patio. Don Balthasar had just said, "You are nowhere as safe as by my side," when I noticed the Lugareño withdrawing himself from the throng about the basin. His face came to me familiarly. He was the pirate with the broken nose who had had a taste of my fist. He had the sentry's musket on his shoulder and was slinking away towards the gate. Don Balthasar extended his hand over the balustrade, and there was a general movement of recoil below. I wondered why the slaves on the stairs did not charge and clear the patio, but I suppose with such a mob outside there was a natural hesitation in bringing the position to an issue. The Lugareños were muttering, "Look at the Inglés," then cried out together, "Excellency, give up this Inglés." Don Balthasar seemed 10 years younger suddenly. I had never seen him so imposingly erect. "Insensate," he began, without any anger. "He's going to fire," yelled Castro's voice somewhere in the gallery. I saw a red dart in the shadow of the gate. The broken-nosed pirate had fired at me. The report, deadened in the vault, hardly reached my ears. Don Balthasar's arm seemed to swing me back. Then I felt him lean heavily on my shoulder. I did not know what had happened till I heard him say, "Pray for me, gentlemen." Father Antonio received him in his arms. For a second after the shot, the most dead silence prevailed in the court. It was broken by an affrighted howl below, and Serafina's voice cried piercingly, "Father!" The priest, dropping on one knee, sustained the silvery head with its thin features already calm in death. Don Balthasar had saved my life, and his daughter flung herself upon the body. O'Brien pressed his hands to his temples and remained motionless. I saw the bishop in his stiff cope creep up to the group with the motion of a tortoise, and for a moment his quavering voice pronouncing the absolution was the only sound in the house. Then a most fiendish noise broke out below. The Negroes had charged, and the Lugareños, struck with terror at the unforeseen catastrophe, were rushing helter-skelter through the gate. The screaming of the maids was frightful. They ran up and down the galleries with their hair streaming. O'Brien passed me by swiftly, muttering like a madman. I also got down into the courtyard in time to strike some heavy blows under the gateway, but I don't know who it was that thrust into my hands the musket which I used as a club. The sudden burst of shrieks, the cries of terror under the vault of the gate, yells of rage and consternation silenced the mob outside. The Lugareños, appalled at what had happened, shouted most pitifully. They squeaked like the vermin they were. I brought down the clubbed musket. 2 went down. Of 2 I am sure. The rush of flying feet swept through between the walls, bearing me along. For a time the black stream of men eddied in the moonlight round the bishop's coach like a torrent breaking round a boulder. The great heavy machine rocked. Mules plunged, horses swayed. The archway had been cleared. Outside the slaves were forming in the open space before the Casa, while Cesar with a few others labored to swing the heavy gates to. Hats, torn cloaks, knives strewed the flagstones, and the dim light of the lamps, fashioned high up on the walls, fell on the faces of 3 men stretched out on their backs. Another, lying huddled up in a heap, got up suddenly and rushed out. The thought of Serafina clinging to the lifeless body of her father upstairs came to me. It came over me in horror, and I let the musket fall out of my hand. A silence like the silence of despair reigned in the house. She would hate me now. I felt as if I could walk out and give myself up, had it not been for the sight of O'Brien. He was leaning his shoulders against the wall in the posture of a man suddenly overcome by a deadly disease. No one was looking at us. It came to me that he could not have many illusions left to him now. He looked up wearily, saw me, and waking up at once, thrust his hands into the pockets of his breeches. I thought of his pistol. No wild hope of love would prevent him now from killing me outright. The fatal shot that had put an end to Don Balthasar's life must have brought to him an awakening worse than death. I made one stride, caught him by both arms swiftly, and pinned him to the wall with all my strength. We struggled in silence. I found him much more vigorous than I had expected, but at the same time I felt at once that I was more than a match for him. We did not say a word. We made no noise. But in our struggle we got away from the wall into the middle of the gateway. I dared not let go of his arms to take him by the throat. He only tried to jerk and wrench himself away. Had he succeeded, it would have been death for me. We never moved our feet from the spot, fairly in the middle of the archway, but nearer to the gate than to the patio. The slaves formed outside guarded the bishop's coach, and I do not know that there was anybody else actually with us under the vault of the entrance. We glared into each other's faces, and the world seemed very still around us. I felt in me a passion, not of hate, but of determination to be done with him, and from his face it was impossible to guess his suffering, his despair, or his rage. In the midst of our straining I heard a sibilant sound. I detached my eyes from his. His struggles redoubled, and behind him, stealing in towards us from the court, black on the strip of crimson cloth, I saw Tomas Castro. He flung his cloak back, The light of the lantern under the keystone of the arch glimmered feebly on the blade of his maimed arm. He made a discreet and blood-curdling gesture to me with the other. How could I hold a man so that he should be stabbed from behind in my arms? Castro was running up swiftly, his cloak opening like a pair of sable wings. Collecting all my strength, I forced O'Brien round, and we swung about in a flash. Now he had his back to the gate. My effort seemed to have uprooted him. I felt him give way all over. As soon as our position had changed, Castro checked himself and stepped aside into the shadow of the guard-room doorway. I don't think O'Brien had been aware of what had been going on. His strength was overborne by mine. I drove him backwards. His eyes blinked wildly. He bared his teeth. He resisted as though I had been forcing him over the brink of perdition. His feet clung to the flagstones. I shook him till his head rolled. "Viper brood," he spluttered. "Out you go," I hissed. I had found nothing heroic, nothing romantic to say, nothing that would express my desperate resolve to rid the world of his presence. All I could do was to fling him out. The Casa Riego was all my world, a world full of great pain, great mourning, and love. I saw him pitch headlong under the wheels of the bishop's enormous carriage. The black coachman who had sat aloft, unmoved through all the tumult, in his white stockings and three-cornered hat, glanced down from his high box. And the two parts of the gate came together with a clang of ironwork and a heavy crash that seemed as loud as thunder under that vault. This ends Part 3, Casa Riego, Chapter 5 of Romance. Part 3, Casa Riego, Chapter 6 of Romance by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 3, Chapter 6 of Romance. Not even in memory am I willing to live over again those 3 days when Father Antonio, the old major domo, and myself would meet each other in the galleries, in the patio, in the empty rooms, moving in the stillness of the house with heavy hearts and desolate eyes, which seemed to demand, what is there to do? Of course, precautions were taken against the Lugareños. They were besieging the casa from afar. They had established a sort of camp at the end of the street, and they prowled about amongst the old barricaded houses in their pointed hats, in their rags and finery. Women with food passed constantly between the villages and the panic-stricken town. There were groups on the beach, and one of the schooners had been towed down the bay and was lying now moored stem and stern opposite the great gate. They did nothing whatever active against us. They lay around and watched, as if in pursuance of a plan traced by a superior authority. They were watching for me. But when, by some mischance, they burnt the roof off the outbuildings that were at some distance from the casa, their chief set up a deputation of 3 with apologies. Those men came unarmed and, as it were, under Castro's protection, and absolutely whimpered with regrets before Father Antonio. Would his reverence kindly intercede with the most noble senorita? "Silence! Dare not pronounce her name!" thundered the good priest, snatching away his hand, which they attempted to grab and kiss. I, in the background, noted their black looks at me, even as they cringed. The man who had fired the shot, they said, had expired of his wounds after great torments. Their other dead had been thrust out of the gate before. A long fellow with slanting eyebrows and a scar on his cheek, called El Rechado, tried to inform Cesar confidentially that Manuel, his friend, had been opposed to any encroachment of the Casa's offices, only that Domingo. As soon as we discovered what was their object, their apparent object at any rate, they were pushed out of the gate unceremoniously, still protesting their love and respect, by the Riego Negroes. Castro followed them out again after exchanging a meaning look with Father Antonio. To live in the two camps, as it were, was a triumph of Castro's diplomacy, of his saturnine mysteriousness. He kept us in touch with the outer world, coming in under all sorts of pretenses, mostly with messages from the bishop, or escorting the priests that came in relays to pray by the bodies of the last two Riegos, lying in state, side by side, rigid in black velvet and white lace ruffles, on the great bed dragged out into the middle of the room. Two enormous wax torches in iron stands flamed and guttered at the door. A black cloth draped the emblazoned shields, and the wind from the sea, blowing through the open casement, inclined all together the flames of 100 candles, pale in the sunlight, extremely ardent in the night. The murmur of prayers for these souls went on incessantly. I have it in my ears now. There would be always some figure of the household kneeling in prayer at the door, or the old majordomo would come in to stand at the foot, motionless for a time. Or through the open door, I would see the cassock of Father Antonio flung on his knees, with his forehead resting on the edge of the bed, his hands clasped above his tonsure. Apart from what was necessary for defense, all the life of the house seemed stopped. Not a woman appeared, all the doors were closed, and the numbing desolation of a great bereavement was symbolized by Don Balthasar's chair in the patio, which had remained lying overturned in full view of every part of the house till I could bear the sight no longer, and asked Cesar to have it put away. "Si, senor," he said deferentially, and a few tears ran suddenly down his withered cheeks. The English flowers had been trampled down. An unclean hat floated on the basin, now here, now there, frightening the goldfish from one side to the other. And Serafina. It seems not fitting that I should write of her in these days. I hardly dared let my thoughts approach her, but I had to think of her all the time. Her sorrow was the very soul of the house. Shortly after I had thrown O'Brien out, the bishop had left, and then I learned from Father Antonio that Serafina had been carried away to her own apartments in a fainting condition. The excellent man was almost incoherent with distress and trouble of mind, and walked up and down, his big head drooping on his capacious chest, the joints of his entwined fingers cracking. I had met him in the gallery as I was making my way back to Carlos' room in anxiety and fear, and we had stepped aside into a large saloon, seldom used, above the gateway. I shall never forget the restless, swift pacing of that burly figure, while, feeling utterly crushed, now the excitement was over, I leaned against a console. 3 long bands of moonlight fell, chilly, bluish, into the vast room, with its French Empire furniture stiffly arranged about the white walls. "And that man?" he asked me at last. "I could have killed him with my own hands," I said. "I was the stronger. He had his pistols on him, I am certain, only I could not be a party to an assassination." "Oh, my son, it would have been no sin to have exerted the strength which God had blessed you with," he interrupted. "We are allowed to kill venomous snakes, wild beasts. We are given our strength for that, our intelligence. and all the time he walked about wringing his hands. "Yes, Your Reverence," I said, feeling the most miserable and helpless of lovers on earth. "But there was no time. If I had not thrown him out, Castro would have stabbed him in the back in my very hands, and that would have been—" Words failed me. Yes, I had been obliged not only to desist myself, but to save his life from Castro. I had been obliged. There had been no option. Murderous enemy as he was, it seemed to me I should never have slept a wink all the rest of my life. Yes, it is just. It is just. What else? Alas, Father Antonio repeated disconnectedly. Those feelings implanted in your breast. I have served my king, as you know, in my sacred calling. But in the midst of war, which is the outcome of the wickedness natural to our fallen state, I understand. It may be that God, in his mercy, did not wish the death of that evil man. Not yet, perhaps. Let us submit. He may repent. He snuffled aloud. I think of that poor child, he said, through his handkerchief. Then, pressing my arm with his vigorous fingers, he murmured, I fear for her reason. It may be imagined in what state I spent the rest of that sleepless night. At times, the thought that I was the cause of her bereavement nearly drove me mad. And there was the danger, too. But what else could I have done? My whole soul had recoiled from the horrible help Castro was bringing us at the point of his blade. No love could demand from me such a sacrifice. Next day, Father Antonio was calmer. To my trembling inquiries, he said something consolatory as to the blessed relief of tears. When not praying fervently in the mortuary chamber, he could be seen pacing the gallery in a severe aloofness of meditation. In the evening he took me by the arm and, without a word, led me up a narrow and winding staircase. He pushed a small door, and we stepped out on a flat part of the roof, flooded in moonlight. The points of land dark with the shadows of trees and broken ground clasped the waters of the bay, with a body of shining white mists in the center. And beyond, the vast level of the open sea, touched with glitter, appeared infinitely somber under the luminous sky. We stood back from the parapet, and Father Antonio threw out a thick arm at the splendid trail of the moon upon the dark water. This is the only way, he said. He had a warm heart under his black robe, a simple and courageous comprehension of life, this priest who was very much a man, a certain grandeur of resolution when it was a matter of what he regarded as his principal office. This is the way, he repeated. Never before had I been struck so much by the gloom, the vastness, the emptiness of the open sea as on that moonlight night. And Father Antonio's deep voice went on, My son, since God has made use of the nobility of your heart to save that sinner from an unshriven death. He paused to mutter, Inscrutable, inscrutable, to himself, sighed, and then, Let us rejoice, he continued, with a completely unconcealed resignation, that you have been the chosen instrument to afford him an opportunity to repent. His tone changed suddenly. He will never repent, he said with great force. He has sold his soul and body to the devil like those magicians of old of whom we have records. He clicked his tongue with compunction. and regretted his want of charity. It was proper for me, however, as a man having to deal with a world of wickedness and error, to act as though I did not believe in his repentance. The hardness of the human heart is incredible. I have seen the most appalling examples. And the priest meditated. He is not a common criminal, however, he added profoundly. It was true. He was a man of illusions, ministering to passions that uplifted him above the fear of consequences. Young as I was, I understood that too. There was no safety for us in Cuba while he lived. Father Antonio nodded dismally. Where to go, I asked. Where to turn? Whom can we trust? In whom can we repose the slightest confidence? Where can we look for hope? Again the padre pointed to the sea. The hopeless aspect of its moonlit and darkling calm struck me so forcibly that I did not even ask how he proposed to get us out there. I only made a gesture of discouragement. Outside the Casa, my life was not worth 10 minutes' purchase. And how could I risk her there? How could I propose to her to follow me to an almost certain death? What could be the issue of such an adventure? How could we hope to devise such secret means of getting away as would prevent the Lugareños pursuing us? I should perish then. And she... Father Antonio seemed to lose his self-control suddenly. Yes, he cried, the sea is a perfidious element, but what is it to the blind malevolence of men? He gripped my shoulder. The risk to her life, he cried, the risk of drowning, of hunger, of thirst, that is all the sea can do. I do not think of that. I love her too much. She is my very own spiritual child, and I tell you, Senor, that the unholy intrigue of that man endangers not her happiness, not her fortune alone. It endangers her innocent soul itself. A profound silence ensued. I remembered that his business was to save souls. This old man loved that young girl whom he had watched growing up, defenseless in her own home. He loved her with a great strength of paternal instinct that no vow of celibacy can extinguish, and with a heroic sense of his priestly duty. And I was not to say him nay. The sea, so be it. It was easier to think of her dead than to think of her immured. It was better that she should be the victim of the sea than of evil men, that she should be lost with me than to me. Father Antonio, with that naive sense of the poetry of the sky he possessed, apostrophized the moon, the gentle orb as he called it, which ought to be weary of looking at the miseries of the earth. His immense shadow on the lead seemed to fling two vast fists over the parapet, as if to strike at the enemies below, and without discussing any specific plan, we descended. It was understood that Serafina and I should try to escape. I won't say by sea, but to the sea. At best, to ask the charitable help of some passing ship, at worst to go out of the world together. I had her confidence. I will not tell of my interview with her, but I shall never forget my sensations of awe, as if entering a temple, the melancholy and soothing intimacy of our meeting, the dimly lit loftiness of the room, the vague form of La Chica in the background and the frail girlish figure in black, with a very pale, delicate face. Father Antonio was the only other person present, and chided her for giving way to grief. It is like rebellion, he denounced, turning away his head to wipe a tear hastily. And I wondered and thanked God that I should be a comfort to that tender young girl whose lot on earth had been difficult, whose sorrow was great but could not overwhelm her indomitable spirit, which held a promise of sweetness and love. Her courage was manifest to me in the gentle and sad tones of her voice. I made her sit in a vast armchair of tapestry, in which she looked lost like a little child, and I took a stool at her feet. This is an unforgettable hour in my life, in which not a word of love was spoken, which is not to be written of. The burly shadow of the priest lay motionless from the window right across the room. The flickering flame of a silver lamp made an unsteady white circle of light on the lofty ceiling above her head. A clock was beating gravely somewhere in the distant gloom, like the unperturbed heart of that silence, in which our understanding of each other was growing, even into a strength fit to withstand every tempest. Escape by the sea, I said aloud. It would be at least like two lovers leaping hand in hand off a high rock, and nothing else. Father Antonio's bass voice spoke behind us. It is better to jeopardize the sinful body that returns to the dust of which it is made than the redeemed soul whose awful lot is eternity. Reflect. Serafina hung her head, but her hand did not tremble in mine. My daughter, the old man continued, you have to confide your fate to a noble youth of elevated sentiments and of a truly chivalrous heart. I trust him, said Serafina. And as I heard her say this, it seemed really to me as if in very truth my sentiments were noble and my heart chivalrous. Such is the power of a girl's voice. The door closed on us and I felt very humble. But in the gallery, Father Antonio leaned heavily on my shoulder. I shall be a lonely old man, he whispered faintly. After all these years, two great nobles, the end of a great house, a child I had seen grow up. But I am less afraid for her now. I shall not relate all the plans we made and rejected. Everything seemed impossible. We knew from Castro that O'Brien had gone to Havana, either to take the news of Don Balthasar's death himself, or else to prevent the news spreading there too soon. Whatever his motive for leaving Riego, he had left orders that the house should be respected under the most awful penalties, and that it should be watched so that no one left it. The Englishman was to be killed at sight. Not a hair on anybody else's head was to be touched. To escape seemed impossible. Then on the third day, the thing came to pass. The way was found. Castro, who served me as if Carlo's soul had passed into my body, but looked at me with a saturnine disdain, had arranged it all with Father Antonio. It was the day of the burial of Carlos and Don Balthasar. That same day Castro had heard that a ship had been seen becalmed a long way out to sea. It was a great opportunity, and the funeral procession would give the occasion for my escape. There was in Riego, as in all Spanish towns amongst the respectable part of the population, a confraternity for burying the dead, the Brothers of Pity, who, clothed in black robes and cowls, with only 2 holes for the eyes, carried the dead to their resting place, unrecognizable and unrecognized in that pious work. A Brother of Pity dress would be brought for me into Father Antonio's room. Castro was confident as to his ability of getting a boat. It would be a very small and dangerous one. But what would I have if I neither killed my enemy nor let anyone else kill him for me? He commented with somber sarcasm. A truce of God had been called, and the burial was to take place in the evening when the mortal remains of the last of the Riegos would be laid into the vault of the cathedral of what had been known as their own province, and had in fact been so for a time under a grant from Charles V. Early in the day I had a short interview with Serafina. She was resolute. Then long before dark I slipped into Father Antonio's room, where I was to stay until the moment to come out and mingle with the throng of other brothers of pity. Once with the bodies in the crypt of the cathedral, I was to await Serafina there, and together we should slip through a side door onto the shore. Cesar, to throw any observer off the scent, 3 Lugareños were to be admitted to see the bodies put in their coffins, posted 2 of the Riego Negroes with loaded muskets on guard before the door of my empty room, as if to protect me. Then, just as dusk fell, Father Antonio, who had been praying silently in a corner, got up, blew his nose, sighed, and suddenly enfolded me in his powerful arms for an instant. "I am an old man, a poor priest," he whispered jerkily into my ear, "and the sea is very perfidious, and yet it favors the sons of your nation. But remember, the child has no one but you. Spare her." He went off, stopped. "Inscrutable, inscrutable," he murmured, lifting upwards his eyes. He raised his hand with a solemn slowness. "An old man's blessing can do no harm," he said humbly. I bowed my head. My heart was too full for speech, and the door closed. I never saw him again, except later on in his surplice for a moment at the gate, his great bass voice distinct in the chanting of the priests conducting the bodies. The Lugareños would respect the truce arranged by the bishop. No man of them but the 3 had entered the Casa. Already, early in the night, their black-haired women with coarse faces and melancholy eyes were kneeling in rows under the black mantillas on the stone floor of the cathedral, praying for the repose of the soul of Serafina's father, of that old man who had lived among them unapproachable, almost invisible, and as if infinitely removed. They had venerated him, and many of them had never set eyes on his person. It strikes me now as strange and significant of a mysterious human need, the need to look upwards towards a superiority inexpressibly remote, the need of something to idealize in life. They had only that, and maybe a sort of love as idealized and as personal for the Mother of God, whom also they had never seen, to whom they trusted to save them from a devil as real. And they had moreover a fear even more real of O'Brien. And when one comes to think of it, in putting on the long spectacled robe of a brother of pity, in walking before the staggering bearers of the great coffin with a tall crucifix in my hand, in thus taking advantage of their truce of God, I was also taking advantage of what was undoubtedly their honor, a thing that handicapped them quite as much as it had mine when I found myself unable to strike down O'Brien. At that time I was a great deal too excited to consider this. However, I had many things to think of, and the immense necessity of keeping a cool head. It was, after all, Tomas Castro to whom all the credit of the thing belonged. Just after it had fallen very dark, he brought me the black robes, a pair of heavy pistols to gird on under them, and the heavy staff topped by a crucifix. He had an air of sarcastic protest in the dim light of my room, and he explained with exaggeratedly plain words precisely what I was to do, which, as a matter of fact, was neither more nor less than merely following in his own footsteps. "And oh, senor," he said sardonically, "if you desire again to pillow your head upon the breast of your mother, or if you would again see your sister, who, alas, by bewitching my Carlos, is at the heart of all our troubles. If you desire again to see that dismal land of yours, which politeness forbids me to curse, I would beg of you not to let the mad fury of your nation break loose in the midst of these thieves and scoundrels. He peered intently into the spectacled eye-holes of my cowl and laid his hand on his sword hilt. His small figure, tightly clothed in black velvet from chin to knee, swayed gently backwards and forwards in the light of the dim candle, and his grotesque shadow flitted over the ghostly walls of the great room. He stood gazing silently for a minute, then turned smartly on his heels, and with a gesture of sardonic respect threw open the door for me. "Pray, senor," he said, "that the moon may not rise too soon." We went swiftly down the colonnades for the last time, in the pitch darkness and into the blackness of the vast archway. The clumping staff of my heavy crucifix drew hollow echoes from the flagstones. In the deep sort of cave behind us, lit by a dim lanthorn, the negroes waited to unbar the doors. Castro himself began to mutter over his beads. Suddenly he said, "It is the last time I shall stand here. Now there is not any more a place for me on the earth." Great flashes of light began to make suddenly visible the tall pillars of the immense mournful palace, and after a long time, absolutely without a sound, save the sputter of enormous torches, an incredibly ghostly body of figures, black-robed from head to foot, with large eye-holes peering fantastically, swayed into the great arch of the hall. Above them was the enormous black coffin. It was a sight so appalling and unexpected that I stood gazing at them without any power to move, until I remembered that I too was such a figure. And then, with an ejaculation of impatience, Tomas Castro caught at my hand and whirled me round. The great doors had swung noiselessly open, and the black night, bespangled with little flames, was framed in front of me. He suddenly unsheathed his portentous sword, and hanging his great hat upon his maimed arm, stalked, a pathetic and sinister figure of grief, down the great steps. I followed him in the vivid and extraordinary compulsion of the sinister body that, like one fabulous and enormous monster, swayed impenetrably after me. My heart beat till my head was in a tumultuous whirl when thus at last I stepped out of that house. But I suppose my grim robes cloaked my emotions, though seeing very clearly through the eye-holes, it was almost incredible to me that I was not myself seen. But these brothers of pity were a secret society, known to no man except their spiritual head, who chose them in turn, and not knowing even each other. Their good deeds of charity were, in that way, done by pure stealth. And it happened that their spiritual director was the Father Antonio himself. At that foot of the palace steps, drawn back out of our way, stood the great glass coach of state, containing even then the woman who was all the world to me, invisible to me, unattainable to me, not to be comforted by me, even as her great griefs were to me invisible and unassuageable. And there between us, in the great coffin held on high by the grim, shadowy beings, was all that she loved, invisible, unattainable too, and beyond all human comfort. Standing there in the midst of the whispering, bareheaded, kneeling, and villainous crowd, I had a vivid vision of her pale, dim, pitiful face. Ah, poor thing! She was going away for good from all that state, from all that seclusion, from all that peace, mutely and with a noble pride of quietness, into a world of dangers, with no head but mine to think for her, no arm but mine to ward off all the great terrors, the immense and dangerous weight of a new world. In the twinkle of innumerable candles, the priceless harness of the white mules, waiting to draw the great coach after us, shone like streaks of ore in an infinitely rich silver mine. A double line of tapers kept the road to the cathedral, and a crowd of our negroes, the bell muzzles of their guns suggested in the twinkling light, massed themselves round the coach. Outside the lines were the crowd of rapscallions in red jackets, their women and children, all the population of the Aldea Bajo, groaning. The whole crowd got into motion round us, the white mules plunging frantically, the coach swaying. Ahead of me marched the sardonic, gallantly grotesque figure of true Tomas, his sword point up, his motions always jaunty. Ahead of him again were the white robes of many priests, a cluster of tall candles, a great jeweled cross, and a tall saint's figure swaying more than shoulder high and disappearing up above into the darkness. For me, under my cowl, it was suffocatingly hot, but I seemed to move forward, following, swept along without any volition of my own. It appeared an immensely long journey, and then, as we went at last up the cathedral steps, a voice cried harshly, "Death to the heretic!" My heart stood still. I clutched frantically at the handle of a pistol that I could not disengage from folds of black cloth. But as a matter of fact, the cry was purely a general one. I was supposed to be shut up in the palace still. The sudden glow, the hush, the warm breath of incense, and the blaze of light turned me suddenly faint. My ears buzzed and I heard strange sounds. The cathedral was a mass of heads. Every one in Rio Medio was present or came trooping in behind us. The better class was clustered near the blaze of gilding mottled marble, wax flowers and black and purple drapery that vaulted over the two black coffins in the choir. Down in the unlit body of the church, the riffraff of O'Brien kept the doors. I followed the silent figure of Tomas Castro to the bishop's own stall, right up in the choir, and we became hidden from the rest by the forest of candles round the catafalque. Up the center of the great church and high over the heads of the kneeling people came the great coffin, swaying, its bearers robbed of half their grimness by the blaze of lights. Tomas Castro suddenly caught at my sleeve whilst they were letting the coffin down onto the bier. He drew me unnoticed into the shadow behind the bishop's stall. In the swift transit I had a momentary glance of a small black figure, infinitely tiny in that quiet place and infinitely solitary, veiled in black from head to foot, coming alone up the center of the nave. I stood hidden there beside the bishop's stall for a long time, and then suddenly I saw the black figure alone in the gallery looking down upon me from the loggia of the Riegos. I felt suddenly an immense calm. She was looking at me with unseeing eyes, but I knew and felt that she would follow me now to the end of the world. I had no more any doubts as to the issue of our enterprise. It was open to no unsuccess with a figure so steadfast engaged in it. It was impossible that blind fate should be insensible to her charm, impossible that any man could strike at or thwart her. Monks began to sing. A great brass instrument grunted lamentably. In the body of the building there was silence. The bishop and his supporters moved about as if aimlessly in front of the altar. The chains of the gold censers clicked ceaselessly. Serafina's head had sunk forward out of my sight. All the heads of the cathedral bowed down, and suddenly, from round the side of the stall, a hand touched mine, and a voice said, "It is time." Very softly, as if it were part of the rite, I was drawn round the stall through a door in the side of the screen. As we went out in his turnings, the old bishop gave us the benediction. Then the door closed on the glory of his robes, and in a minute, in the darkness, we were rustling down a circular narrow staircase into the dimness of a crypt, lit by the little blue flame of an oil lamp. From above came sounds like thunder, immense, vibrating. We were immediately under the choir. Through the cracks round a large stone showed a parallelogram of light. In the dimness I had a glimpse of the face of my conductor, a thin, wonderfully hollow-cheeked lay brother. He began with great gentleness to assist me out of my black robes, and then he said, "The senorita will be here very soon with the Senor Tomas," and then added with an infinitely sad and tender, dim smile, "Will not the Senor Caballero, if it is not repugnant, say a prayer for the repose of—" He pointed gently upwards to the great flagstone above which was the coffin of Don Balthasar and Carlos. The priest himself was one of those very holy, very touching, perhaps very stupid men that one finds in such places. With his dim, wistful face, he is very present in my memory. He added, "And that the good God of us all may keep it in the Senor Caballero's heart to care well for the soul of the dear senorita." "I am a very old man," he whispered, after a pause. He was indeed an old man, quite worn out, quite without hope on earth. "I have loved the senorita since she was a child. The Senor Caballero takes her from us. I would have him pray to be made worthy." Whilst I was doing it, the place began to be alive with whispers of garments, of hushed footsteps, a small exclamation in a gruff voice. Then the stone above moved out of its place, and a blaze of light fell down from the choir above. I saw beside me Serafina's face, brilliantly lit, looking upwards. Tomas Castro said, come quickly, the prayers are ending. There will be people in the street." And from above an enormous voice intoned, "Tu ba mirum," and the serpent groaned discordantly. The end of a great box covered with black velvet glided forward above our heads. Ropes were fastened round it. The priest had opened the door in the shadowy distance, beside a white marble tablet in the thick walls. The coffin up above moved forward a little again. The ropes were readjusted with a rattling wooden sound. A dry, formal voice intoned from above, "Erit justus ab auditione." From the open door the priest rattled his keys and said, "Come, come," impatiently. I was horribly afraid that Serafina would shriek or faint or refuse to move. There was very little time. The pirates might stream out of the front of the cathedral as we came from the back. The bishop had promised to accentuate the length of the service. But Serafina glided towards the open door. A breath of fresh air reached us. She looked back once. The coffin was swinging right over the hole, shutting out the light. Tomas Castro took her hand and said, "Come, come," with infinite tenderness. He had been sobbing convulsively. We went up some steps, and the door shut behind us with a sound like a sigh of relief. We walked fast in perfect blackness and solitude on the deserted beach between the old town and the village. Every soul was near the cathedral. A boat lay half afloat. To the left, in the distance, the light of a schooner opposite the Casa Riego wavered on the still water. Suddenly Tomas Castro said, "The senorita never before set foot to the open ground." At once I lifted her into the boat. "Shove off, Tomas," I said, with a beating heart. End of Part 3, Chapter 6 of Romance. Part 4, Blade and Guitar, Chapter 1 of Romance by Joseph Conrad and Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 4, Chapter 1 of Romance. There was a slight, almost imperceptible jar, a faint grating noise, a whispering sound of sand, and the boat, without a splash, floated. The earth, slipping as it were away from under the keel, left us borne upon the waters of the bay, which are as still as the windless night itself. The pushing off of that boat was like a launching into space, as a bird opens its wings on the brow of a cliff and remains poised in the air. A sense of freedom came to me, the unreasonable feeling of exultation, as if I had been really a bird essaying its flight for the first time. Everything, sudden and evil and most fortunate, had been arranged for me, as though I had been a lay figure on which romance had been wreaking its bewildering unexpectedness. But with the floating clear of the boat, I felt somehow that this escape I had to manage myself. It was dark. Dipping cautiously the blade of the oar, I gave another push against the shelving shore. Serafina sat cloaked and motionless, and Tomas Castro in the bows made no sound. I didn't even hear him breathe. Everything was left to me. The boat, impelled afresh, made a slight ripple, and my elation was replaced in a moment by all the torments of the most acute anxiety. I gave another push and then lost the bottom. Success depended upon my resource, readiness, and courage. And what was this success? Immediately it meant getting out of the bay and into the open sea in a 12-foot dinghy looted from some ship years ago by the Rio Medio pirates, if that miserable population of sordid and ragged outcasts of the Antilles deserved such a romantic name. They were sea thieves. Already the wooded shoulder of a mountain was thrown out intensely black by the glow in the sky behind. The moon was about to rise. A great anguish took my heart as if in a vice. The stillness of the dark shore struck me as unnatural. I imagined the yell of the discovery breaking it, and the fancy caused me a greater emotion than the thing itself, I flatter myself, could possibly have done. The unusual silence in which, through the open portals, the altar of the cathedral alone blazed with many flames upon the bay, seemed to enter my very heart violently, like a sudden access of anguish. The two in the boat with me were silent too. I could not bear it. "Serafina," I murmured, and heard a stifled sob. "It is time to take the oars, senor," whispered Castro suddenly, as though he had fallen asleep as soon as he had scrambled into the bows and only had awakened that instant. "The mists in the middle of the bay will hide us when the moon rises." It was time, if we were to escape. Escape where? Into the open sea, with that silent, sorrowing girl by my side, in this miserable cockleshell and without any refuge open to us. It was not really a hesitation. She could not be left at the mercy of O'Brien. It was as though I had for the first time perceived how vast the world was, how dangerous, how unsafe. And there was no alternative. There could be no going back. Perhaps if I had known what was before us, my heart would have failed me utterly out of sheer pity. Suddenly my eyes caught sight of the moon making like the glow of a bushfire on the black slope of the mountain. In a moment it would flood the bay with light, and the schooner anchored off the beach before the Casa Riego was not 80 yards away. I dipped my oar without a splash. Castro pulled with his one hand. The mists rising on the lowlands never filled the bay, and I could see them lying in moonlight across the outlet like a silvery white ghost of a wall. We penetrated it and instantly became lost to view from the shore. Castro, pulling quickly, turned his head and grunted at a red blur very low in the mist. A fire was burning on the low point of land where Nichols, the Nova Scotian, had planted the battery which had worked such havoc with Admiral Rowley's boats. It was a mere earthwork, and some of the guns had been removed. The fire, however, warned us that there were some people on the point. We ceased rowing for a moment, and Castro explained to me that a fire was always lit when any of these thieves' boats were stirring. There would be 3 or 4 men to keep it up. On this very night, Manuel del Popolo was outside with a good many rowboats, waiting on the Indiaman. The ship had been seen nearing the shore since noon. She was becalmed now. Perhaps they were looting her already. This fact had so far favored our escape. There had been no strollers on the beach that night. Since the investment of the Casa Riego, Castro had lived amongst the besiegers on his prestige of a superior person, of a caballero skilled in war and diplomacy. No one knew how much the tubby, saturnine little man was in the confidence of the Juez O'Brien, and there was no doubt that he was a good Catholic. He was a very grave, a very silent caballero. In reality, his heart had been broken by the death of Carlos, and he did not care what happened to him. His action was actuated by his scorn and hate of the Rio Medio population, rather than by any friendly feeling towards myself. On that night, Domingo's partisans were watching the Casa Riego, while Manuel, who was more of a seaman, had taken most of his personal friends and all the larger boats that would float to do a bit of outside work, as they called it, upon the becalmed West Indiaman. This had facilitated Castro's plan, and it also accounted for the smallness of the boat, which was the only one of the refuse lot left on the beach that did not gape at every seam. She was not tight by any means, though. I could hear the water washing above the bottom boards, and I remember how concern about keeping Serafina's feet dry mingled with the grave apprehensions of our enterprise. We had been paddling an easy stroke. The red blur of the fire on the point was growing larger, while the diminished blaze of lights on the high altar of the cathedral pierced the mist with an orange ray. "The boat should be bailed out," I remarked in a whisper. Castro laid his oar in and made his way to the thwart. It shows how well we were prepared for our flight that there was not even a half coconut shell in the boat. A gallon earthenware jar, stoppered with a bunch of grass, contained all our provision of fresh water. Castro displaced it and, bending low, tried to bail with his big soft hat. I should imagine that he found it impracticable, because suddenly he tore off one of his square-toed shoes with a steel buckle. He used it as a scoop, blaspheming at the necessity, but in a very low mutter out of respect for Serafina. Standing up in the stern sheets by her side, I kept on sculling gently. Once before I had gone desperately to sea, escaping the gallows perhaps, in a very small boat with the drunken song of Rangsley's uncle heralding the fascination of the unknown to a very callow youth. That night had been as dark, but the danger had been less great. The boat, it is true, had actually sunk under us, but then it was only the sea that might have swallowed me, who knew nothing of life, and was as much a stranger to fate as the animals on our farm. But now the world of men stood ready to devour us, and the Gulf of Mexico was of no more account than a puddle on a road infested by robbers. What were the dangers of the sea to the passions amongst which I was launched, with my high fortunes in my hand, and like all those who live and love, with a sword suspended above my head? The danger had been less great on that old night when I had heard behind me the soft crash of the smuggler's feet on the shingle. It had been less great, and if it had had a touch of the sordid, it had led me to the second and more desperate escape. In a cockle shell, carrying off a silent and cloaked figure, which quickened my heartbeats at each look. I was carrying her off from the evil spells of the Casa Riego, as a knight or princess from an enchanted castle. But she was more to me than any princess to any knight. There was never anything like that in the world. Lovers might have gone in their passion to a certain death, but never, it seemed to me, in the history of youth had they gone in such an atmosphere of cautious stillness upon such a reckless adventure. Everything depended upon slipping out through the gullet of the bay without a sound. The men on the point had no means of pursuit, but if they heard or saw anything, they could shout a warning to the boats outside. These were the real dangers, my first concern. Afterwards, I did not want to think of afterwards. There were only the open sea and the perilous coast. Perhaps, if I thought of them, I should give up. I thought only of gaining each successive moment and concentrated all my faculties into an effort of stealthiness. I handled the boat with a deliberation full of tense prudence, as if the oar had been a stalk of straw, as if the water of the bay had been the film of a glass bubble and unguarded movement could have shivered to atoms. I hardly breathed, for the feeling that a deeper breath would have blown away the mist that was our sole protection now. It was not blown away. On the contrary, it clung closer to us, with the enveloping chill of a cloud wreathing a mountain crag. The vague shadows and dim outlines that had hung around us began at last to vanish utterly in an impenetrable and luminous whiteness. And through the jumble of my thoughts darted the sudden knowledge that there was a sea fog outside, a thing quite different from the nightly mists of the bay. It was rolling into the passage inexplicably, for no stir of air reached us. It was possible to watch its endless drift by the glow of the fire on the point, now much nearer us. Its edges seemed to melt away in the flight of the water dust. It was a sea fog coming in. Was it disastrous to us, or favorable? It at least answered our immediate need for concealment, and this was enough for me when all our future hung upon every passing minute. The Rio picaroons, when engaged in thieving from some ship becalmed on the coast, began by towing one of their schooners as far as the entrance. They left her there as a rallying point for the boats and to receive the booty. One of these schooners, as I knew, was moored opposite the Casa Riego. The other might be lying at anchor somewhere right in the fairway ahead, within a few yards. I strained my ears for some revealing sound from her, as if she were there. A cough, a voice, the creak of a block, or the fall of something on her deck. Nothing came. I began to fear lest I should run stem on into her side without a moment's warning. I could see no further than the length of our 12-foot boat. To make certain of avoiding that danger, I decided to shave close the spit of sand that tipped the narrow strip of lowland to the south. I set my teeth and sheared in resolutely. Castro remained on the afterthwart with his elbows on his knees. His head nearly touched my leg. I could distinguish the woeful bent back, the broken swaying of the plume in his hat. Serafina's perfect immobility gave me the measure of her courage, and the silence was so profoundly pellucid that the flutter of the flames that we were nearing began to come loud out of the blur of the glow. Then I heard the very crackling of the wood, like a fusillade from a great distance. Even then Castro did not deign to turn his head. Such as he was, a born vagabond, contrabandista, spy in armed camps, sutler at the tail of the Grande Armée, escaped God only knows how from the snows of Russia, beggar, guerrillero, bandit, skeptically murderous, draping his rags in saturnine dignity, he had ended by becoming the sinister and grotesque squire of our quixotic Carlos. There was something romantically somber in his devotion. He disdained to turn round at the danger because he had left his heart on the coffin as a lesser affection would have laid a wreath. I looked down at Serafina. She too had left a heart in the vaults of the cathedral. The edge of the heavy cloak drawn over her head concealed her face from me, and with her face, her ignorance, her great doubts, her great fears. I heard, above the crackling of dry wood, a husky exclamation of surprise, and then a startled voice exclaiming, "Look! Santissima Madre! What is this?" Sheer instinct altered at once the motion of my hand so as to incline the bows of the dinghy away from the shore, but a sort of stupefying amazement seized upon my soul. We had been seen. It was all over. Was it possible? All over already? In my anxiety to keep clear of the schooner, which, for all I know to this day, may not have been there at all, I had come too close to the sand, so close that I heard soft, rapid footfalls stop short in the fog. A voice seemed to be asking me in a whisper, "Where? Oh, where?" Another cried out irresistibly, "I see it." It was a subdued cry, as if hushed in sudden awe. My arms swung to and fro. The turn of my wrist went on imparting the propelling motion of the oar. All the rest of my body was gripped helplessly in the dead expectation of the end, as if in the benumbing seconds of a fall from a towering height. And it was swift, too. I felt a draft at the back of my neck, a breath of wind. And instantly, as if a battering ram had been let swing past me at many layers of stretched gauze, I beheld through a tattered deep hole in the fog a roaring vision of flames, borne down and springing up again, a dance of purple gleams on the strip of unveiled water, and 3 coal-black figures in the light. One of them stood high on lank black legs, with long black arms thrown up stiffly above the black shape of a hat. The 2 others crouched low on the very edge of the water, peering as if from an ambush. The clearness of this vision was contained by a thick and fiery atmosphere, into which a soft white rush and swirl of fog fell like a sudden whirl of snow. It closed down and overwhelmed at once the tall flutter of the flames, the black figures, the purple gleams playing round my oar. The hot glare had struck my eyeballs once, and had melted away again into the old fiery stain on the mended fabric of the fog. But the attitudes of the crouching men left no room for doubt that we had been seen. I expected a sudden uplifting of voices on the shore, answered by cries from the sea, and I screamed excitedly at Castro to lay hold of his oar. He did not stir, and after my shout, which must have fallen on the scared ears with a weird and unearthly note, a profound silence attended us, the silence of a superstitious fear. And instead of howls, I heard, before the boat had traveled its own short length, a voice that seemed to be the voice of fear itself asking, "Did you hear that?" And a trembling mutter of an invocation to all the saints. Then a strangled throat trying to pronounce firmly, "The souls of the dead Inglés, crying from pain." Admiral Rowley's seamen, so miserably thrown away in the ill-conceived attack on the bay, were making a ghostly escort for our escape. Those dead boats' crews were supposed to haunt the fatal spot, after the manner of spectres that linger in remorse, regret, or revenge about the gates of departure. I had blundered. The fog, breaking apart, had betrayed us, but my obscure and vanquished countrymen held possession of the outlet by the memory of their courage, In this critical moment it was they, I may say, who stood by us. We, on our part, must have been disclosed, dark, indistinct, utterly inexplicable, completely unexpected, an apparition of stealthy shades. The painful voice in the fog said, "Let them be, answer not. They shall pass on, for none of them died on the shore. All in the water. Yes, all in the water." I suppose the man was trying to reassure himself and his companions. His meaning, no doubt, was that, being on shore, they were safe from the ghosts of those Ingles who had never achieved a landing. From the enlarging and sudden deepening of the glow, I knew that they were throwing more brushwood on the fire. I kept on sculling, and gradually the sharp fusillade of dry twigs grew more distant, more muffled in the fog. At last it ceased altogether. Then a weakness came over me, and hauling my oar in, I sat down by Seraphina's side. I longed for the sound of her voice, for some tender word, for the caress of a murmur upon my perplexed soul. I was sure of her as of a conquered and rare treasure whose possession simplifies life into a sort of adoring guardianship. And I felt so much at her mercy that an overwhelming sense of guilt made me afraid to speak to her. The slight heave of the open sea swung the boat up and down. Suddenly Castro let out a sort of lugubrious chuckle, and in low tones I began to upbraid him with his apathy. Even with his one arm he should have obeyed my call to the oar. It was incomprehensible to me that we had not been fired at. Castro enlightened me in a few moody and scornful words. The Rio Medio people, he commented upon the incident, were fools of bestial nature, afraid of they knew not what. Castro, the valor of these dead countrymen of mine was not wasted. They have stood by us like true friends, I whispered in the excitement of our escape. These insensate English, he grumbled. A dead enemy would have served the turn better if the caballero had none other than dead friends. His harsh, bitter mumble stopped. Then Seraphina's voice said softly, "It is you who are the friend, Tomas Castro. To you shall come a friend's reward." "Alas, señorita," he sighed, "what remains for me in this world? For me who have given for 2 masses for the souls of that illustrious man, and of your cousin Don Carlos, my last piece of silver?" "We shall make you very rich, Tomas Castro," she said with decision, as if there had been bags of gold in the boat. He returned a high-flown phrase of thanks in a bitter, absent whisper. I knew well enough that the help he had given me was not for money, not for love, not even for loyalty to the Riegos. It was obedience to the last recommendation of Carlos. He ran risks for my safety, but gave me none of his allegiance. He was still the same tubby, murderous little man, with a steel blade screwed to the wooden stump of his forearm, as when, swelling his breast, he had stepped on his toes before me like a bloodthirsty pigeon in the steerage of the ship that had brought us from home. I heard him mumble with almost incredible sardonic contempt that indeed the Senor would soon have none but dead friends if he refrained from striking at his enemies. Had the Senor taken the very excellent opportunity afforded by Providence, and that any sane Christian man would have taken, to let him stab the Juez O'Brien, we should not then be wandering in a little boat. What folly! What folly! One little thrust of a knife, and we should all have been now safe in our beds. His tone was one of weary superiority, and I remained appalled by that truth, stripped of all chivalrous pretense. It was clear in sparing that defenseless life I had been guilty of cruelty for the sake of my conscience. There was Serafina by my side. It was she who had to suffer. I had let her enemy go free because he had happened to be near me, disarmed. Had I acted like an Englishman and a gentleman, or only like a fool satisfying his sentiment at other people's expense? Innocent people, too, like the Riego servants, Castro himself, like Serafina, on whom my high-minded forbearance had brought all these dangers, these hardships, and this uncertain fate. She gave no sign of having heard Castro's words. The silence of women is very impenetrable, and it was as if my hold upon the world, since she was the whole world for me, had been weakened by that shade of decency of feeling which makes a distinction between killing and murder. But suddenly I felt, without her cloaked figure having stirred, her small hand slip into mine. Its soft warmth seemed to go straight to my heart, soothing, invigorating, as if she had slipped into my palm a weapon of extraordinary and inspiring potency. "Ah, you are generous," I whispered, close to the edge of the cloak overshadowing her face. "You must now think of yourself, Juan," she said. "Of myself," I echoed sadly. "I have only you to think of, and you are so far away, out of my reach. There are your dead, all your loss between you and me." She touched my arm. "It is I who must think of my dead," she whispered. "But you must think of yourself, because I have nothing of mine in this world now." Her words affected me like the whisper of remorse. It was true. There were her wealth, her lands, her palaces, but her only refuge was that little boat. Her father's long aloofness from life had created such an isolation round his closing years that his daughter had no one but me to turn to for protection against the plots of her own intendente. And at the thought of our desperate plight, of the suffering awaiting us in that small boat, with the possibility of a lingering death for an end, I wavered for a moment. Was it not my duty to return to the bay and give myself up? In that case, as Castro expressed it, our throats would be cut for love of the Juez. But Serafina, the rabble would carry to the Casa on the palms of their hands, out of veneration for the family and for fear of O'Brien. "So, senor," he mumbled, "if to you tomorrow's sun is as little as to me, let us pull the boat's head round." "Let us set our hands to the side and overturn it, rather," Serafina said, with an indignation of high command. I said no more. If I could have taken O'Brien with me into the other world, I would have died to save her the pain of so much as a pinprick. But because I could not, she must even go with me, must suffer because I clung to her as men cling to their hope of highest good, with an exalted and selfish devotion. Castro had moved forward, as if to show his readiness to pull round. Meantime I heard a click. A feeble gleam fell on his misty hands under the black halo of the hat rim. Again the flint and blade clicked, and a large red spark winked rapidly in the bows. He had lighted a cigarette. End of Part 4, Blade and Guitar, Chapter 1 of Romance. Part 4, Blade and Guitar, Chapter 2 of Romance, by Joseph Conrad and Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 4, Chapter 2 of Romance. Silence, stillness, breathless caution were the absolute conditions of our existence. But I hadn't the heart to remonstrate with him for the danger he caused Seraphina and myself. The fog was so thick now that I could not make out his outline, but I could smell the tobacco very plainly. The acrid odor of picadura seemed to knit the events of 3 years into one uninterrupted adventure. I remembered the shingled beach, the deck of the old Thames. It brought to my mind my first vision of Seraphina and the emblazoned magnificence of Carlos' sickbed. It all came and went in a whiff of smoke, for of all the power and charm that had made Carlos so seductive, there remained no such deep trace in the world as in the heart of a little grizzled bandit who, like a philosopher or a desperado, puffed his cigarette in the face of the very spirit of murder hovering round us, under the mask and cloak of the fog. And by the serene heaven of my life's evening, the spirit of murder became actually audible to us in hasty and rhythmical knocks, accompanied by a cheerful tinkling. These sounds, growing swiftly louder, at last induced Castro to throw away his cigarette. Seraphina clutched my arm. The noise of oars rowing fast, to the precipitated jingling of a guitar, swooped down upon us with a gallant ferocity. "Caramba!" Castro muttered. "It is the fool Manuel himself." I said then, "We have 8 shots between us two, Tomas." He thrust his brace of pistols upon my knees. "Dispose of them as your worship pleases," he muttered. "You mustn't give up yet," I whispered. "What is it that I give up?" he mumbled wearily. "Besides, there grows from my forearm a blade, if I shall find myself indisposed to quit this world alone. Listen to the singing of that imbecile." A caroling falsetto seemed to hang muffled in upper space, above the fog that settled low on the water like a dense and milky sediment of the air. The moonlight fell into it strangely. We seemed to breathe at the bottom of a shallow sea, white as snow, shining like silver and impenetrably opaque everywhere except overhead, where the yellow disk of the moon glittered through a thin cloud of steam. The gay truculence of the hollow knocking, the metallic jingle, the shrill trolling went on crescendo to a burst of babbling voices, a mad speed of tinkling, a thundering shout, "Altro, amigos!" followed by a great clatter of oars flung in. The sudden silence pulsated with the ponderous strokes of my heart. To escape now seemed impossible. At least it seemed impossible while they talked. A dark spot in the shining expanse of fog swam into view. It shifted its place after I had first made it out, and then remained motionless, astern of the dinghy. It was the shadow of a big boat full of men, but when they were silent I was not sure that I saw anything at all. I made no doubt, had they been aware of our nearness, there were amongst them eyes that could have detected us in the same elusive way. But how could they even dream of anything of the kind? They talked noisily, and there must have been a round dozen of them at the least. Sometimes they would fall a-shouting all together, and then keep quiet as if listening. By and by I began to hear answering yells that seemed to converge upon us from all directions. We were in the thick of it. It was Manuel's boat, as Castro had guessed, and the other boats were rallying upon it gropingly, keeping up a succession of yells. "Ole! Ole! Where?" And the people in Manuel's boat howled back at them. "Ole! Ole! This way! Here!" Suddenly he struck the guitar a mighty blow and chanted in an inspired and grandiose strain, Steer for the song. His fingers ran riot among the strings, and above the jingling his voice, forced to the highest pitch, declaimed, as in the midst of a tempest, I adore the saints in the glory of heaven, and on the dust of the earth the print of her footsteps. He was improvising. Sometimes he gasped. The rill of softened tinkle ran on, and glaring watchfully, I fancied I could detect his shape in the white vapour, like a shadow thrown from afar by a tallow dip upon a snowy sheet. The lank droop of his posturing, the greasy locks, the attentive poise of his head, the sentimental rolling of his lustrous and enormous eyes. I had not forgotten his astonishing display in the cabin of the schooner, when, after the confiding of his woes and his ambitions, he had favoured me with a sample of his art. As at that time when he had been nursing his truculent conceit, he sang, and the unsteady twanging of his guitar lurched and staggered far behind his voice, like a drunken slave in the footsteps of a raving master. Tinkle, tinkle, twang. A headlong rush of muddled fingering, a sudden bang like a heavy stumble. She is the proud daughter of the old Castile. Hola, hola. He chanted mysteriously at the beginning of every stanza in a rapturous and soft ecstasy, and then would shriek as though he had been suddenly cast up on the rock. The poet of Riego was rallying his crew of thieves to a rhapsody of secret and unrequited passion. Twang, ping, tinkle, tinkle. He was the capataz of the valiant Lugareños, the true capataz, the only capataz. Hola, hola. Twang, twang. But he was the slave of her charms, the captive of her eyes, of her lips, of her hair, of her eyebrows, which, he proclaimed in a soaring shriek, were like rainbows arched over stars. It was a love song, a mournful parody, the odious grimacing of an ape to the true sorrow of the human face. I could have fled from it as from an intolerable humiliation, and it would have been easy to pull away unheard while he sang. But I had a plan, the beginning of a plan, something like the beginning of a hope, and for that I should have to use the fog for the purpose of remaining within earshot. Would the fog last long enough to serve my turn? That was the only question, and I believed it would, for it settled lower. It settled down denser, almost too heavy to be stirred by the fitful efforts of the breeze. It was a true night fog of the tropics that, born after sunset, tries to creep back into the warm bosom of the sea before sunrise. Once in Riego, taking a walk in the early morning along the sand dunes, I had stood watching below me the heads of some people, fishing from a boat, emerge strangely in the dawn out of such a fog. It concealed their very shoulders more completely than water could have done. I trusted it would not come so soon to our heads emerging, though it seemed to me that already, by merely clambering on Castro's shoulders, I could attain to clear moonlight, see the highlands of the coast, the masts of the English ship. She could not be very far off if only one could tell the direction. But an unsteady little dinghy was not the platform for acrobatic exercises, and Castro not exactly the man. The slightest noise would have betrayed us, and moreover the thing was no good, for even supposing I had got a hurried sight of the ship's spars, I should have to get down into the fog to pull, and there would be nothing visible to keep us from going astray. unless at every dozen strokes I clambered on Castro's shoulders again to rectify the direction, an obviously impracticable and absurd proceeding. She is the proud daughter of the old Castile. Hola, hola, Manuel sang confidentially with a subdued and gallant lilt. Obviously impracticable. But I had another idea. Tinkle, tinkle, pring, broom, broom. My soul yearns for the alms of a smile. For a forgiving glance yearns my lofty soul, he sang. Ah, if one could have added another 4 feet to one's stature, 4 or 5 feet only. There seemed to be nothing but a thin veil between me and the moon, no more than a thin haze. But at the level of my eyes, everything was hidden. From behind the white veil came the crying of the strings, a screeching, lugubrious and fierce in its artificial transport, as if it were mocking my sad and ardent conviction of unworthiness, the crowning torment and the inward pride of pure love. In the breathless pauses I could hear the hollow bumping of gunwales knocking against each other, faint splashings of oars, the distant hail of some laggards groping their way on the shrouded sea. The note of cruel passion that runs in the blood held these cutthroats profoundly silent in their boats. As at home I could imagine a party of smugglers. They would not stick at a murder or two either, listening with pensive faces to a sentimental ditty of some sweet Nancy, howled dismally within the walls of a wayside taproom in the smoke of pipes. I seem to understand profoundly the difference of races that brings with it the feeling of romance or awakens hate. My gorge rose at Manuel's song. I hated his lamentations. Alas, alas, in vain, in vain. He strummed with vertiginous speed, with fury, and the distracted clamor of his voice, wrestling madly with the ringing madness of the strings, ended in a piercing and supreme shriek. Finished! It is finished! A low and applauding murmur flowed to my ears, the austere acclamations of connoisseurs. Viva! Viva Manuele! A squeak of fervent admiration. Ah, our Manuelito! But a gruff voice discoursed jovially. Care not, Manuel. What of Paquita with the broken tooth? Is she not left to thee? And por Dios, hombres, in the dark all women are alike. I will cram thy unclean mouth with live coals, Manuel drawled spitefully. They roared with laughter at this sally. I depicted to myself their shapes, their fierce gesticulations, their earrings, bound heads, rags, and weapons, the vile scowls on their swarthy, grimacing faces. My anxiety beheld them as plainly as anything seen with the eyes of the body. And with my sharpened hearing catching every word with preternatural distinctness, I felt as if the ring of Gyges on my finger I had sat invisible at the council of my enemies. It was noisy, animated with an issue of supreme interest for us. The ship, seen at midday standing inshore with a light wind, had not approached the bay near enough to be conveniently attacked till just after dusk. They had waited for her all the afternoon, sleeping and gambling on the spit of sand. But something heavy in her appearance had excited their craven suspicions and checked their ardor. She appeared to them dangerous. What if she were an English man-of-war disguised? Some even pretended to recognize in her positively one of the lighter frigates of Rowley's squadron. Night had fallen whilst they squabbled, and their flotilla hung under the land, the men in a conflict of rapacity and fear, arguing among themselves as to the ship's character, but all unanimously goading Manuel, since he would call himself their only capataz, to go boldly and find out. It seemed he had just been doing this with the help of a few choicer spirits and under cover of the fog. They had managed to steal near enough to hear Englishmen conversing on board, orders given, and the yo-hoing of invisible sailors trimming the yards of the ship to the fitful airs. This last, of course, was decisive. Such sounds are not heard on a man of war. She was a merchant ship. She would be an easy prey, and Manuel, in a state of exultation at his venturesome bravery, had pulled back inshore to rally all the boats round his own and lead them to certain plunder. They would soon find out, he declaimed, what it was to have at their head their own valiant Manuel, instead of that vagabond, that stranger, that Andalusian starveling, that traitor, that infidel, that Castro. Hidden away, he seemed to spout all this for our ears alone, as though he could see us in our boat. Patience, patience. Some day he would cut off that interloper's eyelids and lay him on his back under a nice clear sun. Castro made a brusque movement. A little shudder of disgust escaped Serafina. Meantime, Manuel declared by his audacity that ship was as good as theirs already. "Viva el capataz!" they cheered. The cloud-like vapors resting on the sea muffled the short roar. We heard grim laughter, excited cries. He began to make a set speech, and his voice, haranguing with vehement inflections in the shining whiteness of a cloud, had an amazing and uncorporeal character. The quality of abstract surprise, of phenomenal emotion shouted into empty space. And for me it had also the fascination of a revealed depth. It was like the oration of an ambitious leader in a farce. He held his hearers with his eloquence as much as he had done with a song of his grotesque and desecrating love. He vaunted his sagacity and his valor, and overwhelmed with invective all sorts of names, my own and Castro's among them. He revealed the unholy ideals of all that band of scoundrels, ideals that he said should find fruition under his captaincy. He boasted of secret conferences with O'Brien. There were murmurs of satisfaction. I don't wonder at Serafina's shudder of horror, of disgust, of dismay and indignation. Robbed of the inexpugnable shelter of the Casa Riego, she too was made to look into the depths, upon the animalism, the lusts, and the revelries of that sordid, vermin-haunted crowd. I felt for her a profound and shamed sorrow. It was like a profaning touch on the sacredness of her mourning for the dead, and on her clear and passionate vision of life. "Hombres de Rio Medio, amigos, valientes," Manuel was beginning his peroration. He would lead them now against the English ship. The terrified heretics would surrender. There was always gold in English ships. He stopped his speech and then called loudly, "Let the boats keep touch with each other and not stray in that fog." "The dog," grunted Castro. We heard a resolute bustle of preparation. Oars were being shipped. "Make ready, Tomas," I whispered. "Ready for what?" he grumbled. "Where shall your worship run from these swine?" "We must follow them," I answered. "The madness of the señor's countrymen descends upon him," he whispered with sardonic politeness. "Wherefore follow?" "To find the English ship," I answered swiftly. This, from the moment we had heard Manuel's guitar, had been my idea. Since the fog that concealed us from their sight made us too hopelessly blind, Those wretches must guide us themselves out of their own clutches, as it were. I don't put this forward as an inspired conception. It was a most risky and almost hopeless expedient, but the position was so critical that there was no other alternative to sitting still and waiting with folded hands for discovery. Castro seemed more inclined for the latter. Fortunately, the bandits wasted some time in blasphemous bickerings as to the order of the boats in the procession of attack. I urged my views upon Castro in hurried whispers. His assent was of importance, since he could use an oar very well, and if left to myself I could not hope to scull fast enough to keep within hearing of the flotilla. Of what use to us would be a ship in Manuel's power, he argued morosely. On the other hand, if we waited near her till she had been plundered and released, neither the fog nor the night would last forever. My countrymen will beat them off, I affirmed confidently. At any rate, let us be on the spot. We may take a hand, and remember, Tomas, they are not led by you this time. True, he said, mollified. But one thing more deserves the consideration of your worship. If we follow this plan, we take the senorita among flying bullets. And lead, alas, unlike steel, is blind, or that illustrious man would not now be dead. If we wait here, the senorita at least shall take no harm from these ruffians, as I have said. Are you afraid of the bullets? I asked Serafina. Before she had answered, Castro hissed at me. Oh, you unspeakable English! Would you sacrifice the daughter too, only because she is brave? His sinister allusion made my blood boil with rage, and suddenly run cold in my veins. Swathed in the brilliant cloud, we heard the sounds of quarreling and scrambling die away, cries of "Ready! Ready!" an unexpected and brutal laugh. Serafina leaned forward. Tomas, I wish this thing. I command it, she whispered imperiously. We shall help these English on the ship. We must. I command it, for these are now my people. I heard him mutter to himself. Oh, dear shade of my Carlos, her people, where are now mine? But he shipped his oar and sat waiting. In the moment before the picaroons actually started, I became the prey of the most intense anxiety. I knew we were to seaward of the cluster, but of our position relatively to the boats and to the English ship they would make for, I was profoundly ignorant. The dinghy might be lying right in the way. Before I could master the sort of disorder I was thrown into by that thought, which, strange to say, had not occurred to me till then, with a shrill whistle Manuel led off. We are always incited to trust our eyes rather than our ears, and such is the conventional temper in which we receive the impression of our senses, that I had no idea they were so near us. The destruction of my illusory feeling of distance was the most startling thing in the world. Instantly, it seemed, with the second swing and plash of the oars, the boats were right upon us. They went clear. It was like being grazed by a fall of rocks. I seemed to feel the wind of the rush. The rapid clatter of rowing, the excited hum of voices, the violent commotion of the water passed by us with an impetuosity that took my breath away. They had started in a bunch. There must have been amongst them at least one crew of Negroes, because somebody was beating a tambourine smartly, and the rowers chorused in a quick, panting undertone, "Ho, ho, Talimbambo! Ho, ho, Talimbambo!" One of the boats silhouetted herself for an instant. A row of heads swaying back and forth, towered over astern by a full-length figure as straight as an arrow. A retreating voice thundered, Silence! The sounds and the forms faded together in the fog with amazing swiftness. Seraphina, her cloak off, her head bare, stared forward after the fleeting murmurs and shadows we were pursuing. Sometimes she warned us, "More to the left," or "Faster." We had to put forth our best, for Manuel, as if in the very wantonness of confidence, had set a tremendous pace. I suppose he took his first direction by the light on the point. I cannot tell what guided him after that feeble sheen had become buried in the fog. But there was no check in the speed, no sign of hesitation. We followed in the track of the sound, and for the most part kept in sight of the elusive shadow of the sternmost boat. Often in a denser belt of fog, the sounds of rowing became muffled almost to extinction, or we seemed to hear them all around and, startled, checked our speed. Dark apparitions of boats would surge up on all sides in a most inexplicable way, to the right, to the left, even coming from behind. They appeared real, unmistakable, and before we had time to dodge them, vanished utterly. Then we had to spurt desperately after the grind of the oars, caught just in time in an unexpected direction. And then we lost them. We pulled frantically. Seraphina had been urging us, "Faster, faster!" From time to time I would ask her, "Can you see them?" "Not yet," she answered curtly. The perspiration poured down my face. Castro's panting was like the wheezing of bellows at my back. Suddenly, in a despairing tone, she said, "Stop! I can neither see nor hear anything now." We feathered our oars at once and fell to listening with lowered heads. The ripple of the boat's way expired slowly. A great white stillness hung slumberously over the sea. It was inconceivable. We pulled once or twice with extreme energy for a few minutes after imaginary whistles or shouts. Once I heard them passing our bows, but it was useless. We stopped, and the moon from within the mistiness of an immense halo looked dreamily upon our heads. Castro grunted. "Here is an end of your plan, Senor Don Juan." The peculiar and ghastly hopelessness of our position could not be better illustrated than by this fresh difficulty. We had lost touch with a murderous gang that had every inducement not to spare our lives, and positively it was a misfortune, an abandonment. I refused to admit to myself its finality, as if it had reflected upon the devotion of tried friends. I repeated to Castro that we should become aware of them directly, probably even nearer than we wished, and at any rate we were certain of a mighty loud noise when the attack on the ship began. She at least could not be very far now. Unless, indeed, I admitted with exasperation, we are to suppose that your imbecile lugareños have mixed their prey and got themselves as utterly lost as we ourselves. I was irritated by his nodding plume and his cold perfunctory as if sleepy mutters. Possibly, puede ser, he retorted. Your English generosity could wish your countrymen no better luck than that my lugareños, as your worship pleases to call them, should miss their way. They are hungry for loot, with much fasting, and it is hunger that makes your wolf fly straight at the throat. All the time Seraphina breathed no word, but when I raised my voice she put out a hushing hand to my arm, and from her intent pose, from the turn of her shadowy head, I knew that she was peering and listening loyally. Minutes passed. Very few, I dare say, and brought no sound. The restlessness of waiting made us dip our oars in a haphazard stroke, without aim, without the means of judging whether we pulled to seaward, inshore, north or south, or only in a circle. Once we went excitedly in chase of some splashing that must have been a leaping fish. I was hanging my head over my idle oar when Serafina touched me. "I see," she said, pointing over the bows. Both Castro and I, peering horizontally over the water, did not see anything, not a shadow. Moreover, if they were so near, we ought to have heard something. "I believe it is land," she murmured. "You're looking too low, Juan." As soon as I looked up, I saw it too, dark and beetling like the overhang of a low cliff. Where on earth had we blundered to? For a moment I was confounded. Fiery reflections from a light played faintly above that shape. Then I recognized what I was looking at. We had found the ship. The fog was so shallow that up there the upper bulk of a heavy square stern, the very rails and stanchions crowning it like a balustrade, jutted out in the misty sheen like the balcony of an invisible edifice, for the lines of her run, the sides of her hull, were plunged in the dense white layer below. And throwing back my head, I traced even her becalmed sails, pearly grey pinnacles of shadow uprising, tall and motionless towards the moon. A redness wavered over her as from a blaze on her deck. Could she be on fire? And she was silent as a tomb. Could she be abandoned? I had promised myself to dash alongside, but there was a weirdness in that fragment of a dumb ship hanging out of a fog. We pulled only a stroke or two nearer to the stern and stopped. I remembered Castro's warning, the blindness of flying lead. But it was the profound stillness that checked me. It seemed to portend something inconceivable. I hailed tentatively, as if I had not expected to be answered. "Ship, ahoy!" Neither was I answered by the instantaneous hello of usual watchfulness. Though she was not abandoned. Indeed, my hail made a good many men jump, to judge by the sounds and the words that came to me from above. What? A hail? Boat near. In English, sir." "Dive for the captain, one of you," an authoritative voice directed. "He's just run below for a minute. Don't frighten the missus. Call him out quietly." Talking in confidential undertones followed. "See him?" "Can't, sir." "What's the dodge, I wonder?" "Astern, I think, sir." "Damn this fog. It lies as thick as pea soup on the water." I waited, and after a perplexed sort of pause, heard a stern, "Keep off." This ends Part 4, Chapter 2 of Romance. Part 4, Blade and Guitar, Chapter 3 of Romance, by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 4, Chapter 3 of Romance. They did not suspect how close I was to them, and their temper struck me at once as unsafe. They seemed very much on the alert, and, as I imagined, disposed to precipitate action. I called out, deadening my voice warily. "I am an Englishman, escaping from the pirates here. We want your help." To this no answer was made, but by that time the captain had come on deck. The dinghy must have drifted in a little closer, for I made out behind the shadowy rail 1, 2, 3 figures in a row looming bulkily above my head as men appear enlarged in mist. "Englishman," he says. "That's very likely. pronounced a new voice. They held a hurried consultation up there, of which I caught only detached sentences and the general tone of concern. It's perfectly well known that there is an Englishman here. Aye, a runaway second mate. Killed a man in a Bristol ship. What was his name now? Won't you answer me, I called out. Aye, we'll answer you as soon as we see you. Keep your eyes skinned fore and aft on deck there. Ready, boys? All ready, sir. Voices came from further off. Listen to me, I entreated. Someone called out briskly, This is a bad place for pretty tales of Englishmen in distress. We know very well where we are. You are off Rio Medio, I began anxiously, and I speaks the truth like a Briton anyhow, commented a lazy drawl. I would send another man to the pump, a reflective voice suggested, to make sure of the force. Mr. Seabright, you know. Certainly, sir. Another hand to the brakes, bosun. I have been held captive on shore, I said. I escaped this evening, 3 hours ago. And found this ship in the fog? You made a good shot at it, didn't you? It's no time for trifling, I swear to you, I continued. They're out looking for you in force. I've heard them. I was with them when they started. I believe you. They seem to have missed the ship. So, you came to have a friendly chat meantime. That's kind. Beastly weather, ain't it? I want to come aboard, I shouted. You must be crazy not to believe me. But we do believe every single word you say, bantered the Seabright voice with serenity. Suddenly another struck in. Nichols, I call to mind, sir. Of course. This is the man. My name's not Nichols, I protested. Now, you mustn't begin to lie, remonstrated Seabright. Somebody laughed discreetly. You're mistaken. On my honor, I said. Nichols left Rio Medio some time ago. About 3 hours, eh? Came the drawl of insufferable folly in these precious minutes. It was clear that Manuel had gone astray, but I feared not for long. They would spread out in search. And now I had found this hopeless ship, it seemed impossible that anybody else could miss her. You may be boarded any moment by more than a dozen boats. I warn you solemnly. Will you let me come? A low whistle was heard on board. They were impressed. Why should he tell us this? An undertone inquired. Why the devil shouldn't he? It's no great news, is it? Some scoundrelly trick. This man's up to any dodge. Why, the Jane was taken in broad day by 2 boats that pretended they were going to sell vegetables. Look out, or by heaven, you'll be taken by surprise. There's a lot of them, I said, as impressively as I could. Look out, there's a lot of them, someone yelled in a sort of panic. Oh, that's your game, Seabright's voice said to me. Frighten us, eh? Never you mind what this skunk says, men. Stand fast. We shall take a lot of killing. He was answered by a sort of pugnacious uproar, a clash of cutlasses and laughter, as if at some joke. That's right, boys. Mind and send them away with clean faces, you gunners. Jack, you keep a good lookout for that poor, distressed Englishman. What's that? A noise in the fog? Stand by. Now then, cook. All ready to dish up, sir, a voice answered him. It was like a sort of madness. Were they thinking of eating? Even at that the English talk made my heart expand. The homeliness of it. I seemed to know all their voices, as if I had talked to each man before. It brought back memories, like the voices of friends. But there was the strange irrelevancy, levity, the enmity, the irrational, baffling nature of the anguishing conversation, as if with the unapproachable men we meet in nightmares. We in the dinghy, as well as those on board, were listening anxiously. A profound silence reigned for a time. "I don't care for myself," I tried once more, speaking distinctly. "But a lady in the boat here is in great danger too. Won't you do something for a woman?" I perceived from the sort of stir on board that this caused some sensation. "Or is the whole ship's company afraid to let one little boat come alongside?" I added, after waiting for an answer. A throat was cleared on board mildly. "You see, we don't know who you are." "I told you who I am. The lady is Spanish." "Just so, but there are Englishmen and Englishmen in these days. Some of them keep very bad company ashore, and others afloat. I couldn't think of taking you on board unless I know something more of you." I seemed to detect an intention of malice in the mild voice, the more so that I overheard a rapid interchange of mutterings up there. "See him yet?" "Not a thing, sir." "Wait, I say." Nothing could overcome the fixed idea of these men, who seemed to enjoy so much the cleverness of their suspicions. It was the most dangerous of tempers to deal with. It made them as untrustworthy as so many lunatics. They were capable of anything, of decoying us alongside and stoving the bottom out of the boat and drowning us before they discovered their mistake, if they ever did. Even as it was, there was danger, and yet I was extremely loath to give her up. It was impossible to give her up, but what were we to do? What to say? How to act? "Castro, this is horrible," I said blankly. That he was beginning to chafe, to fret, and shuffle his feet only added to my dismay. He might begin at any moment to swear in Spanish, and that was sure to bring a shower of lead, fired blindly. We have nothing to expect from people of that ship. We cannot even get on board. "Not without Manuel's help, it seems," he said bitterly. "Strange, is it not, senor? Your countrymen, your excellent and virtuous countrymen, generous and courageous and perspicacious." Serafina said suddenly, "They have reason. It is well for them to be suspicious of us in this place." She had a tone of calm reproof and of faith. "They shall be of more use when they are dead," Castro muttered. "The senor's other dead countrymen served us well." "I shall give you great, very great sums of money," Serafina suddenly cried towards the ship. "I am Senorita Serafina Riego." "There is a woman. That's a woman's voice, I swear," I heard them exclaim on board, and I cried again, "Yes, yes, there is a woman." "I dare say, but where do you come in?" "You are a distressed Englishman, aren't you?" a voice came back. "You shall let us come up on your ship," Serafina said. "I shall come myself, alone. Serafina Riego." "Eh, what?" the voice asked. I felt a little wind on the back of my head. There was desperate hurry. "We are escaping to get married," I called out. They were beginning to shout orders on the ship. "Oh, you've come to the wrong shop. A church is what you want for that trouble," the voice called back brutally, through the other cries of order to square the yards. I shouted again, but my voice must have been drowned in the creaking of blocks and yards. They were alert enough for every chance of getting away, for every flaw of wind. Already the ship was less distinct, as if my eyes had grown dim. By the time a voice on board her cried, "Belay!" faintly, she had gone from my sight. Then the puff of wind passed away too, and left us more alone than ever, with only the small disk of the moon poised vertically above the mists. "Listen," said Tomas Castro, after what seemed an eternity of crestfallen silence. He need not have spoken. There could be no doubt that Manuel had lost himself, and my belief is that the ship had sailed right into the midst of the flotilla. There was an unmistakable character of surprise in the distant tumult that arose suddenly, and as suddenly ceased for a space of a breath or two. "Now, Castro!" I shouted. "Ah, bueno!" We gave way with a vigor that seemed to lift the dinghy out of the water. The uproar gathered volume and fierceness. From the first it was a hand-to-hand contest, engaged in suddenly, as if the assailants had at once managed to board in a body, and as it were in one unanimous spring. No shots had been fired, too far to hear the blows, and seeing nothing as yet of the ship, we seemed to be hastening towards a deadly struggle of voices, of shadows with leathern throats. Every cry heard in battle was there: rage, encouragement, fury, hate, and pain. And those of pain were amazingly distinct. They were yells, they were howls, and suddenly as we approached the ship, but before we could make out any sign of her, we came upon a boat. We had to swerve to clear her. She seemed to have dropped out of the fight in utter disarray. She lay with no oars out and full of men who writhed and tumbled over each other, shrieking as if they had been flayed. Above the writhing figures in the middle of the boat, a tall man, upright in the stern sheets, raved awful imprecations and shook his fists above his head. The blunt dinghy foamed past that vision within an oar's length, no more, making straight for the clamour of the fight. The last puff of wind must have thinned the fog in the ship's track, for standing up, face forward to pull stroke, I saw her come out, stern on to us, from truck to waterline, mistily tall and motionless, but resounding with the most fierce and desperate noises. A cluster of empty boats clung low to her port side, raft-like and vague on the water. We heard now, mingled with the fury and hate of shouts reverberating from the placid sails, mighty thuds and crashes as though it had been a combat with clubs and battle-axes. Evidently, in the surprise and haste of the unexpected coming together, they had been obliged to board all on the same side. As I headed for the other, a big boat full of men with many oars shot across our bows and vanished round the ship's counter in the twinkling of an eye. The defenders engaged on the port side were going to be taken in the rear. We were then so close to the counter that the cries of "Death! Death!" rang over our heads. A voice on the poop said furiously in English, "Stand fast, men!" Next moment, we too rounded the quarter only 20 feet behind the big boat, but with a slightly wider sweep. I said, "Have the pistols ready, Serafina," and she answered quite steadily, "They are ready, Juan." I could not have believed that any handiwork of man afloat could have got so much way through the water. To this very day I am not rid of the absurd impression that at that particular moment the dinghy was travelling with us as fast as a cannonball. No sooner round than we were upon them. We were upon them so fast that I had barely the time to fling away my oar and close my grip on the butt of the pistol Serafina pressed into my hand from behind. Castro too had dropped his oar, and turning as swift as a cat, crouched in the bows. I saw his good arm darting out towards their boat. They had cast the grapnel cleverly and swung abreast of the main chains, were grimly busied in boarding the undefended side in silence. One had already his leg over the ship's rail, and below him 3 more were clambering resolutely, one above the other. The rest of them, standing up in a body with their faces to the ship, were so oblivious of everything in their purpose that they staggered all together to the shock of the dinghy, heavily, as if the earth had reeled under them. Castro knew what he was doing. I saw his only hand hop along the gunwale, dragging our cockle shell forward very swiftly. The tottering Spaniards turned their heads, and for a moment we looked at each other in silence. I was too excited to shout. The surprise seemed to have deprived them of their senses, and they all had the same grin of teeth closed upon the naked blades of their knives, the same stupid stare fastened upon my eyes. I pulled the trigger in the nearest face, and the terrific din of the fight going on above us was overpowered by the report of the pistol, as if by a clap of thunder. The man's gaping mouth dropped the knife, and he stood stiffly long enough for the thought, "I've missed him," to flash through my mind before he tumbled clean out of the boat without touching anything, like a wooden dummy tipped by the heels. His headlong fall sent the water flying over the stern of the dinghy. With the second barrel I took a long shot at the man sitting amazed astride of the rail above. I saw him double up suddenly and fall inboard sideways, but the fellow following him made a convulsive effort and leapt out of sight onto the deck of the ship. I dropped the discharged weapon and fired the first barrel of the other at the upper of the two men clinging halfway up the ship's side. To that one shot they both vanished as if by enchantment, the fellow I had hit knocking off his friend below. The crash of their fall was followed by a great yell. These had been all nearly point-blank shots, and anyhow, I had had a good deal of pistol practice. MacDonald had a little gallery at Horton Pen. The Lugareños huddled together in the boat were only able to moan with terror. They made soft, pitiful, complaining noises. 2 or 3 took headers overboard like so many frogs, and then one began to squeak exactly like a rat. By that time, Castro, with his fixed blade, had cut their grapnel rope close to the ring. As the ship kept forging ahead all the time, the boat of the pirate bumped away lightly from between the vessel and our dinghy, and we remained alongside, holding to the end of the severed line. I sent my 4th shot after them, and got in exchange a scream and a howl of, "Mercy! Mercy! We surrender!" She swung clear of the quarter, all hushed, and faded into the mist and moonlight with the head and arms of a motionless man hanging grotesquely over the bows. Leaving Serafino with Castro, and sticking the remaining pair of pistols in my belt, I swarmed up the rope. The moon, the lights of several lanterns, the glare from the open doors mingled violently in the steamy fog between the high bulwarks of the ship. But the character of the contest was changing, even as I paused on the rail to get my bearings. The fellow who had leapt on board to escape my shot had bolted across the deck to his friends on the other side, yelling, "Fly! Fly! The heretics are coming, shooting from the sea! All is lost! Fly! Oh, fly!" He had jumped straight overboard, but the infection of his panic was already visible. The cries of "Muerte! Muerte! Death! Death!" had ceased, and the Englishmen were cheering ferociously. In a moment under my eyes, the seamen who had been holding their own with difficulty in a shower of defensive blows began to dart forward, striking out with their fists, catching with their hands. I jumped upon the main hatch and found myself in the skirt of the final rush. A tall Lugareño had possessed himself of one of the ship's capstan bars, and less craven than the others was flourishing it on high, aiming at the head of a sailor engaged in throttling a Negro whom he held at the full length of his immense arms. I fired, and the Lugareño tumbled down with all the appearance of having knocked himself over with the bar he had that moment uplifted. It rested upon his neck as he lay stretched at my feet. I was not able to effect anything more after this, because the sailor, after rushing his limp antagonist overboard with terrific force, turned raging for more, caught sight of me, an evident stranger, and flew at my throat. He was English, but as he squeezed my windpipe so hard that I couldn't utter a word, I brought the butt of my pistol upon his thick skull without the slightest compunction, for indeed I had to deal with a powerful man, well able to strangle me with his bare hands, and very determined to achieve the feat. He grunted under the blow, reeled away a few steps, then charging back at once, gripped me round the body and tried to lift me off my feet. We fell together into a warm puddle. I had no idea spilt blood kept its warmth so much. And the quantity of it was appalling. The deck seemed to swim with gore, and we simply weltered in it. We rolled rapidly along the reeking scuppers, amongst the feet of a lot of men who were hopping about us in the greatest excitement, the hearty thuds of blows aimed with all sorts of weapons just missing my head. The pistol was kicked out of my hand. The horror of my position was very great. Must I kill the man? Must I die myself in this miserable and senseless manner? I tried to shout, "Drag this maniac off me!" He was pinning my arms to my body. I saw the furious faces bending over me, the many hands murderously uplifted. They, of course, couldn't tell that I wasn't one of the men who had boarded them, and my life had never been in such jeopardy. I felt all the fury of rage and mortification. Was I to die like this, villainously trodden underfoot, on the threshold of safety, of liberty, of love? And in those moments of violent struggle I saw, as one sees in moments of wisdom and meditation, my soul, all life lying under the shadow of a perfidious destiny. And Serafino was there in the boat, waiting for me. The sea, the boat. They were in another land and I should know more. Never any more. A sharp voice called, "Back there, men, steady. Take him alive." They dragged me up. I needn't relate by what steps, from being terribly handled as a captive, I was promoted to having my arms shaken off in the character of a savior. But I got any amount of praise at last, though I was terribly out of breath. At the very last gasp, as you might say. A man, smooth-faced, well-knit, very elated and buoyant, began talking to me endlessly. He was mighty happy, and anyhow, he could talk to me because I was past doing anything but taking a moment's rest. He said I had come in the nick of time and was quite the best of fellows. "If you had a fancy to be called the Archbishop of Canterbury, we'd your grace you. I'm the mate, Seabright. The captain's gone in to show himself to the missus. She wouldn't like to have him too much chipped. Wonderful is the love of woman. She sat up a bit later tonight with her fancy sewing to see what might turn up. I told her at tea time she'd better go in early and shut her stateroom door, because if any of the Dagos chanced to come aboard, I couldn't be responsible for the language of my crowd. We're supposed to keep clear of profanity this trip, she being a niece of Mr. Perkins of Bristol, our owner, and a Methodist. But hang it all, there's a reason in all things. You can't have a ship like a chapel, though she would. Oh, bless you, she would, even when we're beating off these picaroons." I was sitting on the after hatch and leaning my head on my arms. "Feel bad, do you? Handled you like a bag of shavings. Well, the boys got their monkey up hammering the Dagos. Here, you, Mike, go look along the deck for a double-barreled pistol. Move yourself a bit. Feel along the spars." There was something authoritative and knowing in his personality, boyishly elated and full of business. "We must put the ship to rights. You don't think they'd come back for another taste? The blessed old deck's afloat. That's my little dodge, boiling water for these Dagos if they come. So I got the cook to fire up, and we put the suction hose of the fire pump into the boiler, and we filled the coppers in the kettles. Not a bad notion, eh? But 10 times as much wouldn't have been enough, and the hose burst at the 3rd stroke, so that only one boat got anything to speak of. But Lord, she dropped out of the ruck as if she'd been swept with langrage. Squealed like a litter of pigs, didn't they? What I had taken for blood had been the water from the burst hose. I must say I was relieved. My new friend babbled any amount of joyous information into me before I quite got my wind back. He rubbed his hands and clapped me on the shoulder. But his heart was kind, and he became concerned at my collapsed state. I said, "You don't think my chaps broke some of your ribs, do you? Let me feel." And then I managed to tell him something of Serafina that he would listen to. "What? What?" he said. "Oh, heavens and earth, there's your girl, of course. Hey, bosun, rig a whip and chair on the yard. I'm going to take a lady on board. Bear a hand. A lady. Yes, a lady. Confound it, don't lose your wits, man. Look over the starboard rail, and you'll see a lady alongside with a dago in a small boat. Let the dago come on board too. The gentleman here says he's a good sort. Now, do you understand?" He talked to me a good deal more, told me that they had made a prisoner. A tall, comical chap, wears his hair like an old aunt of mine, a bunch of curls flapping on each side of his face. And then said that he must go and report to Captain Williams, who had gone into his wife's stateroom. The name struck me. I said, "Is this ship the Lion?" Aye, that's her. She is," several seamen answered together, casting curious glances from their work. "Tell your captain my name is Kemp," I shouted after Seabright with what strength of lung I had. What luck! Williams was the jolly little ship's captain I was to have dined with on the day of execution on Kingston Point, the day I had been kidnapped. It seemed ages ago. I wanted to get to the side to look after Serafina, but I simply couldn't remember how to stand. I sat on the hatch, looking at the seamen. They were clearing the ropes, collecting the lamps, picking up knives, handspikes, crowbars, swabbing the decks with squashy flaps. A barefooted, bare-armed fellow holding a bundle of brass-hilted cutlasses under his arm had lost himself in the contemplation of my person. "Where are you bound to?" I inquired at large, and everybody showed a friendly alacrity in answer. "Havana." "Havana, sir. Havana's our next port. Aye, Havana." The deck rang with modulations of the name. I heard a loud, "Alas!" sighed out behind me. A distracted, stricken voice repeated twice in Spanish, "Oh, my greatness! Oh, my greatness!" Then shiveringly, in a tone of profound self-communion, "I have a greatly parched throat," it said. Harshly jovial voices answered, "Stow your lingo and come before the captain. Step along." A prisoner conducted aft stalked reluctantly into the light between two short, bustling sailors. Disheveled black hair like a damaged peruke, mournful yellow face, enormous stag's eyes straining down on me. I recognized Manuel del Popolo. At the same moment he sprang back shrieking, "This is a miracle of the devil! Of the devil!" The sailors fell to tugging at his arm savagely, asking, "What's come to you?" And after a short struggle that shook his tatters and his raven locks tempestuously like a gust of wind, he submitted to be walked up, repeating, "Is it you, senor? Is it you? Is it you?" One of his shoulders was bare from neck to elbow, and every step one of his knees and part of a lean thigh protruded their nakedness through a large rent. A strip of grimy, blood-stained linen, torn right down to the waist, dangled solemnly in front of his legs. There was a horrible raw patch amongst the roots of his hair just above his temple. There was blood in his nostrils, the stamp of excessive anguish on his features, a sort of guarded despair in his eye. His voice sank while he said again, twice, "Is it you? Is it you?" And then for the last time, "Is it you?" he repeated in a whisper. The seaman formed a wide ring, and looking at me, he talked to himself confidentially. "Escaped. The Inglés. Then thou art doomed, Domingo. Domingo, thou art doomed. Senor." The change of tone, his effort to extend his hands towards me, surprised us all. I looked away. "Hold hard. Hold him, mate." "Senor, condescend to behold my downfall. I am led here to the slaughter, Senor, to the slaughter, Senor. Pity, grace, mercy. And only a short while ago, behold, slaughter. I, Manuel, Senor, I am universally admired with a parched throat. Senor, I could compose a song that would make a priest weep. A greatly parched throat, Senor, he added piteously. I could not help turning my head. I had not been used half as hard as he. It was enough to look at him to believe in the dryness of his throat. Under the matted mass of his hair, he was grinning in amiable agony, and his globular eyes yearned upon me with a motionless and glassy luster. You have not forgotten me, Senor? Forget Manuel? Impossible. Manuel, Senor, for the love of God, Manuel del Popolo. I did sing, deign to remember, I offered you my fidelity, Senor. As you are a caballero, I charge you to remember. Save me, Senor. Speak to these men. For the sake of your honor, Senor. His voice was extraordinarily harsh, not his own. Apparently he believed that he was going to be cut to pieces there and then by the sailors. He seemed to read it in their faces, shuddering and shrinking whenever he raised his eyes. But all these faces gaped with good-natured wonder, except the faces of his two guardians, and these expressed a state of conscientious worry. They were ridiculously anxious to suppress his sudden contortions, as one would some gross indecency. In the scuffle they hissed and swore under their breath. They were scandalized and made unhappy by his behavior. "Are you ready down there?" roared the boatswain in the waist. All right, wait a little." I heard Castro's voice coming, as if from under the ship. I said coldly a few words about the certain punishment awaiting a pirate in Havana, and got on to my feet stiffly. But Manuel was too terrified to understand what I meant. He attempted to snatch at me with his imprisoned hands, and got for his pains a severe jerking, which made his head roll about his shoulders weirdly. "Pity, Senor," he screamed. And then with low fervor, "Don't go away. Listen, I am profound. Perhaps the Senor did not know that? Mercy, I am a man of intrigue, a politico. You have escaped, and I rejoice at it." He bared his fangs and frothed like a mad dog. "Senor, I am made happy because of the love I bore you from the first, and Domingo, who let you slip out of the Casa, is doomed. He is doomed. Thou art doomed, Domingo. But the excessive affection for your noble person inspires my intellect with a salutary combination. Wait, Senor, a moment, an instant, a combination." He gasped as though his heart had burst. The seamen, open-mouthed, were slowly narrowing their circle. "Can't he gabble?" remarked someone patiently. His eyes were starting out of his head. He spoke with fearful rapidity. "There's no refuge from the anger of the juez, but the grave. The grave. The grave. Ah, go into thy grave, Domingo. But you, Senor, listen to my supplications. Where will you go? To Havana. The juez is there, and I call the malediction of the priests on my head if you too are not doomed. Life, liberty. Senor, let me go, and I shall run. I shall ride, Senor. I shall throw myself at the feet of the juez and say, I killed you. I am greatly trusted by the reason of my superior intelligence. I shall say, Domingo, let him go, but he is dead. Think of him no more. Of that Inglés who escaped from Domingo, do not look for him. I, your own Manuel, have killed him. Give me my life for yours, Senor. I shall swear I had killed you with this right hand. Ah! He hung on my lips breathless, with a face so distorted that though it might have been death alone he hated, he looked indeed as if impatient to set to and tear me to pieces with his long teeth. Men clutching at straws must have faces thus convulsed by an eager and despairing hope. His silence removed the spell of his incredible loquacity. I heard the boatswain's hoarse tones. "Hold on well, ma'am. Right. Walk away steady with that whip." I ran limping forward. "Aye, enough," he rumbled, and I received Serafina into my arms. This ends Part 4, Chapter 3 of Romance. Part 4, Blade and Guitar, Chapter 4 of Romance, by Joseph Conrad and Ford Madox Ford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Part 4, Chapter 4 of Romance. I said, "This is home at last. It is all over." And she stood by me on the deck. She pushed the heavy black cloak from over her head, and her white face appeared above the dim black shadow of her mourning. She looked silently round her on the mist, the groups of rough men, the spatterings of light that were like violins too. She said nothing, but rested her hand on my arm. She had her immense griefs, and this was the home I offered her. She looked back at the side. "I thought she would have liked to be in the boat again," I said. "The people in this ship are my old friends. You can trust them, and me." Tomas Castro, clambering leisurely over the side, followed. As soon as his feet touched the deck, he threw the corner of his cloak across his left shoulder, bent down half the rim of his hat, and assumed the appearance of a short, dark conspirator, overtopped by stalwart sailors, who had abandoned Manuel to crowd bare-armed, bare-chested, pushing and craning their necks round us. She said, "I can trust you. It is my duty to trust you, and this is now my home." It was like a definite pronouncement of faith, and of a line of policy. She seemed for that moment quite apart from my love, a thing very much above me and mine, closed up in an immense grief, but quite whole-souledly, determined to go unflinchingly into a new life, breaking quietly with all her past for the sake of the traditions of all that passed. The sailors fell back to make way for us. It was only by the touch of her hand on my arm that I had any hope that she trusted me personally, and apart from the commands of the dead Carlos, the dead father, and the great weight of her dead traditions, that could be never anything any more for her, except a memory. Ah, she stood it very well. Her head was erect and proud. The cabin door opened, and a rigid female figure with dry outlines and a smooth head stood out with severe simplicity against the light of the cabin door. The light falling on Serafina seemed to show her for the first time. A lamentable voice bellowed, "Señorita! Señorita!" And then in an insinuating, heartbreaking tone, "Señorita!" She walked quietly past the figure of the woman and disappeared in the brilliant light of the cabin, the door closed. I remained standing there. Manuel, at her disappearance, raised his voice to a tremendous, incessant yell of despair, as if he expected to make her hear. "Señorita, protección del oprimido! Oh, hija de piedad, señorita!" His lamentable noise brought half the ship round us. The sailors fell back before the mate, Seabright, walking at the elbow of a stout man in loose trousers and jacket. They stopped. "An unexpected meeting, Captain Williams," was all I found to say to him. He had a constrained air and shook hands in awkward silence. "How do you do?" he said hurriedly. After a moment he added with a sort of confused, as if official air, "I hope, Kemp, you'll be able to explain satisfactorily." I said rather offhandedly, "Why, the 2 men I killed ought to be credentials enough for all immediate purposes." "That isn't what I meant," he said. He spoke rather with a mumble and apologetically. It was difficult to see in him any trace of the roistering Williams who had roared toasts to my health in Jamaica after the episode at the Ferry Inn with the Admiral. It was as if now he had a weight on his mind. I was tired, I said. 2 dead men is more than you or any of your crew can show, and as far as I can judge, you did no more than hold your own till I came. He positively stuttered. Yes, but... I got angry with what seemed stupid obstinacy. You'd be having a rope twisted tight round your head or red-hot irons at the soles of your feet at this very moment if it had not been for us, I said indignantly. He wiped his forehead perplexedly. "How you do talk," he remonstrated. "What I meant is that my wife—" He stopped again, then went on. "She took it into her head to come with me this voyage for the first time. And you 2 coming alone in an open boat like this, it's what she isn't used to." I simply couldn't get at what he meant. I couldn't even hear him very well because Manuel del Popolo was still calling out to Serafina in the cabin. Williams and I looked at each other, he embarrassed, and I utterly confounded. "Mrs. Williams thinks it's irregular," Seabright broke in. "You and your young lady being alone, in an open boat at night, and that sort of thing. It isn't what they approve of at Bristol." Manuel suddenly bellowed out, "Senorita, save me from their barbarity. I am a victim. Behold their bloody knives ready, and their eyes which gloat." He shrank convulsively from the fellow with the bundle of cutlasses under his arm, who innocently pushed his way close to him. He threw himself forward. The 2 sailors hung back on his arms, nearly sitting on the deck, and he strained dog-like in his immense fear of immediate death. Williams, however, really seemed to want an answer to his absurdity that I could not take very seriously. I said, "What do you expect us to do? Go back to our boat or what?" It seemed to affect him a good deal. "Wait till you are caught by a good woman yourself," he mumbled wretchedly. Was this the roistering Williams, the jolly good fellow? I wanted to laugh a little hysterically because of the worry after great fatigue. Was his wife such a terrifying virago? "A good woman," Williams insisted. I turned my eyes to Seabright, who looked on amusedly. "It's all right," he answered my questioning look. "She's a good soul, but she doesn't see fellows like us in the congregation she worships with at home." Then he whispered in my ear, "Owner's niece, older than the skipper, married him for love. Suspects every woman, every man too, by George, except me perhaps. She's learned life in some back chapel in Bristol. What can ye expect? You go straight into the cabin," he added. At that moment the cabin door opened again, and the figure of the woman I had seen before reappeared against the light. "I was allowed to stand under the gate of the Casa, Excellency. I was in very truth. Oh, turn not the light of your face from me." Manuel had been silent for a minute, immediately recommenced his clamour in the hope, I suppose, that it would reach Serafina's ears now the door was opened. "What is to be done, Owen?" the woman asked, with a serenity I thought very merciless. She had precisely the air of having someone in the house, someone rather questionable that you want at home to get rid of, as soon as a very small charity permitted. "Madame," I said rather coldly, "I appeal to your woman's compassion." "Even thus the arch-enemy sets his snares," she retorted on me a little tremulously. "Senorita, I have seen you grow," Manuel called again. "Your father, who is with the saints, gave me alms when I was a boy. Will you let them kill a man to whom your father—" "Snares, all snares. Can she be blessed in going away from her natural guardians at night, alone with a young man? How can we, consistently with our duty—" Her voice was cold and gentle. Even in the imperfect light, her appearance suggested something cold and maniacal. The thought of what she might have been saying, or in the subtle way of women making Serafina feel in there, made me violently angry, but lucid too. "She comes straight from the fresh grave of her father," I said. "I am her only guardian." Manuel rose to the height of his appeal. "Senorita, I worshipped your childhood. I threw my hat in the air many times before your coach, when you drove out all in white, smiling, an angel from paradise. Excellency, help me, A hand was clapped on his mouth then, and we heard only a great scuffle going on behind us. The way to the cozy cabin remained barred. My heart was kindled by resentment, but by the power of love my soul was made tranquil, for come what absurdity might, I had Serafina safe for the time. The woman in the doorway guarded the respectable ship's cuddy from the unwedded vagabondage of romance. "What's to be done, Owen?" she asked again, but this time a little irresolutely, I thought. "You know something of this, but I—" "My dear, what an idea," began Williams, and I heard his helpless mutters, like a hero. "One evening, Admiral Old Top Nambo, nothing of her. On my soul, Lord's son." Seabright spoke up from the side. "We could drive them overboard together, certainly, Mrs. Williams, but that wouldn't be quite proper, perhaps. Put them each in a bag, separately, and drown them one on each side of the ship, decently." "You will not put me off with your ungodly levity, Mr. Seabright." "But I am perfectly serious, Mrs. Williams. It may raise a mutiny amongst these horrid profane sailors, but I really don't see how we are to get rid of them else. The boatswain has cut adrift their ramshackle old sieve of a boat, and she's now a quarter of a mile astern, half full of water, and we can't give them one of the ship's boats to go and get their throats cut ashore. J. Perkins, Esquire, wouldn't like it. He'd swear something awful if the boat got lost. Now don't say no, Mrs. Williams. I've heard him myself swear a pound's worth of oaths for a matter of 10p. You know very well what your uncle is, a perfect Turk in that way. Don't be scandalous, Mr. Seabright." "But I didn't begin, Mrs. Williams. It's you who are raising all this trouble for nothing, because as a matter of fact, they did not come alone. They had a man with them, an elderly, most respectable man. There he stands yonder with a feather in his hat. Hey, you, Senor Caballero, Hidalgo, Pedro, Miguel, Jose, what's your particular saint? Step this way a bit." Manuel managed to jerk a half-choked "Excellency," and Castro, muffled up to the eyes, began to walk slowly aft, pausing after each solemn stride. The dark woman in the doorway was as effectual as an angel with a flaming sword. She paralyzed me completely. Seabright dropped his voice a little. I don't see that's much worse than going off at 6 o'clock in the morning to get married on the quiet, all alone with a man in a hackney coach. You know you did, and being given away by a perfect stranger. Mr. Seabright, be quiet. How dare you? Owen! Williams made a vague growling noise, but Seabright, after muttering hurriedly, "It's all right, sir," proceeded with an utmost coolness. "Why, all Bristol knows it. There are those who said that you got out of the scullery window into the back street. I'm only telling you." "You ought to be ashamed of yourself to believe such tales," she cried in great agitation. "I walked out at the gate." "Yes, and the gardener's wife said you must have sneaked the key off the nail by the side of the cradle, coming to the lodge the evening before to see her poor ailing baby. You ought to know what love brings the best of us to. And your uncle isn't a bloody-handed pirate either. He's only a good-hearted, hard-swearing old heathen. And you too are good-hearted. Come, Mrs. Williams, I know you're just longing to tuck this young lady up in bed. Poor thing. Think what she's gone through. You ought to be fussing with sherry and biscuits and what not, making that good-for-nothing steward fly round. The beggar's hiding in the lazarette, I bet. Now then, allow me. I got hold of the matter there again, I said, because I felt that the matter only needed making clear. This young lady is the daughter of a great Spanish noble. Her father was killed by these pirates. I am myself of noble family, and I am her appointed guardian, and I am trying to save her from a very horrible fate. She looked at me apprehensively. You would be committing a wicked act to try to interfere with this, I said. I suppose I carried conviction. I must believe what you say, she said. She added suddenly with a sort of tremulous, warm feeling. There, I don't mean to be unkind. I knew nothing, and a married woman can't be too careful. For all I could have told, you might have been a libertine, one of the poor lost souls that Satan— Manuel, as if struggling with the waves, managed to free his lips. Excellency, help, he spluttered like a drowning man. I will give the young lady every care, Mrs. Williams said, until light shall be vouchsafed. She shut the door. You'll go too far, Seabright, Williams remonstrated, and I'll have to give you the sack. It's all right, Captain. I can turn her around my little finger, said the young man cheerily. Somebody has to do it if you won't, or can't. What shall we do with that yelping Dago? He's a distressful beast to have about the decks. Put him in the coal hole, I suppose, as far as Havana. I won't rest till I see him on his way to the gallows. The Captain General shall be made sick of this business, or my name isn't Williams. I make a breeze over it at home. You shall help me in that, Kemp. You ain't afraid of bigwigs, not you. You ain't afraid of anything. He's a devil of a fella, and a dead shot, threw in Seabright. And jolly lucky for us too, sir. It's simply marvellous that you should turn up like this, Mr. Kemp. We hadn't a grain of powder that wasn't caked solid in the canisters. Nothing will take it out of my head that somebody has got at the magazine while we lay in Kingston. It did not occur to Williams to ask whether I was wounded or tired or hungry, and yet all through the West Indies the dinners you got on board the Lion were famous in shipping circles. But festive men of his stamp are often like that. They do it more for the glory and romance of the hospitality, and he could not, perhaps, under the circumstances, expect me to intone, for he's a jolly good fellow, over the wine. He was by no means a bad or unfeeling man, only he was not hungry himself, and another's mere necessity of that sort failed to excite his imagination. I know he was no worse than other men, and I have reason to remember him with gratitude. But at the time I was surprised and indignant at the extraordinary way he took my presence for granted, as if I'd come off casually in a shore boat to idle away an hour or two on board. Since his wife appeared satisfied, he did not seem to desire any explanation. I felt as if I had for him no independent existence. When I had ceased to be a source of domestic difficulty, I became a precious sort of convenience, a most welcome person, an Englishman gentleman to back me up, he repeated several times, who would help him to make these old women at the Admiralty sit up. A burning shame this, it had gone on long enough, God knows, but if they were to tackle an old traitor like the Lion, now it was time the whole country should hear of it. His owner, J. Perkins, his wife's uncle, wasn't the man to go to sleep over the job. Parliament should hear of it. Most fortunate I was there to be produced, eyewitness, a nobleman's son. He knew I could speak up in a good cause. And by the way, Kemp, he said, with sudden annoyance, recollecting himself as it were, you never turned up for that dinner. Sent no word nor anything. Williams had been talking to me, but it was with Seabright that I felt myself growing intimate. The young mate of the Lion stood by, very quiet, listening with a capable smile. Now he said in a tone of dry comment, "Jolly sight more useful turning up here." I was kidnapped away from Ramon's back shop, if that's a sufficient apology. It's rather a long story. Well, you can't tell it on deck, that's very clear. Seabright had to shout at me. Not wireless infernal noise. What the deuce is up? It sounds more like a dog fight than anything else. As we ran towards the main hatch, I recognized the aptness of the comparison. It was that sort of vicious, snarling, yelping clamor which arises all at once and suddenly dies. "Castro! Thou, Castro!" "Malediction! My eyelid! Thou! Englishman's dog! Ah, porco!" The voices ceased. Castro ran tiptoeing lightly, mantled in ample folds. He assumed his hat with a brave tap, crouched swiftly inside his cloak. It touched the deck all round in a black cone surmounted by a peering, quivering head. Quick as thought, he hopped and sank low again. Everybody watched with wonder this play, as of some large and diabolic toy. For my part, knowing the deadly purpose of these preliminaries, I was struck with horror. Had he chosen to run at him at once, nothing could have saved Manuel. The poor wretch, vigorously held in front of Castro, was far too terrified to make a sound. With an immovable sailor on each side, he scuffled violently and cowered by starts as if tied up between two stone posts. His dumb, rapid panting was in our ears. I shouted, "Stop, Castro, stop! Stop him, some of you! He means to kill the fellow!" Nobody heeded my shouting. Castro flung his cloak on the deck, jumped on it, kicked it aside, all in the same moment as it seemed, dodged to the right, to the left, drew himself up, and stepped high, paunchy in his tight smalls and short jacket, and making all the time a low sibilant sound which was perfectly blood-curdling. "He has a blade on his forearm," I yelled. "He's armed, I tell you." No one could comprehend my distress. A sailor, raising a lamp, had a broad smile. Somebody laughed outright. Castro planted himself before Manuel, nodded menacingly, and stooped ready for a spring. I was too late in my grab at his collar, but Manuel's guardians, acting with precision, put out one arm each to meet his rush, and he came flying backwards upon me, as though he had rebounded from a wall. He had almost knocked me down, and while I staggered to keep my feet, the air resounded with urgent calls to shoot, to fire, to bring him down. "Kill him, senor!" came an entreating yell from Castro. And I became aware that Manuel had taken this opportunity to wrench himself free. I heard the hard thud of his leap. Straight from the hatch, as I was told later by the marveling sailors, he had alighted with both feet on the rail. I only saw him already there, sitting on his heels, jabbering and nodding at us like an enormous baboon. "Shoot, sir, shoot!" Kill, kill, senor, as you love your life. Kill. Unwittingly, without volition, as if compelled by the suggestion of the bloodthirsty cries, my hand drew the remaining pistol out of my belt. I raised it and found myself covering the strange antics of an infuriated ape. He tore at his flanks with both hands in the idea, I suppose, of stripping for a swim. Rags flew from him in all directions, an astounding eruption of rags around a huddled-up figure crouching, wildly active in front of the muzzle. I had him. I was sure of my shot. He was only an ape, a dead ape. But why? Wherefore? To what end? What could it matter whether he lived or died? He sickened me, and I pitied him as I should have pitied an ape. I lowered my arm an almost imperceptible fraction of a second before he sprang up and vanished. The sound of the heavy plunge was followed by a regretful clamor all over the decks and a general rush to the side. There was nothing to be seen. He had gone through the layer of fog covering the water. No one heard him blow or splutter. It was as if a lump of lead had fallen overboard. Williams wouldn't have had this happen for a 5-pound note. Seabright expressed the hope that he wouldn't cheat the gallows by drowning. The two men who had held him slunk away, abashed. To lower a boat for the purpose of catching him in the water would have been useless and imprudent. His friends can't be far off yet in the boats, growled the boatswain, and if they don't pick him up, they would be more than likely to pick up our chaps. Somebody expectorated in so marked a manner that I looked behind me. Castro had resumed his cloak and was draping himself with deliberate dignity. When this undertaking had been accomplished, he came up very close to me and without a word looked up balefully from the heavy folds thrown across his mouth and chin under the very tip of his hooked nose. I could not do it, I said. I could not. It would have been useless. Too much like murder, Thomas. Oh, the inconstancy, the fancifulness of these English, he generalized, with suppressed passion, right into my face. I don't know what's worse, their fury or their pity. The childishness of it, the childishness. Do you imagine, senor, that Manuel or the Juez O'Brien shall someday spare you in their turn? If I didn't know the courage of your nation. I despise the Juez and Manuel alike, I interrupted angrily. I despised Castro too at that moment, and he paid me back with interest. There was no mistaking his scathing tone. I know you well. You scorn your friends as well as your foes. I have seen so many of you. The blessed saints guard us from the calamity of your friendship. No friendship could make an assassin of me, Mr. Castro, which is only a very little less calamitous than your enmity, he continued in a cold rage. A very little less. You let Manuel go. Manuel, because of your mercy. Mercy, bah! It is all your pride, your mad pride. You shall rue it, senor. Heaven is just. You shall rue it, senor. He denounced me prophetically, wrapped up with an air of midnight secrecy, but after all, he had been a friend in the act, if not in the spirit, and I contented myself by asking, with some pity for his imbecile craving after murder, why? What can Manuel do to me? He at least is completely helpless. Did the Senor Don Juan ever ask himself what Manuel could do to me, Tomas Castro? To me, who am poor and a vagabond and a friend of Don Carlos, may his soul rest with God. Are all you English like princes that you should never think of anybody but yourselves? He revolted and provoked me, as if his opinion of the English could matter, or his point of view signify anything against the authority of my conscience. And it is our conscience that illumines the romantic side of our life. His point of view was as benighted and primitive as the point of view of hunger, but in his fidelity to the dead architect of my fortunes, he reflected dimly the light of Carlos' romance, and I had taken advantage of it not so much for the saving of my life as for the guarding of my love. I had reached that point when love displaces one's personality, when it becomes the only ground under our feet, the only sky over our head, the only light of vision, the first condition of thought, when we are ready to strive for it as we strive for the breath of our body. Brusquely I turned my back on him and heard the repeated clicking of flint against his blade. He lighted a cigarette and crossed the deck to lean cloaked against the bulwark, smoking moodily under his slouched hat. End of Part 4, Chapter 4 of Romance.